are in the tornado.
In the tornado right here.
We deploy.
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up.
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh, roof's going. Roof's gone right now. Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't the general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
tornado!
In the tornado right here.
Tornado! We deploy
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up!
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
Hey y'all, it's Meteorologist Erica López. It is Thursday, May 15th, and we're beginning a very active stretch of severe weather for the eastern half of the U.S. over the next several days. Starting today, and that's why we're bringing you this live stream over Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, and Indiana. So we already have a couple of warnings firing off as we speak, and I want to get to those very quickly. So you can see here using the MyRadar app, this wide area, we're seeing already activity. So let me plot the radar here and let me show you where we're seeing several tornado warnings. So I think earlier we had two. It looks like now we just have one, and we do have severe thunderstorm warning. So let me toggle on these alerts for y'all, and let's take off the Outlook here and let's plot our warnings on the map, and you can kind of see them here. And let's put on the radar. So I want to get to these very quickly, and then we'll kind of I'll answer some questions as you guys fill in here. But make sure to let me know where you're watching from. Which platform are you watching us from as well? I'm curious to see where you guys are watching this live stream and where. Now, we do have several days of severe weather here over the next several days, but here's our tornado warning that's ongoing right now. And let me read some of the text here. This tornado warning. Earlier, it was an observed tornado warning, but it looks like that tornado has since lifted, and this goes at least through 2:15 Central Time. So about another 14 minutes on this storm. Again, earlier, this was an observed tornado, and this is for areas of Wisconsin, or I should say Minnesota, not Wisconsin. And this is through, let's see. So this is for Pope, Central Stevens, and northeastern Swift counties for parts of Minnesota. And let's toggle on and let's actually put on our velocity tracker here. And so this just gives us a better picture of if the storm is rotating. If we see those greens and reds, it's a good indicator. But so far, I'm not seeing that. And I might be using a radar that is a little bit too far here. Let's see if we can toggle on a closer radar. It just might be in between radars. And let's actually toggle on this one. So I think the storm, yeah, it's a little bit in between radar. I think I am noticing a broad area of rotation, but it does look like at least a weak area of rotation here. So waiting to see if the National Weather Service extends this tornado warning over the next several minutes. So again, this goes for another 13 minutes over areas of Minnesota. Earlier, it was an observed tornado, so one that I'm going to keep an eye on here over the next several hours. But that's really the only tornado warning we have now. Now, we're expecting a very active weather pattern over the next several days and even over the next several hours. So actually, and let's go to this one. Looks like there is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes just right on the eastern side of Minneapolis. And I think this is being mostly warned for, let's see. Looks like 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So a lot of lightning with this storm that's going through parts of Minneapolis, just on the southern end there. And that's for a huge chunk of southern Minneapolis. Bloomington is in it, Lakeville, Northfield. And this is, again, mostly for winds, quarter-size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but still one of note. So if you're in this area, noticing a lot of activity, hearing a lot of activity, that is why you're hearing a lot of activity over parts of Minnesota. And so let me get to some of your questions here. A lot of you from Wisconsin, Minnesota, Oklahoma, you're going to be active here over the next several days. I think your severe weather threat really starts to ramp up this weekend. Yeah, so continue to monitor this severe weather situation. Let me get some updates from the National Weather Service here, and I have them on. Yeah, so let's get this here. Yeah, so ask your questions, a very active evening. We also have meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who's going to be out in the field, and Mauricio and Jack, who are in the background. Let me know when you have his stream up, and we can get some visuals. I'm not exactly sure where he's going to position today, but a huge chunk of you guys are under the threat of severe weather. And we're talking about not just in areas of Minnesota. This also stretches into Illinois. So we're talking about Chicago. You're going to get in on the severe weather threat here over the next hour or so, and even parts of Wisconsin. So we're already starting to see those storms develop. If we take a wide view, you can see where some of those isolated storms are possible. That is what we're more concerned about. Really, I think the biggest threat could be large damaging hail. Cannot rule out the potential of tornadoes. Already saw several tornado warnings earlier, and of course, those wind gusts. So one of the factors that we're watching today really is if these storms can become isolated and grow rapidly, the potential of large hail and especially tornadoes ramps up. We're already starting to see this this afternoon. So let's go back here, the app. So yeah, continue to watch that severe thunderstorm warning in Minneapolis. But so far, those are the only two warnings we're tracking. And if you have any questions, continue to ask them in the chat, and I'll try to get to y'all here shortly. So yes, we're watching this severe weather threat in the upper Midwest. It's mostly in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois area. If you're in Chicago, you really need to be paying attention over the next several days, and it kind of will occur in an hour that is not very favorable. We're talking about the afternoon commute. It's Thursday, May 15th. A lot of you gearing up for summer. Not really an ideal time to see this risk of severe weather. So let's zoom out here. Let me toggle on this general radar, and you can kind of see where our outlook. So let's talk about this broader outlook. So you can kind of see where really the focus for today's severe weather threat, those storms are already starting to fire off. I'm not even within this zone. So that'll occur within the hour or the next hour or two. But you can see we can still get some isolated tornadoes in this yellow zone. That also stretches into parts of Ohio, down to Kentucky, Tennessee, and even parts of Arkansas, where we're also seeing some activity here. So you can see a severe thunderstorm warning just north of Little Rock, Arkansas. And so storms could potentially be strong over this region as well here over the next several hours. So that's another area that we're watching. So just something to keep in mind, the tornado risk does extend into parts of the south central plains there and parts of the Midwest, Michigan as well. And look at this, we even have a risk highlighted for parts of the mid-Atlantic for this afternoon. So a huge area that is under a severe weather risk, but really the bullseye is from areas like Chicago, Lansing, Michigan, Fort Wayne, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. We're talking about Milwaukee, Madison, Minneapolis, already under the threat of those severe storms. So really that's where we're going to be watching for that tornado potential and large hail as well over the next several hours. Yeah, Alabama, this is really the time of year that severe weather starts to pick up. And at least today, you do have just on the northern end. So depending on where you live, you have a very minimal risk of severe storms. You just may see frequent lightning if thunderstorms can develop. But over the next several days, we are expecting rounds of severe weather that will focus in more on the south. Especially tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think, will be one of the biggest threats of the week, where we already have, and I can show y'all that here. Let's go to the Storm Prediction Center's website here. And you can see where we have the zone for, and this is mostly for parts of Kentucky here. This red zone. So we're talking about southern Illinois, southern Indiana, Missouri, and just on the north side, that Kentucky, Tennessee border. Alabama, you will see a severe weather. It just depends on where you live. But over the next several days, we may get more updates from the Storm Prediction Center. They'll highlight these areas as we progress through the week. So very, very active stretch of severe weather. And we're going to try to keep y'all informed here over the next several days. And thank you for following along back there. Let's see. So let's go back to the app and let me get an update on the tornado warning that is ongoing there. Really still seeing a broad area of rotation. Didn't mean to click that. And let's toggle on this radar. Here's the per station radar. And yes, you can see, somebody was asking if we can see velocity. You can see the velocity tracker, but this is a very tricky warning. It's in between radar sites here. And, you know, if you toggle them on, this one's not really picking up. It just might be a very weak rotation, area of rotation. I'm not really noticing it very much. So we may see this warning either allowed to expire, but we'll see what the National Weather Service does with this warning here over the next several minutes. But continue to track that. And that's really the only tornado warning we have now. And let me see if there's any updates from the National Weather Service here. So yeah, that's the only tornado warning I'm seeing again. Again, tomorrow I think will be a big, big threat. Starbuck, Minnesota, Hancock, Minnesota, Cyrus, Minnesota until 2:15. And let's see. Looks like we do have a new tornado warning there on our map. And that also goes, oh, I think they allow that one to expire. Yeah, so only seeing one, and I'm checking in on our southern severe thunderstorm warning, so it looks like that's fine. Yeah, so you can kind of see, so let me clean this up a little bit for y'all so you can see what's going on here. And let's toggle on the radar. Again, we are anticipating a very active evening. So this is just the beginning. We only have one tornado warning, but we could get several here over the next hour or so. And guys, let me know in the back if you have Capucci. I don't know if you've talked to him or anything. And we'll get updates on that. So. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Mauricio. Let's do and kind of see how the storms develop. So they're bubbling up very quickly, especially this severe thunderstorm warn storm that you're seeing right there. And actually, another feature that I love to use when we track severe storms is satellite. It really gives us a glimpse of the storms, what is happening on the ground, and you can kind of see those breaks in the clouds. So instability values are rising. Stability, we need that for storms to really develop, and not just that, but grow pretty rapidly. You can kind of see it on satellite. And I was showing this on our last stream, some of the tallest storms. So we are starting to get breaks in the clouds. It's just going to be a little bit more fuel, and especially across Wisconsin here and even parts of Chicago. So not too much cloud coverage there, helps heat up the surface. That warm, moist air really allows these storms to grow, and some of the strongest storms could be high. And so that's what we're talking about with the potential of seeing a large hail. Not noticing that's too much with this tornado warn storm here, but definitely seeing it with this storm just south of Minneapolis. Not too tall, but something that I love to use to track storms. We can even see some storms starting to grow, and something that we could watch ahead of time, even if it's not warned. If we see that the storms could bubble up. That's really something that I like to check in on when I use satellite here. So one of my favorite features in the MyRadar app, definitely highly recommend, and it helps, track storms as well. So not too tall with this storm right here. This is mostly tornado warned, which happens in the lower levels of the atmosphere, but it does help us pick up on the strong storm and if they can produce some pretty significant hail here. So let me go back here to the per station radar and still seeing the storm pretty strong. All those reds you're seeing on the screen, this is just our regular reflectivity. A lot of heavy rain coming in there and maybe even some lightning. So let me see if I can turn on our lightning tracker here. This was producing some pretty significant lightning, and I like to toggle on the markers here for tracking lightning. So yeah, you can kind of see those storms. It looks like it's created kind of a boundary there. So we may see some storms, and you can kind of see where this outflow is. So that is really create an outflow boundary, and then these storms are starting to fire off this boundary here. And so that's a very interesting feature that I'm seeing on the app. So we may get some stronger storms here. It looks like the southern end of this tornado warned storm is starting to develop a little bit more. And so I'll keep an eye on that, but this is becoming, these storms are quickly intensifying here. And they will be doing so here over the next several hours. And let me pause the radar. Something else I'm noticing is some storms starting to bubble up on, let's see, on the southern end of southwestern end of Minnesota as well. So it's just something I'm going to keep an eye on. So this will be one of those days where we're going to have multiple warnings possibly, and especially multiple tornado warnings. So let's kind of go back in the forecast here. And I do want to time out the storms. Earlier, as I was tracking these storms, some of the radar models suggesting quite a bit of activity. So let me go here and let's go to, so here's kind of the timing for areas of Minnesota. We're seeing the storms already. So looking ahead to, it's about 2 p.m. Central Time, and I'm actually in Central Time. So it kind of gives us a hint of what's going on exactly. I think this model kind of showing a little bit less coverage than what we're seeing now. It's about 2, so I think it developed it just a little bit earlier. We were anticipating at around after lunchtime, so that's kind of where the storms are at right now. So, we may get some isolated storms. Really what's concerning is what happens once we get this corridor storms in Minnesota. On the southern end, the atmospheric conditions will be a little bit more favorable. And so you're seeing that over Wisconsin, and I can actually show that here. And that is around the 4 to 5 p.m. timeframe. I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule, just like an hour from this radar. So we could see it as early as 3:30 after 4. So let me specifically put Wisconsin. I saw a lot of you guys in the comments asking about Wisconsin. And, when I did this last live stream last time, it was over the same area. So trying to keep up to date on what's going on here. So you can kind of see the future radar. And this is one model. Actually, I want to use, I didn't realize I had the NAM here. Let's do this model. So this is looking at, and this is kind of what we're seeing now. Let me cut to Minnesota and kind of time it out. So yeah, I think the HER picked up a little bit better on what's going on now with these storms. So over the next hour or so, you can kind of see those individual storms. This is about 3 to 4 this afternoon. That is the concern. We could see several warnings. So we're talking about severe thunderstorm warnings and even tornado warnings here. And that'll continue at least through 5, 6 o'clock. One of the concerning factors with these storms is that they congeal in a line of storms. They kind of lose energy, and this could be mostly a wind risk. It could happen in Minnesota as early as 6, 7, but take a look at what happens in Wisconsin at around after 5 to 6. And I kind of want to go through each state here. So after about 5 or 6, you're seeing those individual storms. Like I said, they will start to fire off as early as 5, maybe even 4, just on the western extent. That is the concern as well, with some strong storms, very large damaging hail, and maybe the tornado potential here. You can see it there in Wisconsin. So that's the second corridor that we're watching. And then take a look at what happens in parts of Illinois, and we'll toggle this on here. And that's really, you know, a lot of you guys live in Illinois, and a huge populous city. We're talking about Chicago. That is another concern, and that is another corridor that we're watching. Take a look at this. So storms could fire off as early as 6, 7, and then eventually move into parts of Chicago as early as 7, 8. And then you can see on the southern end of Illinois, more storms start to fire off, very isolated. Now, this is a hint of what we could see later on today. And then eventually these storms push into parts of Michigan. So Michigan, I think your threat is mostly late this evening into the overnight. And then that moves into parts of Ohio. So that is why that whole region has been highlighted for severe weather. And you can kind of see this a little bit better here. And we can actually let's put the Great Lakes here. And you can kind of see that line of storms really to intensify over Chicago later this evening, and then eventually going into parts of Michigan, and you can see Indiana there. So this will be pretty much the rest of the evening and possibly into overnight for parts of Michigan. So that's just a general overview of what's going on. Hopefully that helps with any questions that you have, and continue to talk in the chat, ask your questions, and we'll get back to it. So let's check in on our warnings here. And looks like, so they have allowed that tornado warning to expire that we were tracking in parts of Minnesota, but looks like there is a new warning. So let's go back to the MyRadar app and show our new tornado warning. So this is right over, and let's put on our rotation tracker, which is our velocity product. Let's see what radar is closer to here. Yeah, we're kind of in between. So this is one of the tricky parts, is still in between radars, but I am noticing, even as it looks not so great, and of course this is that radar, looks like there is, and even if it's far, I am noticing a very prominent rotation signature with this storm. And let's see if this is, yeah, so far it's just radar indicated. You can definitely see where those greens and reds come together. Those are winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. So that for us is a hint that this storm is rotating. And even though it's not the best scan, that is still doing so. You can still kind of see it in there. So again, this is for Brainerd, Minnesota. And let's take a look at this warning. So this is for southwestern Crow Wing County. And this goes until 3 o'clock. I'm not seeing an indication that this is a confirmed tornado, but it could drop a tornado at any moment. So this is for Baxter, Barrows, Brainerd, and Merrifield. This is about 40,000 people live within this zone. So that's something a little concerning in Minnesota. It's just right outside of Minneapolis and the Twin Cities there. So let me show you this, and that is a tornado warning that we're watching. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but again, if you are within this tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter, whether that's the most interior portion of your home. Last time I was on this stream, I was asking you guys if you had basements in Minnesota or in Wisconsin, and in fact, some of you guys do. So if you have a basement, that is really the best area to seek shelter. The lowest level of your home in the most interior portion of your home as well, away from exterior walls or windows, is really the best area to seek shelter. Now we'll keep that up there, guys. And let me pull up the SPC website here. Let me zoom out, and you can keep the radar on. So I want to show y'all this, and looks like, let's toggle on the other screen now, Mauricio, if you can. So mesoscale discussion. The Storm Prediction Center is usually very good at highlighting zones that they're anticipating an uptick in activity within the next hour or so. And that's why they issue those tornado watches. But you're also seeing this is an area highlighted before they even issue these tornado watches, just to give y'all a heads up of what's going to happen. So it looks like they are keying in on development here. In the Mississippi, along the Mississippi River across, looks like Wisconsin. So that's western Wisconsin and northwestern Illinois. So a tornado watch will be issued here over the next several hours. So that's another area that we're watching, very favorable for those strong, severe storms, tornadoes, and large hail. So I just kind of wanted to show you all that, but I do want to show as well. Let's go back to the app here. I haven't showed this, but there is a tornado watch that has been issued. And that is just a heads up, like, hey, the storms will be firing off within the next couple of hours. There's not a warning yet, but definitely something to pay attention to. And let me fill this because I think it gives y'all a better picture of where. So that area highlighted, those are tornado watches. This is issued through the 8 o'clock hour. That does include the area that is seeing severe weather now. And it looks like they just issued a huge tornado polygon here, tornado warning in western Minnesota, central western Minnesota. So let's get you an update on that. But either way, this yellow zone signifies a tornado watch again through 8 o'clock. That includes parts of Wisconsin and stretches into parts of Minnesota. So let's zoom into this area here, and that is where we're seeing our new tornado warning. And let's toggle on this radar. So this is, again, these green and red colors. This is our velocity tracker. I really like to use this to see, again, this is in between radar. So I'm not noticing a very prominent feature like I was in the other tornado warning, but it is rotating. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And let me zoom in here. And this is for, let's take this out. This is for Fergus Fall, Minnesota, Elbow Lake, Hoffman until 3 o'clock. Again, radar indicated, could see some pea-sized hail with this. This is along I-94. So I-94 is on the eastern extent of the polygon with 25,000 people within. So cities like Foxhome, Campbell, Nashua, Elbow Lake, Barrett, Ashby, Dalton, and Fergus Fall. Fergus Fall, Dalton, and Ashby are along I-94. So that's where we're seeing that newly issued tornado warning. And looks like they just issued a new tornado warning for Minneapolis. So maybe a lot of you getting alerts here in Minneapolis. Let's go down there and take a look at what's going on there. That's a big area that's under a tornado warning. Let's switch radars here. Yeah, so this is tricky. So let's see. You can kind of see where the yellow or the green and reds right over Minneapolis here. Let's see what our, yeah, we're kind of in between radars. So it's very close to the radar here. Yeah, so I am seeing an area of rotation, not a very strong area. Let's toggle this on. Right over, if we zoom in, it's like this red, green. When the greens and reds come together, that is giving us an indication that the storm is rotating. And this is a radar indicated warning as well. So nothing is on the ground, but a huge chunk of you guys are in this warning, about 700,000. So Minneapolis, Fridley, Columbia Heights, this is along I-694, along I-35 and 94. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. So if you live in the Minneapolis or north, in the northern suburbs, you need to be seeking shelter. Again, this is in the lowest portion of your home. away from exterior walls and windows. Yeah, so some of y'all in that warning. So I am seeing you guys chat. So that is what we're tracking. Again, this is a tornado warning for Minneapolis, Twin Cities area that goes until, let's see, that goes for the next 16 minutes. So that is our newly issued tornado warning. And you can see how this extends into northern Minneapolis and the suburbs of Minneapolis. So yeah, watch out if you're in that area. That is a newly issued tornado warning. You can kind of see the storm very isolated along that line that is forming just south of Minneapolis as well. It looks like that severe thunderstorm warning has been expanded south as well. So this is a huge line of storms, individual storms that are now forming along this line. And just to the north, you can see those individual storms starting to really bubble up. So that's a very concerning radar signature there. And so activity will definitely be going up, and it's already doing so. We already have 3 tornado warnings in the state of Minnesota this afternoon, and it's only 2:30 Central Time. So a very long afternoon, evening expected for parts of the Midwest. Again, this is one I'm really concerned about, is this tornado warning over Minneapolis. So some of the latest radar scans, I think, will give us a better picture of what's going on in the ground, but you can kind of see that rotation. If you can see my mouse on the screen, let me know, but that is where we're seeing just on the eastern side of Minneapolis there. And let me toggle on correlation coefficient. So not really noticing if there's anything confirmed on the ground. This is I like to call it our debris tracker. It really gives us an idea if radar is picking up on debris being lofted into the atmosphere. And so this is what this radar product is really good at picking up on. So I like to call it our debris tracker, and I'm not noticing that now. And then our velocity, I like to call it our rotation tracker. It just tells us if the storm does have rotation. Of course, the National Weather Service warning it for tornado warning. So we are seeing that very evident on radar. Again, a radar indicated tornado warning here. And heavy rain. So you're seeing purple signatures and reds as well. So very, very strong storm moving through this through Minneapolis. Let's zoom out here. Yeah, so this is a storm I am concerned about at the present moment. Yeah, Dawn saying, warning almost all of the city of Minneapolis between MSP International Airport and Blaine. So I'm sure that's not, if you're at the airport, travel delays there expected here over the next several minutes. And let's go back to this tornado warning we were tracking. So really the biggest issue right now is this tornado warning over Minneapolis. And let's go to the northern extent one. This is one that had a very tight indication of rotation. Let's put on the Duluth radar. Maybe we'll see it a little bit better. We could just have a broad area of rotation now. This is for, looks like Brainerd Crow Regional Airport there. And this tornado warning is still ongoing. I'm noticing a very broad area of rotation. So we'll have to wait and see if the National Weather Service extends this warning or not. Again, this is just a very isolated storm in northeastern Minnesota. It expires in 26 minutes. This is a tornado warning. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but you need to be seeking shelter, especially because it's an isolated storm just north of Minnesota. And let's go down here and track this tornado warning and toggle on the radar. So again, 3 tornado warnings in the state of Minnesota that are ongoing. Broad area. I think it's a very, very broad area rotation. So toggling on these different radars, and it's in between radars. So it's very hard to, let's see which one gives us the better velocity scan. So let's try this one. And just noticing a very broad area. Again, this is for Elbow Lake Wendell, Minnesota. Bergen, Fergus Falls, Dalton, Ashby, Foxhome there. Again, a tornado warning. Radar indicated expires in 26 minutes. Nothing confirmed on the ground yet. Somebody asking about Kentucky. Yes, for tomorrow. Tomorrow is really a dangerous day for storms. Today is a level 3 out of 5 for parts of Wisconsin. Again, we could see tornadoes today, but tomorrow's the atmospheric ingredients are a little bit better to see possibly strong tornadoes and large hail. But again, we will be live tomorrow as well for that threat. So if you're concerned about tomorrow, we actually have, we will have a forecast update in the MyRadar app, but a very significant day is expected tomorrow on Friday, May 16th. So let's go back to this warning. So it looks like they did expire the Minneapolis tornado warning. It's now just north of this region, very broad area of rotation. So let's toggle on, looks like it is on here. So it looks like maybe it became just a weaker area of rotation over parts of Minneapolis. So you could see the tornado warning has just been extended just north of Minneapolis there. So Minneapolis, you're no longer in that tornado warning. Looks like the storm is quickly moving to the northeast. And let's see. Let's see if we can do this radar in the northern. Yeah, so that warning, no longer over the city of Minneapolis, is just some good news. But if you're just north in the northern suburbs, definitely something to watch out. You still need to be seeking shelter in parts of Minneapolis here. So let's zoom out. And looks like we still have the other 2 tornado warnings ongoing. And then we have a huge severe thunderstorm warning that's going into parts of Wisconsin. So really our only activity is in the state of Wisconsin. Looks like that severe thunderstorm in Arkansas has been allowed to expire, but this is a very concerning trend that I'm seeing in our radar. And I just kind of want to put on the general radar because I think this will paint a picture of what's going on here in Minnesota. So you can see some isolated storms are starting to form, and that's what we saw just north of Minneapolis there, but more are starting to grow even just ahead of it. So that is a little bit concerning. That is why we have that tornado warning just north of, let's see, north of Baxter, Minnesota. And individual storms are starting to fire off as we speak. So activity is just only going to go up from here. If you live in this area, you're under that tornado watch, you really need to be paying attention to what's going on over the next several hours in parts of Minnesota. So make sure, and if you're watching us, share this stream with anybody that you know that lives in this area, but not just Minnesota. Over the next several hours, we're going to have threats over Wisconsin and even Illinois. Chicago is a very huge, populous city, of course, one of the biggest cities in the country. And you guys may see tornado potential and even large hail over this area. So definitely something to watch out for in the next several hours and even parts of Michigan. So if you know anybody that lives in the Great Lakes region, upper Midwest, make sure that they know what's going on. And if you found us on YouTube and don't know what the MyRadar app is, it's a completely free download. This is what you're seeing on your screen now. And you can track these storms with me as we are live over the next several hours and check out what's going on there as well. But we have several other features that are very useful as well and useful tools that you can use in your everyday if you want to check on weather, our forecast as well. So very useful tool. I highly recommend it. Again, a free download. And let us know in the comments what you think about the app, any questions that you have as well on what's going on, not just today, but tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, several days of severe weather that we're expecting here. So let's go down here and you can kind of see, and I like to use the satellite feature to kind of take a look at what's going on in the atmosphere at on the satellite. So clouds really help us, and you can kind of see where we have those shadows on satellite indicating very high storms and that are growing. And I'm definitely seeing that with that storm that's right over central western Minnesota. So, that's where that tornado warning is currently. And we can also see storms starting or clouds starting to bubble up across Illinois. Definitely seeing that in Western Illinois there. So I'm going to keep an eye on those bubbling storms. But right now, most of the activity is in Minnesota. So let's zoom in. And let's put on our velocity tracker here. Yeah, so I'm just noticing a broad area of rotation now. Let's see if this has gotten any better with this, with the Minneapolis radar. So yeah, not too much rotation. I think it's a very weak area of rotation. So I think just north of Minneapolis and Minneapolis City itself, you guys are out of that tornado warning. Could still see some strong storms later on today, but still tracking that. And just to the north of the region, we're still watching the tornado warning that is still ongoing for northern suburbs of Minneapolis and the Twin Cities. Let's see if I can get any updates from the National Weather Service here. Let's see. Yeah, and continue to ask your questions in the chat. What do you want to know for the next several hours? What do you want to know for the next several days? We can show you all the forecast, talk about the forecast, the setup. We will have meteorologist Matthew Capucci later in the stream, and he will be providing us live updates. And I think he is targeting Illinois for the next several hours here. What was that, Mauricio? Okay, so we'll have them in the next several hours here. Yeah, so this is right around the time that we usually see storm uptick, especially from the Central Plains all the way down to the south. This is really the peak of severe weather season. And, it's not abnormal to see storms all the way up in parts of the Midwest. I know you Midwesterns are used to the severe weather around this time. And we're definitely seeing that. So yeah, I'm a little concerned. So just looking at the radar, just looking at the Minneapolis radar, you can see individual storms starting to form, and they're doing fast. If we take a look at our last sort of radar scans here, you can kind of see that line of storms ahead of it, those individual storms. Now, one of the things that could happen is if these storms congeal into a line, we could just see a damaging wind threat. And that is what we're seeing just on outside of Minneapolis with that severe thunderstorm warning. I think this is mostly warned for the potential of seeing some pretty gusty winds that will come in to these areas. We're talking about Woodville here over the next several minutes, and very heavy rain. That tornado warning ongoing just north of Minneapolis, and then these individual storms that are starting to fire off here pretty quickly. And looks like they just issued, and they did extend that for a severe thunderstorm warning. So that is kind of a scenario we're going to see over the next several hours. And another interesting feature that I'm noticing on radar is this boundary, this kind of outflow boundary that's forming just on the southwestern extent of the Twin Cities. And that is really what's helping these storms provide a little bit of lift for the storms. And you're seeing that within this line of storms. That's just outside of that tornado warning that's in central western Minnesota. So Minnesota, definitely pay attention to what's going on there. Storms are starting to fire off pretty quickly, and even on the northern extent of Minnesota. And then these storms will actually move into Wisconsin. And if I think they're starting to move into Wisconsin, we're right on the border of Minnesota and Wisconsin here. So that activity is really starting to ramp up. Looks like some of the warnings are, especially the severe thunderstorm warning, are starting to come into parts of Wisconsin. So this is really the time frame that if you live within these zones, you really need to pay attention to what's going on there. And so let's take a look and actually have the National Weather Service back up here. And I want to check in on what's going on in the Twin Cities. See if I can toggle that on here and get some reports. So pea-sized hail reported, looks like. So I think they're going to, yeah, so earlier it looks like they had reports of a rotating walk cloud for parts of Minneapolis. But again, that tornado warning over Minneapolis has been allowed to expire. Yeah, so far I'm only seeing reports of pea-sized hail in those areas. So yeah, very, very concerning afternoon for parts of Minnesota. Storms are just quickly firing off, and these are really the only warnings we have so far right now. I'll zoom into this area just north of Minneapolis, and I want to toggle on, I should say, the velocity tracker here. Going to see maybe a broad area of rotation. So they did extend, I think, this tornado warning in particular with this severe thunderstorm warning that is ongoing for a huge chunk of northeastern Minnesota, just north of Minneapolis. And then we still have these ongoing tornado warnings in central Minnesota. So it looks like they did allow the northern tornado warning. That was our third one to expire. Didn't really notice a very definite indication that this was rotating, but that this tornado warning over Fergus Fall, Elbow Lake expires in 15 minutes. So let's focus in on this and see what is happening in velocity. Still a very broad area of rotation here. So we'll have to wait and see what the National Weather Service does with this warning over the next several minutes. Yeah, so very, very active. Let's take a look at what's going on in satellite here. Curious to see if it's picking up on these individual storms. So yeah, look at this. So that outflow boundary that's moving just to the southwest of Minneapolis, we're starting to see some activity there already just in our satellite here. And you can see quickly growing there. A lot of lightning associated with this as well. And let's take a look at what's going on in Wisconsin here. So yeah, starting to see some clouds move over that area. And some clearing here in the Illinois area as well. So definitely going to watch this very closely. We are starting to get an uptick in activity already in Minnesota, but several severe thunderstorm warnings. We have one tornado warning that's been issued, and let's see any updates from the National Weather Service. So I'll keep y'all updated, but so far right now, we only have that one tornado warning, which we'll see if they extend. Right now, I'm not noticing a huge indication that it's rotating, but we're definitely going to keep an eye on that here over the next several hours. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on here. And I think, let's see. So you can go back. Let's go to the browser. Yes, thank you. So I kind of want to show this. I was getting a lot of questions on what's going to happen tomorrow. So tomorrow's risk is a little greater for the potential of seeing strong tornadoes. And that is what we're watching with that highlighted zone, that 10% hatched zone. That hatched zone means those black lines that you're seeing on your screen. Let me see if I can put on these cities here. Would help kind of paint the picture. So we can zoom in. And really, we're focusing in on parts of Kentucky, southern Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, even the northeastern extent of Arkansas, and then Tennessee. So within the zone, this zone is a little bit more favorable for tornadoes, strong tornadoes. And multiple of them are possible heading into tomorrow. We also have that wind risk. So winds in excess of 70 miles per hour possible within that purple zone. And then that hail risk as well. So all modes of severe weather are possible heading into tomorrow. Tomorrow's atmosphere is a little bit more favorable for numerous storms that are capable of producing all of this. But we even have that tornado risk that highlights areas of Chicago today. So already starting to see an uptick in Minnesota. Minnesota, not even in this 10% hatch zone. You are in that isolated risk of tornadoes, but really the potential of seeing strong tornadoes is focused in from, we're talking about central Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Chicago, and northern, maybe Fort Wayne, I think, just right in that border, Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana, of the strong tornado potential this afternoon. So that will be here over the next hour. So we're already starting to see warnings. So it's already busy. And then even that hail risk, hail pretty much for this entire zone. So some of the strongest storms that are happening now have the potential of producing that hail risk and the wind risk here over the next several hours. So definitely watching that. Just kind of wanted to highlight what we're anticipating with these storms later on today. So although these storms are firing really not in that orange zone, that level 3 out of 5, they're still producing some dangerous storms. So let's go back to radar. And it looks like we do have a newly issued tornado warning. So, and those are from the storms that are really starting to bubble up here in northern Minnesota. So let's turn on the Duluth radar. And let's put on our velocity tracker here. So very broad area of rotation I am noticing with this storm, just north of, on the northern side of Minnesota here. So this goes in for the next 39 minutes. So far radar indicated, so nothing is confirmed with this storm right now as we speak. So let's take a look at where this tornado warning, it looks like this is for Crow Wing, Minnesota. I think that was earlier. So yeah, so I think that's the one that has expired. So this is a new tornado warning that is for Minna. I that's a weird name. Minnesota there. I'll say Nimrod, Minnesota, and Oiland, Minnesota until 3:30. So about 4,000 of y'all live here. This is for, let's see what county. This is for Wadena County in central Minnesota. So not a huge populous area, but this is mostly for, of course, the potential of a tornado. And we could see some significant winds moving into the zone. So that is our newly issued tornado warning. And let's see where we have some of these severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So yeah, it looks like those storms are starting to fire off just on in the Minnesota, Wisconsin border. 2 tornado warnings. They are still, I think this one's about to expire. I wasn't seeing a very tight indication that this is rotating, but we can toggle on our per station radar here. And looks like they did issue a new tornado warning just south of that region as well. So these tornado warnings are popping off pretty quickly, and they're warning them pretty quickly. So now we have 3 tornado warnings and this newly issued one. And let me put on our composite reflectivity here. Yeah, so our newly issued tornado warning includes the cities of Melrose, Freeport, New Munich, St. Martin, and Greenwald. This is an observed tornado, confirmed tornado located 7 miles south of Melrose or 20 miles west of St. Cloud. So I think this is in between radars here. Let's put in, yeah, so I'm not seeing a very great area of rotation, but this is a confirmed tornado. Again, this is for Melrose Farming, and this is located 7 miles south of Melrose. So Melrose is here. So just from looking here, I think this area right here could be the area that's rotating. And that is observed on the ground. So that is from the National Weather Service and the Twin Cities. Yeah, so weak tornado on the ground near Spring Hill, Minnesota, in Stearns County. So they issued this warning because it was reported on the ground. So this is an observed tornado warning in Minnesota. Let's see if I can see if there's any evidence of this here. I'm not seeing any reports on here. Let's see. Yeah, so that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And looks like they are looks like we got a new tornado warning in Wisconsin as well that was just issued, and a new tornado warning just south of that. So yeah, this is ramping up really quickly. We have several tornado warnings now. We have about, let's see. So that is our newly issued observed tornado warning. And this is our new tornado warning that is on the southern end of this. And looks like within the severe thunderstorm warning, there are several tornado warnings. So these could be quick spin ups within this line of storms. Let's toggle on our velocity here. Yeah, so you can kind of see where those reds and greens are coming together. That's where we have our rotation tracker is tracking our rotation within the storm. So definitely seeing that. Let's get the latest info. So this tornado warning is for just it's on east, or I should say west Trimble, just north of Diamond Bluff, east of Prescott, and south of River Falls. And this is for, let's see what counties this is for. This is for Pierce County and central Wisconsin. This goes until 3:15. So we still have another several minutes. This is a very, very tight indication of rotation. So I wouldn't be surprised if this did drop a tornado. Right now, I'm not seeing any debris tracker, not really, and noticing that this is picking up degrees on the ground. But again, it is a very tight area of rotation. That's where you're seeing the greens and the reds come together. And that's what we're tracking there. So even down here for the southern storm as well, a very tight, a very prominent indication that this is rotating. This is just south of Lake City. And I'm not really sure. I think it's right on the border of Wisconsin and Minnesota. It's just right on the border of Minnesota. So this is still Minnesota. So south of Lake City, Minnesota, over West Albany, and on the western side of Red's Landing here. So that is that tornado warning. Let's read off the counties. western Wabasha County in southeastern Minnesota. So that is another tornado warning that we're tracking here. Nothing observed on the ground yet, but these are just, newly issued tornado warnings. Yeah, and I see your messages there. So let me know where you're watching from. Some of you guys in Wisconsin, let me know what you're concerned. I can show you which storm, and that helps us. That helps me make sure that I'm prioritizing the tornado warnings that you guys are under. There's going to be several of them. So if you want to know what's happening in your city, just drop where you're located and I can track the storm for you. Again, there are several tornado warnings. There's about three, four, five tornado warnings that have been issued. So we have several in central Minnesota, two in southeastern Minnesota. So very, very active evening already. Storms are starting to fire off pretty quickly. And let's go back and I want to see if we still have this observed. This is a confirmed tornado warning. In, let's see, Melrose, Minnesota, Freeport, and Gray Eagle. And that is that storm that's just right outside of St. Cloud, actually. So let's go there. And it's this storm. So this storm was confirmed on the ground. Radar not doing a good job of picking up on its rotation, and that's why the National Weather Service relies on those storm spotter reports, because even though the storm is warned, it does have an indication that it is rotating. Ground observations help confirm that this is on the ground. So that's definitely what we're seeing there. Not really good radar scan that we're seeing just from the Minneapolis radar. It's a little bit a ways from it, so it's struggling on picking up where the rotation is there. But it was earlier just south of Melrose, so now I think it could be over Freeport as we speak, and it's kind of where those light red colors are. I think that's where it's rotating. That's where I'm seeing it rotate there. And that is along I-94. So we'll have to see if the National Weather Service extends this for the northeastern part of the polygon. They could, especially if it's still rotating and it is moving northeasterly. It will cross I-94 here, I would say within the next 10 minutes. Okay, someone is west of New Richmond, east of Stillwater. Let's take a look at where Stillwater. Yeah, so you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. I don't think you're in the tornado warning, but you are getting that strong storm. Storms are really strong over your area right now, in parts of Minnesota. So you're getting a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, and just right outside of it, that is where that tornado warning is. And it is spinning. So that is my concern with that storm. The more radar scans we get, the more our rotation tracker is picking up that this is a very tight indication of rotation. So what we mean by that is when the reds and the greens come together and they come together a little bit more and you can see it a little bit more on radar, that means that the storm continues to rotate. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets extended down the line. So we're talking about river falls, could include I-94 there. So tracking this very closely. And I am seeing reports of 1/4 inch hail in East Bethel. Yes, so it looks like they are going to they just issued a new tornado warning in Wisconsin as well. And so let's show you what's going on in Wisconsin here. These warnings are firing off pretty quickly. So there is that new warning. And let's go back to our general reflectivity, and you can see how active it is now. Several isolated storms, possible supercells here trying to form. and they're forming in Wisconsin as well now. So this new tornado warning now includes parts of Wisconsin, and we're talking about, let's read off some cities here. Durant, Wisconsin, Pepin, Wisconsin, Elmwood, Wisconsin until 3:15. Radar indicated this is about 9,000 of y'all live here. Elmwood, Meridian, Red Cedar, Plum City, Stockholm, Pepin. That is where that tornado warning is in Wisconsin. Again, about 9,000 of y'all live in this area. So this is that tornado warning you see on screen here. It's on the velocity. So yeah, you can kind of see where the rotation is just in between, just on the southwestern side of Durand. That's where I'm noticing that area of rotation. That's where like that dark kind of red and that light red come together a little bit more. And even on the southern end, you can kind of see that warning just right outside of that. So this is coming into parts of Wisconsin here, and very strong winds as well with the storm. So several tornado warnings now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Looks like they did allow that most western tornado warning over Fergus Falls expire, so that's some good news. Let's track these storms, and I think this is the one that was confirmed earlier. Yeah, so there's a better radar scan of where we're seeing rotation just south of Gray Eagle. They may extend this tornado warning for Uppsala, Brim, I think that's Elmdale, Swanville, and Flensburg. So if you live in any of those areas, just watch out. The storm continues to rotate. So that is a concern with these storms. A lot of them are rotating, and I am seeing very tight indications of rotation. But using our debris tracker, nothing is confirmed on the ground just yet. Let's see. And let's get some updates here. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these warnings here. Yeah, and let me know where you're watching from. I'm curious to see who is anticipating the severe weather threat. Ask questions in the chat. I'm happy to answer anything that you're concerned about. I did see a comment on X, so we're streaming on X, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch even. If you're on Twitch, let me know if you're watching us from there. I don't really use Twitch too much, but I know some of y'all do watch us from there. Facebook, a lot of y'all watch us from Facebook as well. Yeah, so several ongoing tornado warnings, and I'm trying to keep up here, trying to get some updates from the National Weather Service. So let me know where you're watching from. Make sure to share the stream. It really helps us. And if you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. We update our channel frequently, and especially as we get into we're at right now in peak tornado severe weather season. And then hurricane season starts in June. So, weather just continues, and we're going to see, an active next half of the year. So let's toggle on here and let's get some updates on these warnings. So I'm seeing this severe thunderstorm warning here, this tornado warning. See if anything's unconfirmed. So far, yeah, they've expired the northern extent. So if you're in Bluegrass, you were under a tornado warning, but now they've expired that. area for tornado warning. Nimrod, you're still under a tornado warning. So far, just radar indicated, not observed. It looks like our earlier observed tornado warning is just now a radar indicated. So that tornado might have lifted here. And so it looks like the Storm Prediction Center has issued a new tornado watch. So let me show you where that is. You're going to see several alerts pop up here. So it looks like they did extend this tornado warning over, let's see the city populates here. This is over just north of River Falls. So River Falls, you're right here. That is a newly extended tornado warning. And you can kind of see where the area of rotation now moving just on the southern side of River Falls. They did extend it to the northeast. So Baldwin, you're now included in this tornado warning. Roberts, Hammond, and New Richmond. Nothing confirmed, but it is spinning, and it is a pretty tight indication of rotation there. So it is spinning, and it is coming close to, what is that, Road 65 and I think it is in Wisconsin. So that is Wisconsin, just on the western border there between Wisconsin and Minnesota. This storm down here is interesting. There could be several areas where it's spinning here. We can kind of see where the green and the reds come together. That is also telling us that the storm continues to spin. And so I'm not surprised that the National Weather Service did extend this tornado warning from when it was in Minnesota all the way into Wisconsin. So I'm still watching that. We may get some new cities that are expanded or included in this tornado warning. So we're talking about, let's see, Menominee, Wisconsin, Elkwood, Wisconsin, Tanner Lake, just outside of Eau Claire. So that is what we're concerned. Eau Claire, you might just be on the eastern side of this warning, but definitely one to watch, of course, this area of spin. And we could see several areas of spin. I am kind of noticing that with the storm. So especially with some of these that are severe thunderstorm warned, they do have the potential of becoming even stronger over the next several minutes. So definitely watching that closely, but I am noticing a lot of activity and uptick in activity as these storms move into Wisconsin. And Wisconsin's very favorable for tornadoes and even large hail. So that is what we're watching here. And we're still tracking this tornado warning on the north side of Minneapolis, or Minnesota, I should say. And it looks like they do have a newly issued tornado warning here. So now let me count how many of those. We have about 6 tornado warnings right on the border of Wisconsin and Minnesota. Somebody on Twitch is watching us from Michigan. Thank you for watching us on there. Make sure to share our stream. Okay, so let's do this. And let me know which warnings you guys want to see as well. I do see a lot of y'all in Wisconsin. If y'all can give me the city name, and the state that it's in, maybe even the region. Are you in central Minnesota, northern? Are you in Wisconsin on the west side? Are you curious about what's going to happen over the next several hours? This is already a very, very active radar. You can see several storms, and not just the warnings, but look at those individual storms. That is really what we're concerned about. Those are the ones that have more of the potential to become stronger here over the next several hours. So that is why we're bringing you this live, because this is going to continue well into the evening hours. So just something to watch out for. So let's get an update. I want to see if the National Weather Service is confirming anything with these storms. The radar not really the best in northern Minnesota, so velocity is just, some of these storms are very away from the radar. But so far right now, I'm not seeing anything confirmed. There was one observed tornado earlier, but most of these are radar indicated, and they're coming into Wisconsin. So let's see. Let's go back to our radar here. And we're going to have meteorologist Matthew Capucci here. I'm not really sure where he is. Mauricio, if you know where he is. I think he is tracking storms in LaSalle, Illinois, I think. Yes, I heard you, Mauricio. Also, my Slack is freezing up, so if you are messaging me, I can't see it. Okay, so let's go back here. Several tornado warnings. Let's go and let me know which ones y'all want to see in the chat. There's just so much activity. And I'm trying to follow along here. So anything coming from Michigan. So Michigan, your severe threat, I think, will be late this evening into the overnight, especially if you are in Western Michigan. That's where most of the activity will pick up, I would say maybe after 8 o'clock and then continue into the overnight. The severe threat will be about 8. And then after that, could just mostly be a line of storms with very strong winds coming into the area. So Janesville, Wisconsin, I'm seeing that. Declan, Madonna's in Milwaukee. Okay, so let's go to Wisconsin, Milwaukee. Milwaukee, you're way to the east there. Storms, you are in that tornado watch. And you could see, so Milwaukee, you are over here. I think within the next 2 hours, I would say, is when the storms could arrive in your area. And you can already start to see some bubbling storms, even severe thunderstorm warnings now coming just on the outside of Madison. But we do have several severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's look up Janesville, Wisconsin. Janesville, Wisconsin here. Okay, so you're on, I think I see it here. You are just right outside of Illinois. So your threat will pick up just in the next hour or so. I would say you're already seeing some bubbling storms just to the west of you guys. So just something to pay attention to. Definitely stay on the stream. The storms are starting to bubble up there. You can see just a couple miles out to the north west of you, there is a strong severe thunderstorm. But stay on the stream, and if there's anything that happens in Janesville, you'll hear it from us first. You are in the greater Amonetti in the greater Minneapolis area. Do I take cover? I don't, Minneapolis, so let's see. And let's look at the radar. So Minneapolis right now, most of the activity is to the east of you. If you are in a tornado warning, then yes. But if you're on the west, I see you, western Minneapolis. So right now there's not a lot of activity, but there are storms to the southwest of you guys. So I would still pay attention here over the next hour or so, but most of the activity will be to the east, especially as we get into, it's 3 o'clock Central, 3:16 Central time. So I would say really from now until the evening, most of it will be in Wisconsin. So this is really the time that we were expecting the storms to fire off in Minneapolis, but most of it will be well to the east. Right now, you're fine. But again, if you get an alert on your phone, a tornado warning, which right now, most of the activity is to the east of you, and you need to be seeking shelter. So let's update y'all on these warnings. So yeah, now we have 3 tornado warnings. So it looks like they did extend that tornado warning I was talking about earlier. So this one, Eau Claire, is that how you say it? Eau Claire is there. Yeah, so that area of velocity now coming into Polygon there. And let me read the latest from the National Weather Service and see what is going on there. No idea why my Slack is freezing up here. So let me check on my phone here. So National Weather Service, I think this might still be Twin Cities. Yeah, so it looks like they are receiving reports of damage in Benson, Minnesota. No injuries reported, but they continue to warn these storms. Let's take a look at what's going on here. So I think the National Weather Service office that is warning these storms is now La Crosse and Duluth. So let's go to. Yeah, so yeah, so they're still warning these storms in those areas. So let's go back to the radar. So that's the one I'm a little bit more concerned about. They did extend it, but a very, very broad area of rotation. So where those greens and reds come together, winds going away from the radar, winds going towards the radar, they kind of, rotate there. That's what tells us on radar that that storm is rotating. So right now it's very, very weak. But what I am concerned is about this storm. So this is becoming a little bit more, this is rotating a little bit better, and it has gotten better with each radar signature. Nothing on the ground yet. I wouldn't be surprised if this had a tornado. So where you see those bright reds and greens, it's a very, very good indication that there could be a tornado forming here. Let's take a look at what's going on with our debris tracker. Not noticing anything with our debris tracker just yet. If there was a tornado on the ground, this would give us a little bit more of those blue colors that tells us that radar's picking up that something is being lofted into the atmosphere, and that sends a signal back to the radar, and that's why we call it the debris tracker, specifically for this for that radar product. I am a very big fan of velocity just because it just tells us here's where the storm is, here's where it could be rotating over, and our Minneapolis radar really picking up on that storm there. You can also see it with reflectivity, but it's we could see if there was something on the ground. Reflectivity also shows this, but I'm not seeing that too much with our latest radar scan. So keeping an eye on that storm, very concerning there. Could be dropping a tornado at any moment. And again, this is for the storm that is over St. Croix County. This is for Wisconsin now, but nothing on the ground. And this is for specifically just to the west of Baldwin, between Roberts and Hammond. I think it's crossing now I-94 in Wisconsin. So that is the more concerning tornado warning that I'm watching now. And let me see, continue asking your questions. Let me know where you're watching from. What tornado warning are you concerned about? What area are you concerned about as well? I'll try to answer them. There is going to be a time where there's going to be several tornado warnings. And if you let me know if you're under tornado warning, I can definitely give you some of the latest updates with that and what my thinking is on tracking these storms. So let's go up here, and we are seeing a tornado warning just right over, what lake is that? Let's see, this is Mille Lacs Lake. That's interesting. That tornado warning is right over the lake. It's over a body of water. So it's along Highway 169. About 300 people live along that, the part where there is land. Very interesting. It's Mille Lake. That is a tornado warning. Nothing observed. Looks like they keep updating this. So they just now made it smaller, and I think you saw it. I think this will update here soon. now it just covers the lake. So 30 people live in that small area that extends out. It's a very odd polygon, but that is a tornado warning that's moving over Millie Lake. And they have the potential of extending this down the line as well, that then it will be over land. But that is a very interesting tornado warning that they are highlighting there. Just wanted to point that out. It's a tornado warning over a lake. And let's go to the tornado warning that is the northernmost tornado warning, and that is for Minnesota still. You can see where the storm is continuing to rotate. Let's see if I can get what radar is up here. It's in between radars again, so I think the Duluth radar might be the closest one. I am seeing that it is rotating, maybe just south of, what city is that? Huntersville. But there is no confirmation from the there's no confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service with this storm. But so far, all of these are radar indicated. Yeah, so I just saw Capucci is in Illinois, and that is where he's going to have our storm coverage as the storms start to fire off in Illinois. I'd zoom way out here. Let me show you the broad radar because there's a lot of activity. And I like to use this too because it kind of gives me an idea of where the next storms may start to fire off. Most of the activity is now moving into parts of Wisconsin. So yeah, so a lot of activity. Nicole, are you watching from New Hampshire? Millax Lake. Okay, thanks, Sox, for helping me with that pronunciation. Millax Lake. It's a very interesting tornado warning for sure. 30 people live in that little piece of land that's on the western extent of that warning. Yeah, so again, let me know where you're watching from. A lot of activity coming. And really, let's show you those new. So we do have a couple of updates with what's going on now. And I want to show y'all what's going on with these tornado watches. So I'll toggle on the fill shapes just so you can kind of see where all the warnings are in relation to our tornado watches. So our tornado watches, and looks like Minneapolis, you are no longer in that tornado watch, although there is a little bit of a sliver just north of you guys. So that does include, it starts at Columbia Heights, but Minneapolis, not in a tornado watch. Most of it is to the north and to the northwest. This tornado watch in particular goes until 8 o'clock. Now, Wisconsin, you have been added to this tornado warning, and it does include Milwaukee. For the person who was asking me about Janesville or Janesville, Rockford, Illinois. No, it's a very popular, very populous city. Milwaukee does include Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh, Stevens Point. Now your tornado watch goes until, I think that's 10. So the storm's already starting to move in within the zone, and they are moving at a moderate pace here. So Madison, there's a severe thunderstorm warning just a little bit outside of your area to the west, but look at all of that activity that's starting to pick up. And if we toggle on our radar here, our general radar, our high definition radar, you can kind of see where the storms are starting to fire off. A lot of activity in northeastern Minnesota as well. So, and then that tornado warning, this gives you a better picture. Mille Lac Lakes, tornado warning over there. So there's actually 30 people that live here. So that is along US Highway 169. So there are some communities that are included in this tornado warning, but most of it is right over water. And I think it is now moving north. So if this can really stay together, areas like Wealthwood, you could be under a tornado warning. There is a severe thunderstorm warning also to the east of you. So the activity is starting to pick up, and look at all those individual storms. So that is not a good scenario to see, especially because if these storms can become isolated, they will tap into that moisture, the atmosphere, and really be allowed to grow. And that's really the conditions that we're watching for this area. Also, a lot of instability that's moving over the zone. Now, you Midwesterners are used to the severe weather. This is the peak for severe weather, and not only that, but tornadoes. And we're definitely seeing that today and even throughout the next several days. So there is a very active pattern here expected for parts of the Midwest, and then it will shift to the Midwest South. It's kind of in that weird zone where, and let me show you, we'll keep this radar up. If there's any confirmed tornadoes, I'll go back to our latest tornado warnings, but let me know what you guys think about this. This has always been a debate, and I'm not from the Midwest. I'm from Texas. So, you know, we think the Midwest is pretty much where the severe weather is happening, and parts of Indiana, Ohio. I don't know if you guys consider Kentucky, I think is more of the South. Central Plains is Missouri. Nashville, I think, was the southeast, or Tennessee is the southeast, Arkansas, but that's where we're watching tomorrow. So the storms are just north of this area. But now as the shift to the south and to the east, you can see where that moderate, that level 4 to 5 risk. This is a very conducive environment for these storms within southern Illinois, southern Indiana, eastern, southeastern Missouri, and Kentucky. So we're talking about Paducah, Bowling Green, Louisville, and I think Evansville is in Indiana, so right on the border there. St. Louis also included in this moderate risk. You're just on that border of that moderate risk. So a lot of you guys will be in this risk of severe weather, this level 4 to 5 tomorrow. So that's a Friday, tomorrow, May 16th. So definitely watching the environment there. But let me know, is that the Midwest? Is that the South? What do y'all consider that area there? Yeah, so Wisconsinite, you guys consider Kentucky the South. Yes, Raymond, in New York, Albany, New York. Yes, severe weather threat tomorrow. Eau Claire. Let's go back. Now I'm seeing a lot of comments. I love seeing that. Yeah, so what you're seeing on radar here is it does give us an indication of where some of the strongest storms are. It does pick up on precip, but the composite reflectivity can also pick up on where a tornado could be. But it has to be a very strong tornado for our composite reflectivity. That's the regular radar that you're seeing on your screen. Now, there are several tornado warnings, and somebody's asking about Eau Claire, so let's go there. Because you guys, if you live on the western side of Eau Claire, that's where we're seeing that tornado warning. And they did extend it. It's northeasterly movement. I'm not surprised. It's probably right in between, just south of I-94. So let me zoom out and let's put on our per station radar here. So you're seeing that there. And we can take off our, so you can kind of see where the warning is there highlighted. So let's paint a better picture. This is over, I think that's red center. Somebody asking about Eau Claire, because that is a newly issued tornado warning. So yeah, ooh, that is a very, very tight indication of rotation. And it might just skirt the west side of Eau Claire. So Elk Mound, Union, and that is this area here. Let me know if you see me circling it, but oh, so the newest radar scan, not as tight, but still a very concerning signature. This is our rotation tracker, the greens and the reds, and I think I've said that a lot. Really just paints where the storm is rotating, the wind's going towards the radar and the wind's going away. And that is for us indication that the storm is rotating. So not a super, there's nothing confirmed on the ground, and I'm not seeing that with our debris tracker. But we can go back to our velocity tracker, and I am seeing it was a little bit tighter earlier. This is right over, let's see if there's a city there. It's on the west or the southeastern side of Red Cedar as that storm continues to move to the northeast. It is gaining a little bit of strength, I think. So it looks like we do have now, and let's go here. So this is a storm that I am watching. This might be, let's see. So just to the north of that. So that is our southernmost tornado warning in Wisconsin. This right here is actually a confirmed tornado, and this is for just south of New Richmond, observed. Let's see. Let's read the latest text here. Okay, we do have Capucci stream now. What? Can you repeat that, Mauricio? He's not actually. Okay. So a confirmed tornado was located 6 miles southeast of New Richmond, 18 miles south northeast of River Falls, moving at 35 miles per hour. So this is where that confirmed tornado is. I think this is so law enforcement confirmed tornado north of Roberts. Let's see if the city pops up here. So this is again one of those. I am seeing a little bit of rotation with this radar scan, but I think the further it is, and it is pretty far from this radar. Let's see if we can find another radar that highlights this a little better. This is so the furthest radar, you can kind of see it here where those blues and greens, maybe close to South Fork Willow River is where we potentially could be seeing that observed tornado. This is in Wisconsin. This is for southeastern Polk, St. Croix counties in Wisconsin. And that is an observed tornado. Let's see if we get any imagery here on social media. Yeah, so I am seeing some maybe straight line damage reports. Very, very, very favorable environment for storms. Look at all that activity on radar. Wow. So our storm in Wisconsin, this is our confirmed observed tornado. And let's go to velocity here. So yeah, you can kind of see it just on the western side of Deer Park, north of Road 64, maybe over Scanton, Wisconsin. Let me get some updates from the weather service here. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any reports yet with this storm. But yeah, this is the one, this is our confirmed observed tornado warning right now. 6 miles southeast of, let's see what this is. And I'm still seeing that it's rotating. So we may get an extent of this tornado warning confirmed 6 miles southeast of New Richmond. So New Richmond is, I think, yeah, it's moving pretty quickly. So now it's just north. I think it's just on the western side of Deer Park here. And that's where you're seeing those greens and reds come together. May come very close to the Amory Municipal Airport. And that is moving pretty quickly. So I think maybe down the line, we could get Clayton, Turtle Lake, that could be in that tornado warning. Especially if it's still rotating and especially if it's still observed. So that's the more concerning. It looks like most of the tornado warnings now have expired in northern, but I am seeing this now newly issued tornado warning. So let's turn on the Duluth radar here, and this is just outside of St. Cloud. So that's why I want to highlight it. So if you're getting a warning and you live on the northern side of St. Cloud, that's where we're seeing a tornado warning. And this is for, let's take a look. So this is going to come close. This is along, it's right on, let's see, St. Stephen, Rice, Bowlis, you're in that tornado warning. Nothing radar indicated, but we could see hail up to an inch. This is for Benton, Morris County, Stearns County until 4 o'clock Central Time. So you still have about another 20 minutes with these storms. Sartell, Royalton, Rice, St. Stephen, Opal, and Wendell is those cities are that I just read off are under this tornado warning. Yeah, guys. What was that? Okay, yeah, I see Capucci now. I'm not sure. Let me know when he is on the stream. If I don't know if you guys can hear him or okay. We're working on getting meteorologist Matthew Capucci on the stream here. And he is in Illinois. So right now, most of the activity, as you can see, is all in Wisconsin. Several severe thunderstorm warnings, several tornado warnings, but we're waiting for the southern extent, which is going to be in Wisconsin, I would say within 1 to 2 hours. And looking at our high definition radar, most of the activity is in Wisconsin now. It will probably start to pick up in Illinois here, like I said, in an hour or two. Okay, so before we get Capucci in, let me just kind of start from the top here. It is 3:40 Central Time. I'm actually in the Central Time Zone, as is Capucci, as he's in Illinois. And we are tracking a very, very active evening, or I should say afternoon into evening for the moderate, or I should say enhanced risk of severe. That's a level 3 out of 5 over Wisconsin. That is happening right now. We are seeing several warnings in Wisconsin specifically, some coming into the northern side of Minnesota, but Wisconsin and Illinois, you guys are mostly under the threat. Now there is a enhanced risk. That's a level 3 out of 5 risk of severe storms. Within the zone, the atmosphere is very conducive for the potential of seeing tornadoes. Some could be strong tornadoes and large hail, damaging winds. Chicago, Green Bay, Milwaukee, Madison, Wausau, I think that's how you say it, in Wisconsin, Lansing, Michigan, South Bend, Indiana, Fort Wayne, northern side of Indianapolis. You're in this orange zone, level threat 3 out of 5. Around this area, and we cannot discount these areas. Earlier, I saw a severe thunderstorm in Little Rock, all the way down to Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, but areas like Tennessee, Kentucky, you could see some severe storms later on today, and then Ohio. So not to confuse with what's going on today with what's going on tomorrow. Tomorrow in Kentucky, Southern Illinois, Indiana, and even Missouri and Arkansas, your threat goes up. Today, it's only a level 2 out of 5. That's at slight risk. Tomorrow, it's a level 4 out of 5. That is a moderate risk of severe weather, and atmospheric conditions are very conducive for strong tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging winds. So if you're watching this stream and wondering what's going to happen today and tomorrow's the more potential, there's a more potent threat in Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana, in Kentucky, and parts of Arkansas. But today is mostly focused in on the upper Midwest. So we're talking about Wisconsin, Indiana, and Chicago. Now, let me know where you're watching from. I'm very curious. What social media platform do you use the most? Where do you watch our stream from? And if you're on Twitch, I also want to know, I'm not very familiar with that platform, but we always get comments from you guys on Twitch. So let me know where you're watching from. And let me know what your concerns are. Which warnings do you want us to track for you guys? A very active afternoon, evening. It's going to be to the point where there's going to be several tornado warnings. And I want to make sure that if you guys are watching and you need to know where the warning is, that we're tracking it out for y'all. And let me know what you're anticipating. If maybe you're not in the threat today, what you want to know, because even into the weekend, we're going to see threats into parts of the Central Plains. So we're talking about the threat for Texas, North Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Saturday, Sunday shifts a little bit more into parts of Oklahoma and Kansas. And then that continues into next week. It is mid-May. This is the time where we get an uptick of severe weather. And if you're watching us on YouTube, make sure to like this stream so we can reach more people that need this information. Comment and let us know where you're watching from on YouTube. Make sure to share this as well. I am seeing, and I'm trying to keep track of y'all's comments on X. I did see a comment there earlier. And so we are streaming on those as well. And if you're watching us through the MyRadar app and you want to ask a question, find us. We're on social media. You can comment on Facebook, you can comment on YouTube. And I hear Capucci, but I'm not sure if he's on the stream yet. And let us know what you want to see here over the next several hours. So, can we hear Capucci on the stream now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Hey there, Erica. Hey there, everybody. We are heading in the direction of like DeKalb, Illinois, to position for severe weather this afternoon. As you mentioned, the line is kind of filling into the south. It's going to slowly build down. You know, we've seen some activity farther north in Minnesota and northern Wisconsin right now, as you mentioned, because they're closer to the low pressure center. You have more oomph, and you have widespread storms to start. However, there's a little less forcing, a little less oomph farther south. That's both a good thing and a bad thing. Now, it's a good thing because it means slightly fewer storms and a more delayed start down here. There aren't really any storms yet in Illinois, but it's a bad thing because that means the storms don't have to compete with one another, and subsequently, storms that can just get stronger, become supercells, and unfortunately have a higher end severe weather potential with strong tornadoes, damaging winds, and large potential destructive hits. So it's one of those, 6 of one, half dozen of another situations, but we are anticipating storms to erupt here in the next couple of hours. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch up into extreme northern Illinois and Wisconsin. I do suspect that they will extend that watch farther south in the next couple of hours, would be my guess.
Yeah, so you're in Illinois, right, Capucci?
Correct. I am, where am I right now? I should know this, shouldn't I? I'm in LaSalle, Illinois, so right off Interstate 80, where the north-south highway and the east-west highway meet. Kind of head a little farther east towards like Morris, maybe Joliet. I can already see some storms firing off to my north and west near Rockford, which tells me that storms will likely bubble up here where I am in the next hour or two. So I'd like to position a little farther to the east just to give the storms a little time to mature by the time they get to me. So I'll probably head towards like Joliet. The tricky thing though, Chicago's sort of red line, center line for where we're anticipating severe weather in the next few hours. And, it's going to be close to rush hour, or at least the end of rush hour. And having not only a storm chase in a metro area, but having millions of people commuting to and from work, dealing with a higher end severe weather hazard is going to be a very tenuous situation. So I am a little worried about that, Erica.
Yeah, and it's definitely a concern. I'm hoping people know what's coming to them here over the next several hours. So Chicago, definitely one of those cities, and that's why we're live. Chicago's something that you guys need to watch out for, especially for severe weather here over the next several hours. I know tomorrow, and I'm already getting questions in the chat about tomorrow, areas that are under that red risk, red level, 4 out of 5 moderate risk. And I'm not sure if you're where you're going to be chasing there tomorrow, but today I know you're in Illinois, and we're going to really watch that threat for Illinois, and then later down the line, Indiana and Michigan. So let's go here and let's toggle on. So we still have several tornado warnings in Wisconsin right now. And we have there was one over in northern Minnesota as well. That looks like they have allowed to expire, but most of the activity right now is in Wisconsin. And let's toggle on that. Let's get some updates here. And Capucci, I know you're out driving, so I don't want to distract you too much with this as you position for
Erica,
the
nothing brings
storms
me
here.
more joy while I'm driving than the sound of your voice.
Yes, but feel free to chime in whenever if you want me to point something out or if you see something. But I know you're driving, so we'll keep you here. And I'm getting, so there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings here. So I'm trying to reorientate myself here. There's so many warnings that are happening. I'm gonna make sure that I'm catching all of them.
The one a little bit south of Madison to me right now looks like that'll be the next one to potentially become a tornado concern. Its velocities aren't super strong yet, but it is at the mid-levels beginning to acquire some spin. It's alone, it's discrete, it's isolated, doesn't really have any neighboring cells to compete. So, you know, that's something that I think we'll have to monitor in the next hour or so.
Yeah, and you know what's happening with these storms is there's a lot of them that are now, becoming isolated. They're on their own. I was especially seeing that in Wisconsin, but looks like at least in Minnesota, most of them didn't really in northern Minnesota, at least, they weren't able to grow. So it's becoming more of a line of storms in northern Minnesota. Most of the individual cells are in Wisconsin right now.
Yeah, one of the tricky things about the Minnesota setup, and originally I had wanted to go there, is that even though you had so much vorticity and so much juice, so much spin and so much juice, it was.
Oh, it looks like we lost you a little bit, Capucci, there. Yeah, so very interesting. I want him to finish his thought once we get his signal back on the stream because, yeah, most of the
And
storms
that's
in
exactly
northern
what happened
Minnesota.
today.
Yeah, we lost you there for a bit, Capucci. If you want to repeat what you were saying about the north. So it's interesting that you were thinking about chasing up in northern Minnesota.
Yeah, I love chasing cold core setups. We say cold core because the center of low pressure systems tends to be cold at the upper levels. And so because of that, you tend to get more storms. And near that center of low pressure, there's so much more vorticity or spin that it tends to be a tornado-appaloosa out there. They don't tend to be super strong tornadoes, usually EF0s, EF1s, and that's sort of what we've seen today. My concern was that there'd be so much forcing, so much oomph that we would like to, or rather so much forcing, so much oomph that everything would sort of all merge at once after even just a couple hours. And that's kind of what happened. So, yeah, we did get some tornadoes, but now everything, as you pointed out, Erica, is more aligned. There will still be some embedded tornadoes, but the threat will, in the next hour or two, shift more towards damaging straight line winds as these things push into far northern Minnesota, extreme northern Wisconsin, and eventually the UP of Michigan.
Yeah, very, very interesting setup today. And it looks very cloudy where you are as well. It looks kind of dark.
Yeah, that's like the high thin overcast. As we take a look outside at Interstate 80, One thing that's tricky is with my new camera, the white balance is a little weird, so sometimes it makes things look a touch bluish. But yeah, I mean, it's still sunny right now. It's filtered sunshine. Temperatures are right around or just above 90, which means we've reached the convective temperature. For those at home wondering what that means, the convective temperature is the surface temperature you need to get in order for pockets of air to start to rise and form storms. So we've reached that. So at this point, there's not a ton holding back the atmosphere here. We're just waiting for a little more forcing, a little more oomph to come in as our system approaches from the west. But I do anticipate storms to form in the next couple of hours. And over northern Illinois, they just have a ton of instability, of thunderstorm fuel to gobble up. And that's why I do think they will become rather feisty rather quickly. Now, Erica, one thing that I know you've mentioned earlier on, but a lot of other forecasters have been missing, hail. I mean, you've been doing a great job pointing out where the hail cores are. In a setup like this, when you have that much juice, if it's released all at once, you get a very fast updraft or a plume of upward moving air. It's like when you have a pan of water on the stove and you take off the lid, all that steam just billows upwards at once. The atmosphere is the same. And the faster your updraft, the bigger the hail can grow because it's suspended in the sky, floating on that updraft for longer. And so a few storms could produce hail, maybe golf ball size, maybe a little bit bigger. And once you get to golf balls, that's around the point you start threatening some dents in your car. And it wouldn't take much for a storm to become very financially expensive if it passes over an urban area. And given that we have Madison, Milwaukee, Appleton, the Twin Cities obviously were in the threat area earlier on, and later on tonight, Chicago, maybe Gary, Valparaiso, Indiana, there is definitely that potential for one or two storms to become hailers, and those could be quite disruptive and quite costly. So that's a secondary threat we're watching. Later tonight, there are even some indications we could have storms merge into a line of damaging winds and push east into northwest Ohio. So a lot of different facets with this storm system. Obviously, first and foremost is that tornado threat and is the potential for heavy rain, damaging winds, lightning, isolated tornado during the Chicago rush hour. Right now, we're just kind of waiting and seeing what happens, if they'll extend the tornado watch south or what the deal will be.
Yeah, so a very long night expected for a lot of y'all. So let us know in the comments. Not seeing too much activity with you guys in the comments. So let me know what you need to know for tonight. The forecast, we can show that. I know we've been tracking the severe weather threat for the last several days. We came into the week knowing that today and even tomorrow could be very very potent for severe weather, not just tornadoes, but like Capucci mentioned, the hail risk. And definitely hail is something to pay attention to. Could cause damage, but we also have the risk of wind, damaging winds. So all modes of severe weather are possible tonight heading into tomorrow, and tomorrow really, I think, and somebody was asking what part of Arkansas for tomorrow. And for tomorrow, we're talking about the southeastern part of, or I should say northern part of Arkansas, though, you're not in that moderate risk. That's not that red zone. You're in that enhanced risk. That's at level 3 out of 5 risk for severe storms. And we're talking mostly for northeastern Arkansas. Pretty much all of Arkansas is under a severe risk tomorrow. You guys see severe weather typically around this time of year. And this slight risk that's at level 2 out of 5 extends into parts of North Texas and Eastern Texas and South Eastern Oklahoma. So you're not in the bullseye for the severe storms tomorrow, but you could still see isolated tornadoes tomorrow afternoon. And I think tomorrow's threat is mostly, do you think it'll start early tomorrow, Capucci?
I think tomorrow's one of those days where, and we're kind of getting into a pattern where it's tricky to ascertain exactly what time things will start.
Yeah.
Because so much of what happens is predicated on how thunderstorms evolve today. Will the storms today linger into early tomorrow morning? Will they gobble up some of the fuel for tomorrow and mean we have to wait longer to get more sunshine and heat the ground and heat the atmosphere? Will there be any leftover boundaries, cool air exhaust from today's storms that serve as focal mechanisms tomorrow? Anytime you have somewhat similar geographical areas at play, then it becomes a sort of a guessing game. The synoptics, the large scale stuff tells us there will be severe weather, but the mesoscale factors, the sort of finer details that are predicated on today's storms will have to be ironed out a little later on tonight. Even Saturday, like truth be told, Saturday I think is one of the biggest wild cards. There can be a threat from Western Tennessee through the Ozarks all the way down to Central Texas up and down I-35. So Dallas might even be under the gun on Saturday. And then the Central Southern Plains have to deal with it on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday as well.
Yeah, this is it is busy, but this is the time for severe weather. And especially for the eastern half of the country. There's just so many zones under the threat. And Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, this is really the time period where we start to get the uptick in severe weather. I know, Capucci, you've been out there, you've been driving thousands of miles over the last several weeks tracking these storms. So you'll be in
today,
position.
I'm up to 1,058 miles since this time yesterday.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. On the plus side, I got a 17-minute nap time earlier on, so yay.
Capucci and your naps. You definitely need them, especially if you're out driving and chasing. And, Capucci's full forecast is in the app as well. So if you're curious more so about the timing, he did a very good job at pinpointing each region. There were several corridors where we're going to see severe weather. And so if we're not talking about it now, but you want to watch a full forecast, you did a great job. I saw your video today. I love the way you separated each region for each time. For a heads up of the storms.
Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, it's tricky. Even though everything's caused by the same low pressure system, there are so many of these finer scale localized corridors where, you might have more vorticity or spin farther north in Minnesota, but you might have more storm fuel down here in Illinois. But in between, you might have the best overlap. Like Wisconsin right now, I think they have the best overlap between juice and spin. Where I am in northern Illinois, we have more juice. The atmosphere is definitely juiced up. It is hotter. It is a little more humid. But here's the thing. Even though technically the surface is much warmer and technically we have a little more juice in the atmosphere, we have a lower relative humidity, which sounds a little crazy. You can have more moisture in the air, but if the air is warmer, technically the air can hold even more. And so we have a lower relative humidity, which means we'll have higher cloud bases, which can
Oh, looks like we lost Capucci again. Yeah, so let's get a quick update on what's going on in Wisconsin, because that is where most of our activity is right now. And
next couple hours, that tornado threat might ramp up a little bit around sunset, 7, 8 o'clock. That's around the time when we'll likely have the strengthening low-level jet stream, adding wind energy to the atmosphere.
Yeah, Capucci, we lost you there for a second. I'm talking about this tornado warning, and I am seeing questions for parts of Wisconsin. Jacqueline, is that the tornado warning you were talking about? And somebody asking about Michigan. So, yeah, and Mauricio, if you can speak to us in our ear, I think that would be helpful as well. But let's get this update on this tornado. And this is a newly issued tornado warning. This is again in Wisconsin, and this includes Balsam Lake, Range, Amory, Wanderroos, and Joel. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. It's right on the northwestern side of Wisconsin. So a lot of activity, it's ramping up here, and there are several severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So I just want to give you all a quick update on what's going on with these warnings here. And so far, I think we have about 4 tornado warnings update. So now 2, and it's just these 2 in Wisconsin. So what could be happening, and I think these storms are starting to congeal now, especially in northern Wisconsin, but the southern extent is where we're starting to see a little bit more of the isolated storms that are bubbling up pretty quickly. But most of the storms that I'm seeing in Eau Claire, for those who are watching us and live in Eau Claire, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. And that is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. But the tornado warning is just north of Eau Claire, and we're tracking tornado warning. Let's see. I want to read off the counties as well for the storm. And okay, so they might, so actually they expired the southernmost tornado warning. So right now we only have one. And this expires in 12 minutes. And this is for Polk County in northwestern Wisconsin until 4:15. So that is really the only tornado warning we're tracking now. Most of the activity, and if you're concerned, you're watching this and wondering what is going on outside, most of it are severe thunderstorm warnings. Most likely, a lot of you are in severe thunderstorm warnings that are in Wisconsin, Madison included, in those in Eau Claire. But so far with that tornado warning, let's put on the velocity. Our rotation tracker is what I like to call it. And very broad area of rotation with this storm. I'm not seeing anything that stands out to me other than that this is a broad area of rotation. So I'd be curious to see if this gets extended down the line. But it is making way for some gusty winds. And it's now, like I mentioned earlier, these storms are starting to congeal into a line. So maybe losing a little bit of energy in the north western part of Wisconsin. What I'm really more concerned about are these individual storms just south in the southern part of Wisconsin and northern Illinois, although I'm not seeing too much activity right now in Illinois. We can use satellite here. Let's see what's going on in our satellite imagery.
Erica,
Oh, go ahead, Capucci.
I was gonna say, so as you pull up satellite, I was actually looking at satellite moments ago. I'm noticing that we actually have two sort of broken lines of cloud cover. One of them, where the cumulus clouds, the puffy clouds, are beginning to blossom a little taller, is in central Illinois, and the other is in western Illinois. Now, the one in western Illinois is associated with our boundary, the dry line, the leading edge of dry air as it kicks into moist air. Now, that could be a trigger, or the other batch of cloud cover a little farther east is associated with something called confluence, or the gathering of air. It's likely one band or the other band, either the dry line or the confluence band, will produce the dominant supercells, but we don't know which yet. And so really it's kind of a guessing game as to just which focal mechanism produces the first storm. And then the atmosphere will sort of follow suit from there. So it's going to be tricky for folks in west central Illinois. If the confluence zone, which is farther east, gets going first, folks in west central Illinois might miss out entirely. If the dry line is what gets, then a broader area in Illinois will see those severe storms.
Yeah, I always love using satellite to track storms. It's just a good heads up. And I don't know if you're like me, but I look at satellite every day, Capucci, not just for storms, but for anything really, in such a good way. And it's great that it's also on the MyRadar app. So what you're seeing on the screen is what, Capucci was just talking about. So it's a good way to track storms as well. And even some strong storms on here. So you're seeing where our clouds are in relation to several of our tornado warning storms and even severe thunderstorms. But there is a new tornado warning that's just on the northern side of Madison here. And I want to toggle on the radar that is closest to the storm. So this is what we were talking about earlier, where the storms on the southern extent of that line are starting to bubble up quickly, and they will bleed into parts of Illinois. And so really watching that closely, but I am seeing, and this is our rotation tracker, could be that rotation just south of Rock Springs, Wisconsin, North Freedom. Again, this is a newly issued tornado warning. That is actually over Eau Claire. There's actually one over Eau Claire. So that's another tornado warning I'm seeing now. And the one that is just far south of Eau Claire, that's the one that you're seeing on your screen now. That is for Columbia County, Sauk County, until 4:30. So this is just a radar indicated tornado warning, nothing on the ground. So let's go back to Eau Claire. I was seeing a couple of you guys asking about Eau Claire specifically, and that is where we're seeing a newly issued tornado warning. So let's turn on let's see if this radar, I'm kind of scanning through radars to see which shows the rotation a little bit better. So I think the rotation with the Eau Claire tornado warning is to the south of Eau Claire. I think Eau Claire is in between radars here. So let's turn on the Minneapolis. Yeah. So crossing, I think that is what highway is that? I-94. Could be crossing here. I think it's moving north, easterly here. And that is why they've warned. So we're talking about Seymour, Eau Claire on the eastern side of Eau Claire, Lake Hallie, Lake Wistosa, and Chippewa Falls. So that is where we're seeing that newly issued tornado warning again for Eau Claire. And this goes for the next 21 minutes. This is until 4:30. So that is a newly issued tornado warning. So far, just 3, and they're all in the state of Wisconsin.
Pretty impressive hail signature with that one too, Erica. You know, the good news is that Eau Claire will probably miss out on the actual tornadic circulation. As you said, it'll pass just east of downtown. But the bad news, that puts downtown Eau Claire on the hail side. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are some hailstones, maybe up to golf ball size in there.
Yeah, I am seeing that. So we have our hail tracker on the screen there. And yeah, just on the south, you can kind of see where the whites and the bright colors are. That is where our hail core could be moving through. Yeah, I think Eau Claire as well will miss out on this storm just to the east of it. So let's hope that it moves a little bit more to the east. But of course, we still have quite a bit of people there. Let's take a look at the population for this tornado warning. About 114,000 of y'all. So I think Seymour, Lake Hallie, Chippewa Falls, if this goes a little bit more east, it may be out of those more populated zones. But again, it is crossing I-94 just on the east side of Eau Claire. So hopefully it does move a little bit more east out of those populous areas. But so far, nothing is confirmed. But of course, if you're under a tornado warning, get in the lowest portion of your home, whether that be a basement, the first floor, most interior portion of your home, which could be a closet away from exterior walls and windows, or a bathroom. Really, those are the best areas where you can enter. Let's get some updates here. So just a kind of Capucci waiting on the storms in Illinois. Most of the activities in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's kind of like waiting for water to boil. Even if the temperature of the water is getting close to boiling temperature, you still need to put a little more heat in the system to really agitate it and get those bubbles to rise. The atmosphere is the same. We are baking the ground right now. Temperatures right around or a hair above 90 across much of northern Illinois. The sunshine is now kind of filtered, kind of milky. And, you know, Erica, even from the time you and I began speaking to now, I'm noticing more high, thin, wispy cirrus overhead. Now, the high, thin, wispy cirrus tell me that we're getting a little bit more ascent or rising motion moving in, because as temperatures aloft start to cool, when that low pressure system approaches way high above, we see more cirrus. Those cooling temperatures also contrast against the warm surface and allow pockets of warm, moist air near the ground to rise because the air above is relatively colder. And so to that end, the arrival of cirrus cloud cover high aloft and the filtering of sunshine tells me that we may, in the next hour or so, start to get more what we call convective initiation, or the formation of thunderstorms. I'm already seeing a couple near Davenport along the Iowa and Illinois border, which tells me maybe, just maybe, the dry line is beginning to convect out there, or the dry line is beginning to, spark up some storms. So that's definitely something to watch the next mile or so. Otherwise, as you mentioned, multiple different tornado warnings. And Erica, we have a new tornado warning that I believe just popped up. Actually, I can't even tell if it's a new one, but one that nonetheless is a pretty strong one. The one for Barbaroo, northwest of Madison. It's going to approach, it's the southeasternmost of the 3 warnings. The couple just looks much more intense now.
Yeah, it was, and I can pull that up here on the screen. Yeah, that's been issued for the last several minutes. Let's put on the, see which radar. Which radar do you see it better on?
Let's see.
It's
Milwaukee.
kind of in between Milwaukee. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can kind of see the area of rotation there. The Milwaukee radar. Yeah, I'm seeing it a little bit better in what city? Lacrosse. I think it's the closest radar, but yeah, we'll keep this here. Over now it's moving over Rock Springs. Lake Delton and Wisconsin Dells, you're in kind of the path of the storm. If this continues on its northeasterly track, the rotation might be right over you guys. So right now it's not a confirmed tornado, but it is radar indicated. And I am now seeing, and these are from the tornado warnings earlier, some pictures
it's
of
even
confirmed tornadoes.
yeah.
Go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry to
Oh yeah, there I
interrupt
see it.
again. Yeah, it suddenly just pulsed up quite a bit. And Erica, for the folks at
Yeah,
home,
let's see.
when we switch to reflectivity, that sort of little lobe on the backside, that's what we call the hook echo. And that's literally where the circulation is wrapping precipitation around. Remember, the radar can't see air. Air is invisible. What the radar can see, however, is precipitation, little raindrops. And so the radar is basically using the raindrops as a tracer that gets caught up in the wind to show us which way the wind is moving. And when we see a lobe on the backside like that, that shows us precipitation wrapping around a circulation, we have a pretty strong spin there. And indeed, there is directly over Rock Springs, west of Barbaroo, moving the direction of Lake Delton and the Wisconsin Dells. Wisconsin Dells, you are under tornado warning right now. So is Interstate 94. So folks who are driving on I-94, I'd say if you're heading northwest, get off in Decorah or Portage. Don't keep going. If you're heading southeast, get off in Linden Station. Wait for 30 minutes, wait it out, because believe me, at worst, you'll drive into a tornadic storm. At best, you'll drive into a heck of a lot of rain, maybe some lightning, hail, the whole 9 yards. You don't want to do that. Believe me, that is not a fun ride. I've done that ride many, many times before. And so sometimes it's worth just pulling over, waiting it out, and letting it pass. It can't hurt. It can only help you to wait.
Yeah,
Now
so we
getting
have that
off
on.
the exit.
Oh, go
Oh,
ahead,
wow.
Kikuchi.
I'm now getting off the exit, and I'm in the town of Morris here in Illinois. And it's kind of a waiting game. As you know, we're just waiting for the ground to really heat the lower atmosphere enough and see what happens. So I'll just be sort of waiting it out. And I'd say in the next 2 hours, we'll probably see more storm activity where I am. But for the time being, it's merely a waiting game. I may have to go back west again. Time will tell. But certainly for now, the atmosphere is, I mean, it's getting prime. Temperatures right around 90 in most spots, plenty of moisture. And what strikes me, Erica, the winds, to the point the National Weather Service actually just issued a special weather statement for how strong the surface winds are, because we're getting gusts across the area in excess of 40 miles per hour. And these are just clear air gusts pumping in the warmth and moisture. So a pretty dynamic setup. By the way, with that storm, the tornado warned one approaching Wisconsin Dells, there's another storm to the southeast, another cell south of Barbaroo that has really been tightening its circulation, tightening its spin north of the town of Prairie du Sac, southwest of Lake Wisconsin. And that additional cell, I think very soon could go tornadic too. So again, the one southeast of Barbaroo. And I believe that Jordan Hall may be on that cell. Not sure. I'd have to check on that, but indeed, I know he's trying. And actually, right now, I'm seeing some clouds begin to bubble to my west, some cumulus clouds. So I think we're probably within an hour or two of convective initiation, or the explosion of thunderstorms that we're anticipating.
Yeah, it's going to be a long afternoon and evening. Most of the activity now in Wisconsin, and then later on in Illinois here. And you are in Illinois. So let's see if we have any questions. Someone asking about Michigan. Michigan, that is more down the line. We're talking about evening into overnight for Michigan. It also depends where in Michigan. If you're in Western Michigan, you are in that threat zone, enhanced risk of severe weather later on tonight, for tonight specifically. But so far, at least what I'm seeing on radar, we have the tornado warning that we were just talking about, that is coming into Wisconsin Dells, north of, let's see, Rock Springs, and tracking the one just to the west of that. And then the tornado warning over Eau Claire. Let me go back to that one. So we're really focused in on that one. So let's.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that one we just talked about now has a new tornado warning.
Yeah, so let's see that one. Yeah, they just issued that.
Ooh, that's strong.
Oh, I see that. Yes, our radar picking. So that those yellows, green and reds, that's where we're seeing the rotation with the storm. And I'm not seeing, this is not a confirmed tornado, but it could be at any point. And this is a newly issued tornado warning for, let's see, Baraboo, I think is how you say it. If anybody from Wisconsin knows how to say that, let me know. Lewiston, Portage, Lake Wisconsin, and Bluffview. That is running along I-90 in Wisconsin. So that's our newly issued tornado warning with 40,000 in that tornado warning. And then just to the north, let's see, that actually might be the one that's, yeah, so that is the new tornado warning. And then just to the north of that, Baraboo, you're kind of in two tornado warnings here. Another area of rotation that is moving very close to Wisconsin Dells. We'll see if the National Weather Service extends this down the line. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. I'm still seeing a very tight indication that it's still rotating, and that's along I-90 here. So now the tornado, we have several tornado warnings in Wisconsin still. And the one over now, I think it has moved to the east of Eau Claire. And let's check in on that. Yeah, so it's a little bit more to the east now. I think the area of rotation, and it's also very, very strong indication that it's rotating just over Seymour, may come into Lake Wissota here over the next several minutes. Looks like it is moving a little bit more northeasterly. The newest radar scan is also suggesting that. It's right on the eastern side of the Chippewa Valley Regional Airport. So Eau Claire, you're right out of the area of rotation with this tornado warning. Yeah, so we're heading into the next hour here. And I'm not seeing very many comments, so let me know where you're watching from. Share this stream. And if you're watching us on YouTube, make sure to like it so we can reach more people so they can get this life-saving information. And ask your questions. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is now here with me and can answer any of your questions or concerns. Maybe his thinking for the next several days with this ongoing, as you called it, a sequence of severe storms that we're anticipating here over the next week or so. It's going to be nonstop for us here at MyRadar over the next several days. So, and this is just the beginning, starting in the upper Midwest, tomorrow in the Midwest South, and then in the South Central plains for the weekend. So several of y'all, if you're not seeing the severe weather threat today, most likely you'll see it into the weekend and into next week. But for the person who's asking about Michigan, yes, into overnight tomorrow morning, I think, is your threat. And Capucci, let's see,
Yes.
is in Illinois. I think I need to restart my laptop, so it's kind of not letting me into some of these programs. So I'll keep the radar up. If you can talk a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. So, for the folks at home wondering what's going on, we have a spattering of several tornado warnings across Wisconsin. Right now, it appears the most concerning storms to me are over both Eau Claire and Baraboo. So, let's start off with the Eau Claire storm. That one is kind of the northernmost intense cell in a line of storms that stretches northwest to southeast. It's an arcing line of supercells, and the storm over Eau Claire, for starters, is dumping hail larger than golf balls. Some golf ball size hail probably falling in downtown Eau Claire, about to pass over Lake Hallie and Chippewa Falls. That hail core is moving north. It's just north of the downtown area right now. So downtown Eau Claire, you probably got about 10, maybe 15 minutes worth of some large hail. And once you get to about golf ball size is when things start becoming damaging. You start getting dings on your car, maybe chipping the windshield. You know the drill. And I most certainly know the drill. But when I take a look on my end for any rotation, it looks to me like the rotation is broadening a little bit, meaning it's becoming more spread out, more diffuse. That's good news. We want that to be the case. The more that the rotation becomes spread out, the weaker it gets. It's like when you have an ice skater who is spinning. She's on ice, she's spinning, and then suddenly she stretches out her arms. She slows down a little bit. That's due to something called the conservation of angular momentum. As you trace wider circles, your velocity, your angular velocity, your rate of spin starts to come down a little bit, and subsequently, you get lesser in the way of intense spin. So good news in Eau Claire. The circulation is still broadening a little bit. Nonetheless, we want to make sure that for the next few minutes, as this warning remains in effect until 4:30 local time, people are still taking their tornado precautions. That means being below ground, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you possibly can. Now, farther south and east for the cells near Baraboo, I'm seeing several circulations. The one near Lake Delton has spread out a little bit. Still, it's going to pass over Interstate 94 soon, southeast of Linden Station. But then the one southeast of Baraboo, nearing Lake Wisconsin, that one's looking pretty nasty. It's producing hail bigger than golf balls, but also has a lot of spin. It's just east of downtown Baraboo, heading in the direction of Lewiston, and eventually maybe Endeavor and Portage. So for folks in that area, you want to be below ground, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. That tornado warning remains in effect for another 18 minutes there. That includes Lewiston, Portage, the western side of Decorah. It's northwest of Lake Wisconsin. Even though Lake Wisconsin technically still in the warning, they don't need to be. The threat has mainly passed, and this storm is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. It's also along the interchange of Interstate 90 and 94. So anytime you have a major highway intersection, it's tricky because you have a lot of travelers, and you can only hope that people have been heeding the warnings, have been paying attention on a day like today when severe weather is a possibility. You want to make sure that you can access shelter, or if you have errands, that you have a plan on what to do if you find yourself under a tornado warning. I would say there has to be a tornado either forming or on the ground, just based on the latest radar scan I'm seeing on my end. This would be a probable tornado southeast of Baraboo, northwest of Lake Wisconsin. So again, if you're in that area, you need to be in shelter now, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. Folks along Highway 78, Highway 78, Highway 33, and when near Prentice Creek or Rowley Creek, you want to be in shelter now. The good news, at least south of Interstate 94, this is a somewhat sparsely populated area. But once we get to the Wisconsin River and approach Portage, then things start getting busier. Obviously, we have the interchange between 90 and 94. Interstates 39, 90, and 94 also link up right there. You have folks along Highway 33. And then obviously, once you cross the Wisconsin River, bam, you're in downtown Portage. I think folks in between Lewiston and Portage are at the greatest risk. Still, I would really advise taking shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. Realistically, you want to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. Just like in the wintertime to protect against cold air, you bundle yourself up in layers. Same thing here. You want to protect against the harsh elements, the extreme wind that may accompany any tornado warning. That's why we recommend sheltering and putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. In the MyRadar app, I'm looking at the stream from CJ Ziegler, who has a rotating wall cloud, and I'm waiting on my end to see if there is any tornado associated with it. Once Erica's back, we may be able to navigate to that stream in the MyRadar app. One tricky thing about chasing in Wisconsin, visibility is always difficult, but at least in CJ's shot, I'm impressed. Even amid all the trees, you can definitely see a ground scraping mesocyclone, or the rotating part of the storm. And yeah, just given the intensity of that circulation, I would not be surprised if there is a tornado on the ground south of Lewiston, southwest of Portage. CJ appears to have launched a drone, and while I cannot confirm a tornado on the ground, what we can see is a mesocyclone. The rotating part of the storm is just basically on the ground. It's so incredibly close that you may have a tornado touchdown at any moment. That's why if you're in the warning, it is imperative you seek shelter, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoid windows. If you're in a mobile home, vehicle, outdoors, you want to be in a site-built location, protecting yourself from flying debris. So again, anyone near and west of Decorah, anyone near Portage, wow, the circulation is strengthened even more. It is heading directly towards the highway. Treat this like you would a tornado on the ground between Lewiston and Decorah along the highway. The wall cloud is now spitting out lightning strikes, which to me just says that it's obviously a very intense circulation, a very intense storm, and one that may have a tornado on the ground. We are trying to get a slightly better contrast view. I know CJ is manipulating his drone shot right now to try to afford a better view. It looks to me like a tornado is in the process of touching down. Indeed, I believe we may very well have a tornado that is either incipient or occurring. And this is with the storm east of Baraboo, just about to cross, it looks like, Highway 33. And then right after it crosses Highway 33, it's crossing 90 and 94. And then eventually Portage and Interstate 39. So anyone in that area, you have to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and avoiding windows. You really want to put as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. I'm still watching CJ's stream on my end to try to see if there's any additional information we can relay to you. I'm also noticing a sudden uptick in the amount of convection, thunderstorm activity in western Illinois, nearing
Which I'm back, by
Davenport.
the way.
Oh, Erica, we've missed you. Question. In the app, is it possible that we would be able to get CJ Ziegler's stream?
I'm on the Microsoft or the Windows version of the app, so I'm not sure. I don't think, let's see.
If the
Could
app has a
toggle.
storm chasers layer, maybe we can, just because he's
Yeah,
on
I
that
don't think
tornado warning.
the Windows version doesn't have that.
Gotcha.
So it's only the iPad. But I think, guys, I don't know if you guys have the iPad in the studio. If we could put that on the iPad. But for the Windows version, it's not. I'm using the Windows version of the app. But let's see. Let's go back to the chat here. So Dave is asking about Phillips, Wisconsin. Somebody said happy birthday. I don't know whose birthday it is, but
Oh, it might be Brenda's birthday.
it might be. Or maybe Sammy, is it your birthday? I hope you're not in the threat zone here. Yeah. So where's that storm chaser you were talking about, Capucci?
CJ Ziegler's near Baraboo, so he's the one
Okay,
nearing
he's
Baraboo.
on that tornado warning. Let's toggle the first station radar here. And I'm going to zoom in. It must be somebody on Facebook who is, I guess I can't see the comment, but somebody's birthday is today on Facebook. None of ours. Okay. So right now I'm only seeing 2 tornado warnings and they're both radar indicated. Both, of course, in Wisconsin. And you could see on the right bottom of the screen, that is Capucci's view. And I see your part, Capucci, on the waiting game for these storms later on today. I'm trying to see if I can find any reports on social media, any images of what's going on. Yeah, I think a lot of them are. I did see, and maybe we'll pull this up because in Richmond earlier, maybe I'll do that later. Actually, what I had pulled up on the other screen here, and maybe it'll help us get us some visuals. What's going on the ground is the Wisconsin highway map here. And I have to really zoom in here. I'll zoom out. Okay, so we might have some traffic cameras here that are close to that tornado warned storm. And I kind of want to draw attention to those. So here is some of our cameras to orient myself here. So it's on the southern extent here. So there's Baraboo. We could maybe see the storm. And I think this is just a camera and image here. So, I mean, it's looking pretty rainy here in Columbia, the Sauk County line along I-90 and 94. Let's see. I guess I clicked the wrong button here. Okay, so I'm trying to get an image on this storm. So comparing it to radar, and if we go back to the radar here, that's a tornado warned storm in Baraboo. So we need a camera along I-39 here. So let's go back here. And guys, I don't know if there's a way that we can put the radar on top of me while I scan through these cameras. So here is where I-90. So it needs to be somewhere within this zone. These are, I think, mostly just cameras, not really. Yeah, I mean, we don't really get a good image of what's going on in the sky, but you can definitely tell that a lot of rain is coming into this area. So, and I think, Mauricio, that is not the radar I have pulled up on top of me. Yeah, that is, I don't know what radar that is. The one that's on the one that I'll be using now. You can toggle between the browser and this radar that I'm moving. Yeah. But this is a tornado warned storm. Again, this is for, let's see, and it looks like they did issue a new tornado warning just to the north, but this is near Baraboo. Lewiston, Portage, and Lake Wisconsin. Still radar indicated, so there's nothing confirmed on the ground, but it's something I'll definitely keep an eye on. And I'll try to get some, see if I can pan through these traffic cameras and get more visuals with this storm. But there is a new tornado warning, and that is just north of this area. Oh, so I think that's the one that would just moved out of, let's see. This is looking pretty significant. This is not anything that I'm seeing that is confirmed from the latest, but it is strengthening. It is tightening up. So the rotation that you're seeing, the bright greens and reds, that is telling us that the storm is rotating. Something else that we can track with the storm is what it's doing with hail. So it might have a pretty significant hail core with this storm. It does look like using our vertically integrated liquid layer, and that just helps us define hailstones in the atmosphere. We're definitely seeing that with this storm. So not only is a tornado potential there, just with that severe thunderstorm in general, that is also, that area is also under severe thunderstorm. We could see, yeah. So they're saying hail damage to vehicles is expected. We could see some pretty large hail with this. So that is another thing that we're tracking with this particular storm. Let's take a look at what's going on. So velocity is looking pretty significant here in Wisconsin. Nothing yet in terms of our debris tracker that I'm noticing with this storm, but rotation definitely is tightening up with that storm. Again, this is for, let's read off some counties here. This is for Clark County in central Wisconsin. That's where we're seeing that tornado warning. Yeah, so somebody's saying hail is coming down pretty bad and they're waiting it out for a couple minutes. Yeah, if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, something that you really need to be aware of is the potential of seeing hail with these storms. So it looks like we do have another, so there is a significant severe thunderstorm warning also issued. And that is for, there's just so many severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, if you're under any severe thunderstorm warning, the potential of hail and damaging winds, that is what one of these is being warned for. Now, the storm just outside of Eau Claire, that's the strongest severe thunderstorm that I'm noticing from the National Weather Service here. And so that is on, yeah, just outside of Eau Claire. This storm right here, a huge polygon. A lot of you guys under this severe thunderstorm warning did have the tornado tag. So they did extend that earlier tornado warning that was over Eau Claire. They did extend it with a severe thunderstorm warning. And that is what we're seeing there. So I think they are, okay, so it looks like the threat, at least for those areas, is moving to the east. I'm really more concerned about this tornado warning that's just south of Eau Claire. It does include cities like Nelliesville, you're just right outside of the polygon, but it may come into Greenwood and Loyal here. Longwood, you are in that tornado polygon, and down the line, we could see it over Owen, Little Black, and Medford in Wisconsin. So that's where we're seeing, I think, the most prominent tornado warning, several areas that could be rotating as well with the severe thunderstorm. And then this tornado warning just north of Madison, Wisconsin, still ongoing in Baraboo. Maybe about to cross I-90 and head into, what city is that? Portage. It's looking very messy down there. Most of the storms are starting to congeal as well into a line. So especially in Wisconsin, but we're still seeing the tornado potential within these storms. So they might be quick spin ups as the line of storms starts to congeal, but you can kind of see where the strongest storms are on this radar. And then we're starting to get, and looks like just where, and I'm not really sure where Capucci is, but near Capucci, we're starting to get some severe thunderstorm warnings starting to pop up now in Illinois. So this is the beginning of the event for parts of Illinois, and check out what's happening to the western part of the state. Now we're getting individual storms. Some of these could become supercells here within the next hour or so. And so activity is really starting to ramp up in parts of Illinois. And so Capucci's there on the ground, and he'll give us some good visuals once he's back on the stream here.
I'm here.
But yeah, it looks like Capucci's still here. Yeah, a lot of activity happening now in Illinois. I'm seeing Looking at satellite now, the storm's starting to bubble up in the western part of the state, and then that severe thunderstorm warning for Rockford, Illinois now. And this goes for the next 47 minutes, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, so some of y'all reporting that, yeah, hail in Wisconsin, big threat there. And I wanted to show this. Let's go back. We'll leave the satellite imagery up there. Let's see. There was a tornado reported earlier, and I don't know if we have that on the stream here, Mauricio. Can we put the browser in full now? Because I want to show, this was a confirmed tornado near, I think it was near Richmond, Wisconsin. I'm seeing a lot of footage from this earlier today. So if you're in Richmond, and I know some of you were commenting, this was that confirmed tornado that was there earlier in the day today. So just wanted to show that. I want to see if I can find a traffic cam on what's going on in this one. Looks pretty interesting. Wow, this is in dark sky there. This is along I-90-94, Wisconsin 82. And this is just one that I don't know exactly where that is. It just randomly popped up here. That's a good view of the sky there. Yeah, I think that's actually the Madison. Is that Madison? Yeah, Malston, Wisconsin there. Let's see where that is. What was that?
I was gonna say we don't need to anymore because now it just doesn't look as good. The streams aren't as compelling, but just be ready to take the storm chaser layer at any point today in case one of the other chasers gets on something good farther north, just because we do have that feature in the app.
Yeah, and let's see. I want to know where this city is. Malston, Wisconsin. So just north of Madison. Yeah, so that might be actually near where our tornado warning storm is. There is some severe thunderstorm warnings over this area as well. But right now it's over, our tornado warning is over Portage. And let's turn on the velocity tracker here. Let's do the Milwaukee radar. See this. Yeah, so yeah, you're seeing that tornado warning there. And I'm trying to find a good traffic camera here. But that one looks pretty, it looks dark and gloomy there in Boston. I think that's more to the north. Let's see if we can find something in between here. And really what I'm looking for is imagery of the sky. So here's one. This is I-39, 90, and 94 at Wisconsin 60. So just some rainy skies and a lot of y'all on the roads there. And I think it updates every minute or so there. So here's where that tornado warned storm is right now. See if I can, these are the traffic cams for Portage. Yeah, so you're seeing very dark sky there. Looks like people are parked under the bridge here. I-39 at Wisconsin 16. So some pretty heavy rain moving in over that area right now. Let's see if we can get another view. So this might be looking, this is looking east. So not too many traffic cameras here, but we'll keep updating. That's where that tornado warning is right now. And a lot of views of what's going on in Wisconsin. So let's go back to our radar here. Yeah, so still spinning there. And that is coming close to, so if you're in Green Bay, huge populous area, I think within the next hour or two, these storms will come very close to your area. Storms starting to bubble up in Illinois already. Radar is also detecting some storms starting in Western Illinois. And right now, really, I think our biggest two tornado warnings. None of them are confirmed, but if you're in Longwood, Wisconsin, Greenwood, Christie, you seek shelter until 5:15. So you still got about a good 30 minutes on this storm, with quarter-sized hail, and about 9,000 of y'all in central Wisconsin are in this tornado warning. And then on the just right outside of Madison along I-90 Portage, I-39 as well, Kingston, Markson, you're also under that tornado warning until 5:30, ping pong sized hail. So not only is the tornado threat ramping up, the hail threat as well. About 25,000 of y'all in this tornado warning. So that's really the more concerning one, especially because it does have that associated ping pong ball sized hail potential with it. And we can actually track hail in the MyRadar app. So we are seeing a possible hail core over Portage along I-39. And that'll move very close to Buffalo Lake and Green Lake here over the next several minutes. So if you live anywhere within these zones, this is a very strong storm, capable of producing a tornado and large damaging hail that is moving into this area. So we're talking about Portage, Wisconsin, right over y'all, and eventually Kingston, Manchester, Markson, you are all in the tornado warning. A lot of lightning as well associated with the storm. Yeah, tomorrow in Kentucky will be the more for Storm Sync, who's asking on Twitch, and a lot of questions from you guys coming on Twitch. I love to see that. Tomorrow's Kentucky tomorrow, if you're in Western Kentucky, your threat of tornadoes goes up. Today, very isolated threat, but I think tomorrow will be more of the more stronger threats or potent threat of severe weather. So yeah, you see there on your screen. So really the only two tornado warnings. What I'm really interested in what's going on in Illinois. So let me know, are y'all watching from Illinois? Where are y'all watching from? Wisconsin? I see a lot of y'all are really anticipating that severe weather threat for tomorrow. I've seen a lot of questions about what's going to happen in those regions for tomorrow. We can also walk y'all through that forecast here. So I'd be happy to do so. Capucci's also on the line. I think he's driving now.
I'm still parked.
And where exactly now are you in Illinois?
I am, yeah, Erica, that's a really good question. Where am I? Southwest of Joliet in the town of Morris. I'm along Interstate 80. I want to give myself a north-south option and an east-west option. So right now I'm kind of playing outside the Chicago metro on all the highways. Also, are we able to take the web browser?
Yes, I can show the web browser here.
Can we take my Twitter real quick?
Yes.
Okay, so I just tweeted something. We have a rotating supercell of all places in Virginia. Far east of the weather system spawning all the activity over the plains, we have northwest flow, and that's notorious for generating rotating supercells in Virginia. If you can pull up that tweet of mine, this is from the WHSV Skycam. Aubrey Urbanowitz is the chief meteorologist there. She's amazing. But her station Skycam is picking up an obvious rotating supercell. That whole cloud is spinning there, and that is literally the Skycam showing a rotating thunderstorm. So
Yeah,
I'm
I see
watching that
that.
pretty closely. But yeah, something to watch there. Obviously not the main focus today, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning as it approaches Interstate 81 in the next little while. So Erica, a lot of action all over the place that we've been tracking, but
Yeah,
even sneaky
and
stuff in the Atlantic.
Yeah, it's only level what, 2 out of 5? Slight risk.
Yeah, just goes to
So, I
show you
mean,
that sometimes you don't need a high end, big number. You can even have active, like last night, I got tornadoes in a level 2 out of 5. That level, to your point, corresponds only to the aerial coverage, not the severity.
yeah, definitely something good to note here. And I actually want to pull up the radar now that we're talking about that storm. Let's see. I always like to put radar next to images because I think it's, we could see radar, but seeing what it actually looks like there, I like to do. Let's see. Yeah, so that's a cool image from your Twitter. But there's that radar. You can kind of see the storms bubbling up there in Virginia. So let's go back here. Let's go back to Wisconsin and get some updates on these storms. So kind of taking a wide view, you can see some severe thunderstorms as well in North Dakota and Minnesota. So storms are also affecting the northern portion of Minnesota, but a line. You could look at this line of warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings with a couple of tornado warnings embedded within this line. That's, I think, really going to be the situation for parts of Wisconsin the next several hours as the storms are starting to congeal into a line. So really, I think that means that we could get these quick spin up tornadoes, but also damaging winds over the next several hours. What I'm really more now concerned about is what's happening in Illinois, and take a look at what's going on in our radar. Some individual storms starting to fire. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Rockford, Illinois. So Chicago, over the next 2 hours, definitely start to pay attention to what's going on there because it looks like the activity is starting to ramp up in that area. And I haven't looked at the SPC. I want to see if they have any new updates on what they're thinking. Let's go here. Yeah, so they may issue. Yeah, so as the dry line moves east, they're watching an area in central Illinois as well for strong storms. And I think that's what you're talking about, Kapuchi, where they could issue a watch down the line
Yeah, my
from
guess
the Storm
is
Prediction Center.
I see two limiting factors right now, Erica, cutting back the
Mhm.
tornado risk in Illinois. Number one, it's actually too warm. Because it's too warm, the cloud bases are a little higher, and that cuts back on the tornado risk because it's tougher for a tornado to snake all the way down to the ground when the cloud bases are high. And number two, surface winds are more southwesterly. We need
Mhm.
southeasterly surface winds because we want the surface winds if we're looking to get tornadoes, which obviously we don't want. But if you're looking to get tornadoes, you need the surface winds to be different, to contrast against the winds aloft, because you need changing winds with height to get a storm to spin. The winds aloft are out of the southwest. That means to get a rotating storm, you'd need surface winds out of the southeast. We don't have that though. We have also southwesterly surface winds. And so there's really not much change of wind speed and direction with height. And so for that reason, I'm not really seeing a huge tornado threat with these storms. I think they will be supercells. I think they will be hail producers, but I don't really see a big tornado threat yet.
Yeah, and I was actually plotting on the MyRadar app, which these are great features that you can see as he was talking about the temperatures and the winds. We can see all of this in the MyRadar app. So those are some cool things that we can track here. Of course, my favorite one is a satellite, and I've been looking at that pretty much all day. And we also have satellite in the evening when the sun sets. You can also see what's going on, but it's always better during the day. But let's hope the tornado potential is not that great in Illinois. We never like to see tornadoes. It's still there, still possible. And I am seeing some of these individual storms in Western Illinois. And so let's
Is
see. So it looks like they just updated this tornado warning in Wisconsin to an observed tornado. That is the one that is over Portage. So let's go to that warning. And that's the newest update from the National Weather Service here. And I'm going to actually pull that's the information from the National Weather Service. Let's see what they're saying here. This, I think, is in, let's see. Is it La Crosse? It might not be that Weather Service. Either way, there is an observed tornado on the ground here. So it is moving, I think, just outside of Portage. If it's still on the ground, this is the latest update from the National Weather Service here. Let's do coefficient. Not a very great indication that it could be wafting debris on the ground. This is our debris tracker. I'm not seeing that too well on the radar here, but I am noticing that very tight velocity rotation indication there. So that is a confirmed tornado per the National Weather Service. That might be just now on the east side of I-39. So let me see if I can pull up some traffic cameras here and keep the radar up, Mauricio, while I look for this traffic camera. Let's see. Orienting myself here. It's a little bit north of this area. There's really not much once we get past I-39 in terms of traffic cameras. And as we head into western Wisconsin here. Let's see. Yeah, so here's Portage. Let's see if we can get any. I would love to see a north-facing cam. See, there's a video with this one. Yeah, so all I'm seeing is rain here, but this is where a confirmed observed tornado is ongoing. So there's actually not a lot of vehicles going. Which way is this facing? You can notice how most of the traffic is on the other side and not really on this side. So that's a little interesting there. That is along I-39 south of Portage. This is another traffic camera that's also has those raindrops. I-39 at Wisconsin 16. So can't really see if there's a tornado on the ground there with these traffic cameras. And this storm is actually on the, let's see. Now, yeah, just north of Portage. Yeah, if we had a camera like right to the north of Portage that was facing the storm, maybe we could see it. But I think it's also, there's a lot of rain and with this storm right now. Yeah, so this would be our best camera, but it's not really. And I'm not sure, it might be facing. It's facing northeast. So we could potentially, if there wasn't so much rain on the camera, this is facing the tornado warned storm right now. And so that would make sense why, yeah, that camera, oh, can't see it, but there is an observed tornado warning with this storm. Again, this is looking at Portage in Wisconsin. See if we can get any. I'm not seeing any imagery here. I'm seeing a lot of footage of the North Richmond tornado here. Okay, so now we have another tornado warning now that is on the border, the northern border of Wisconsin and Minnesota. So let's go to that tornado warning. So I'm still going to keep an eye on this one. This is still an observed tornado on the ground from the National Weather Service. But let's go back up into our new tornado warning that is just right on the border of Minnesota and Wisconsin here. So this is the northernmost, just outside of Duluth. Let's see what this looks like on radar. So it looks like it's just a radar indicated right over Kingsdale. Putting on our velocity tracker. I think the rotation is right over Kingsdale, Minnesota. It's going to come into Holyoke and Patsau, Wisconsin. So Holyoke is in Minnesota. Kingsdale's also in Minnesota, and Patsau is in Wisconsin. This goes until 5:30 Central. So a couple of more minutes on this storm, but this is a newly issued tornado warning. And seeing if we get anything updated with the tornado warning in Wisconsin over Portage. So let's go there. So keeping an eye on this storm now. Some of these, again, quick spin ups with these storms as we head towards the next several hours. So let's start from the top here. We are heading into the 5 o'clock hour on this Thursday, May 15th, tracking an enhanced risk of severe weather. That's a level 3 out of 5. Several ongoing tornado warnings with several severe thunderstorms. Now, most of the threats that we're watching for Wisconsin will be quick spin up tornadoes, damaging winds, and even hail. Hail is going to be another one of those big risk factors that we're watching for areas of Wisconsin. Let me know where you're watching from. We're streaming all across our platforms. We're talking about Twitch. A lot of you guys have been asking questions on Twitch. If you're still with us, check in with us. Let me know if you're still watching us, what you want to know for the next several hours. We're also on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It really helps us bring in more people to our stream, especially for days like today where it really matters the most. And leave a comment where you're watching from. We're also watching on Facebook. I've seen a lot of y'all from Facebook. Most of y'all in the Central Plains on Facebook. If you're anywhere in the upper Midwest, let me know. And if you have family members that live in these areas, make sure to share our stream. It really helps us out a lot. And we're also live streaming on X. So X, I did see a couple of your comments coming in on there, but let me know where you're watching from across all of these platforms. We're going to be here with y'all as long as necessary with the ongoing tornado threat in Wisconsin. And also the ongoing severe storm threat in parts of Illinois, where meteorologist Matthew Pucci, he is on with us right now. He is tracking the storms in Illinois and trying to figure out where he's going to position next for the best views of the storms that are now starting to bubble up in Illinois. So really the Wisconsin threat is now through the rest of the evening. Now in parts of Illinois, as these storms start to bubble up, and we're seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings now firing off in Western Illinois. That is where the tornado potential could be increasing over the next several hours. So we're going to see if we can get some of these storms to grow and become a little bit more intense here over the next several hours. But the tornado potential is from now through the rest of the evening as well over parts of Illinois, Chicago. Us from Chicago, you definitely need to be paying attention to what these storms are doing. And I'll be happy to answer any of the questions that y'all have in the chat. I've been trying to keep up. We want to get more of y'all in the chat. So say hi, let us know what you're watching from, what your plans are for the rest of the next several days, because not only do we have severe storm threat today, this is going to continue tomorrow, and tomorrow is a level 4 out of 5 over Kentucky, Missouri, and then by Saturday and Sunday, we're talking about Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, anywhere from the Central Plains. So very, very active May already, and this is going to continue well into the weekend. So Fort Ankeson, and somebody's asking about that storm in Wisconsin. And now I am seeing several tornado warnings still firing off in Wisconsin. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4 storms in now Wisconsin. And it does look like a newly issued tornado warning for Adams, Wisconsin. Phillips, Wisconsin, for Dave there. And Traverse City, I think you're talking about Michigan. Yeah, I think Michigan, you'll get in on the severe storms, mostly in the late evening. So let me show y'all where that new tornado warning is. And this is in central Wisconsin. That's put on. So this is right over Adams. So far, just radar indicated about 6,000 of y'all are in this tornado warning through 5:30. So that is where we're tracking our newest tornado warning. Observed tornado still continues for, let's see, Loyal and Ripplinger. This actually, I think this is a newly observed tornado warning. So this is just south of that region. So let's go down here and let me see. They did update this storm. So Portage, I think it's this storm up here. Yes, so that is where we're seeing an observed tornado is for this storm right over Loyal, Wisconsin. So we might have 2 observed tornadoes right now. Yeah, and so that those greens and reds is telling us that there is something rotating there. And let's take a look at our correlation coefficient. Not noticing our debris trackers, what I call this, not noticing a prominent signature that this is lofting debris on the ground, but it is an observed tornado. Again, these are quick, probably quick spin up tornadoes, and they are becoming observed. So Loyal, this is right over Loyal, Wisconsin, coming into Highway 13, north of Unity, Colby, and along Road 29 here. That is where we're seeing our observed tornado warning for about 8,000 of y'all in the state of Wisconsin. Let's see. And we still have this ongoing tornado warning just north of Duluth here, or south of Duluth, I should say. Definitely want to watch. If it continues in its northerly track here, it may come close to the city of Duluth itself. So nothing observed, but still a tornado warning to watch for. It's still rotating, very broad area of rotation. And then we have several tornado warnings that are still ongoing just north over Portage. I think they just allowed, let's see. Yeah, so this is still rotating. Now it's right over, it's between Kingston and Endeavor, Wisconsin, still rotating. So that's 2 areas, and that was a confirmed tornado earlier. The one to the south, that severe thunderstorm warning, I am seeing a broad area of rotation with that severe thunderstorm. This is between Oswego and Winona, I think. Wayosena, I think, in Wisconsin.
Erica,
Yes, I hear you.
one random thing I'm noticing too. So that southernmost supercell that just initiated in northern Illinois looks to me like it's splitting. And I think that shows us that the surface winds and the upper level winds, remember how earlier on we talked about how there's just not much change in wind direction? You have southwesterlies at the surface and southwesterlies aloft. Because there's not much of a change in wind direction, the storms are kind of splitting. And so you get a clockwise split and a counterclockwise split. And because of that, you know, there's not one rotation that's really favored. And I think that's reducing the tornado risk right now, at least in northern Illinois. So until we get winds to go more southerly or even southeasterly, I don't think we'll see much of a tornado threat.
Yeah, that is, hopefully that trend continues. We definitely don't want to see tornadoes over those areas. Looks like most of the tornadic activity is in Wisconsin. So we'll have to see how those storms, you know, it seems like they might be trying, or they're congealing into a line. There's still some individual storms, and those are the ones that continue to become tornado warned. But it looks like as they move a little bit more east, they may just be a line of storms. And there are, several severe thunderstorm warnings with this already kind of, they're not in a row of storms, I should say, because they're not quite a line yet, but they're getting there for sure. And we have so far at least that observed tornado that's just right outside of Wausau, Wisconsin on the western side. So definitely these are some to watch, especially if they continue to spin as they move to the east.
Hey, what's up? Yes, it is. It's transmitting at 10,715 kilobytes per second. Oh, okay. Thanks.
So let's
Much appreciated. Wait, how the
I hear you, Jack. What were you saying? If you think so. Okay, so let's put on some traffic cameras here. Let's go to this right here. Yeah, so most of the activity is now to the east of Madison. So Madison, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like most of it is now moving far to the east. And I am seeing now a new thunderstorm warning that is just right outside of Milwaukee. So definitely one to watch. It's on its own here. And let's see if I can. So it looks like we are getting several now. 2 tornado warnings that have been newly issued with that kind of row of storms that is trying to congeal into a line. So let's get you an update on that here. Yeah, these are now starting to fire off pretty quickly, Capucci, these tornado warnings.
Yeah.
Especially with that row of storms in Wisconsin. So those are 2 now, tornado warning. It looks like they did issue that tornado watch as well for Illinois until 10.
Oh, I'll take a look at that in a second. I actually haven't even noticed that yet. I'm trying to find the plug for the live view.
Yeah, so we have those tornado warnings for Marshfield, Wisconsin, Spencer, and Stratford until 6 o'clock. Radar indicated with quarter-sized hail. About 42,000 of y'all live in this tornado warning. And then to the south, we're talking about Wisconsin Rapids, Barron, Rudolph, Junction City, and Cherry. We have that tornado warning until 6 o'clock p.m.
Town named Sherry.
So those are the tornado warnings that we're watching now. And you can see them on your screen here. So let's look at our rotation tracker. And so let's see what radar is closer. Maybe the Green Bay radar. They're coming really, really close to Green Bay here. It's on the outside. So yeah, I could see a broad area of rotation. The one over Wisconsin Rapids might be moving a little bit more easterly. So might come in between Rudolph and Stevens Point. And then the one to the north of this area, we're talking about Stratford, Unity, Fenwood, just north of Marshfield. That is where that broad area of rotation. And I think they extended. So there's that one polygon over Colby and Unity. They extended it to the southeast a little bit to include now Stratford, and then that severe thunderstorm warning. So kind of two areas of rotation just outside of just on this southwestern side of Wausau, Wisconsin. Let's see. Yeah, so now we're still tracking. So it's still a very tight indication that the storm continues to rotate just outside of Portage, where that tornado warning is still ongoing. And then I'm also noticing on that severe thunderstorm just south of that, looks like it is spinning as well.
And it's producing some mumbo hail.
Yeah, let's see. We can also track that on here. Let's do our vertically integrated liquid. Yeah, you can see that hell core on the radar there with that storm. There's one to the south and one to the north of that. So some pretty strong storms there. And looks like those are some of the strongest ones in terms of hail producers. These are both just to the northeast of Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, those are the two of the strongest storms that I'm seeing right now. But there are several tornado warnings. They're all in Wisconsin still. And looks like now the National Weather Service, they're coming into the Green Bay office. See if I can put that on my phone. Yeah, so they're issuing several tornadoes, that confirmed tornado southwest of Spencer, Wisconsin. I'll keep an eye on this, but yeah, we have several tornadoes now. So several tornado warnings. Stevens Point, that's a good question. So let's see. Yeah, so Stevens Point, you're right outside of that tornado warning. Pay attention to what happens here over the next 10 minutes or so. I was watching it earlier, and I think it is moving a little bit more easterly. And so Stevens Point, you may down the line be under a tornado warning. So if you live there, just pay attention to what's going on. If you get an alert, just be prepared to go to either the lowest portion of your home or the most interior portion of your home. That tornado warned storm, that storm that has rotation, is coming very close to Stevens Point. So if it continues to move northeasterly, that's where my concern is. It is going to cross I-39 near Stevens Point's there. So if you are more on the western side of Stevens Point, yeah, I would definitely watch out for the storm down the line. Okay, so it looks like we do have also another tornado warning up here. And that is close to winter. So let's toggle on this radar. Very broad area of rotation, but I am seeing this is a newly issued tornado warning as well. So tornado warnings are starting to pop off in Wisconsin. This is for Winter, Clam, and Shanna Golden, Wisconsin, till 5:45. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And that is where all that activity is. Let's see if we can pull up some of these traffic cams. So most of the activity is along some of our major highways in Wisconsin. Not really an ideal time. It is the 5 o'clock hour on a Thursday. So a lot of y'all are probably thinking about going home, or especially if you're living along where all those warnings are, just kind of stay where you are. If you are under a tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter as well. Let's see, this is really our coverage for traffic cams kind of goes down in the northernmost extent of Wisconsin, but let's see, I'm getting to put on. So most of the tornado warnings now with this row of storms is in central Wisconsin. Now over the next several hours, they will be moving into just close to Green Bay. So I would say in about 2 hours, and just on the eastern side of Wisconsin as well. But there are several tornado warnings. We're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings in the state of Wisconsin alone, and then one just in Minnesota and on the border of Wisconsin as well.
Erica, one thing that surprised me a little bit about this latest severe thunderstorm or rather tornado watch is that they do mention the possibility of intense tornadoes, which is interesting considering, we have higher dew point spreads, which means there's a bigger difference between temperature and dew point. When that happens, the cloud bases are a little higher, which kind of mitigates tornado risk a little bit. And the surface winds aren't super favorable. So the National Weather Service is confident that even amid those slightly mitigating factors, the overall environment will still be favorable for rotating storms in northern and central Illinois. And that's why that tornado watch is in effect. And one thing to remember too, it includes Metro Chicago. One other thing I'm a little concerned about, the winds are actually more favorable in downtown Chicago and along the lakeshore because of that little lake breeze than they are farther west. You have better backing or a southeasterly component to the surface winds right along the lakeshore. And I would not be surprised if storms actually intensify upon approaching the lake tonight. So it's one of those weird situations where sometimes the cooler lake waters cut back on storm intensity. Tonight, I think they'll both favor a lowering of cloud bases, and the wind dynamics will favor more low-level spin. And so if you live in Metro Chicago, I don't think you really have to worry until probably 8 o'clock tonight, give or take. The 8 to 10 p.m. time frame in downtown Chicago is when I'd really be watching. But I definitely think there is at least some tornado threat in the city of Chicago itself. Milwaukee and Madison both wound up very lucky that they were not impacted by tornadoes. But as Erica pointed out, tornado warnings nearby. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tornado warnings from near Duluth all the way down to just north of Madison. And the tricky thing, a lot of these are not just discrete supercells, meaning perfectly alone, discrete, isolated all by themselves. They're semi-discrete. So they're kind of merged, kind of messy, kind of not. It's a little bit tricky to say. And so for that reason, you might not be able to see things as easily. You might have a little bit murkier of a structure. Those are all things to watch. And so not only are things more difficult to discern on radar, but they're certainly going to be difficult, if not impossible, to see. Uh-oh. And I'm actually passing right now a flipped upside down vehicle on the side of the road. So we're going to pass that very carefully. It looks like everybody is, I believe, okay. I hope, but it's certainly a scary sight where I am. That's one thing that's worth noting tonight. Even neglecting any tornado threat, anything else, the roadways will be wet. They'll be very slippery. Speed is always a factor in accidents and poor driving conditions. So never outdrive your ability to see and never outdrive your ability to stop. But yeah, we're seeing supercells begin to sprout in northern Illinois. I'll be chasing those shortly as I try to position. Right now, they're splitting a little bit, a little messy. I do think they'll try to organize a little bit in the next little while. We're seeing actually some left splits, which is interesting. The supercell split into pairs, a right split and a left split. The left split spins clockwise, the right split spins counterclockwise. And when you have that, the left split that goes clockwise takes more of a sort of northerly path. And in doing so, it actually produces larger hail, whereas the right split, the one that spins counterclockwise, is favored to produce a possible tornado. And so right now, we've been seeing some left splits. I'm looking right now, east of Davenport, Iowa, right along Interstate 80. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that has
Yeah,
just
Mauricio, if we
split
can
into
put
two
the
different.
radar too with Capucci's live stream, that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, have you noticed everything in Illinois just kind of splitting?
Yeah, and they did cancel that severe thunderstorm warning for just outside of Rockford just now. And then most of the storms to the, to the west. There's now 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and yeah, they kind of look like they're starting to split there. Could be some good news. I hope, we don't get the full tornado potential there, especially because, they're close to Chicago.
Yeah, and Erica, it looks like your computer may be a little bit laggy again. So if you need to step away to restart anything or have anything cool down, just let me know, and I'm happy to try to fill some gaps. But yeah, I mean, anytime you have splitting supercells, that's indicative of there not being enough change of wind direction with height. The winds are changing speed. They're getting faster as you go up in the atmosphere, slowest at the surface. It's still blustery down here. You have the jet stream aloft, so winds are increasing with height. But change of wind direction, then the storms don't know which way to spin. They think, well, the winds are changing speed. I should spin, but they can spin either way. And so that's why they always split. It's like cells undergoing meiosis or mitosis. I forget which one. I'm not good at biology. But the cells split, and they can sometimes split again and split again. And that prevents any singular storm from really overachieving or getting intense, because it just doesn't have long enough by itself to do so before it splits. So maybe a limiting factor in intensity with the Illinois storms in the short term. Later on tonight, as we get more in the way of mid-level flow, as the jet stream starts to ramp up a little bit and we have greater wind dynamics arrive, there's definitely a chance we could see, more in the way of significant supercells. It kind of remains to be seen at this point.
Yeah, let me show I haven't showed this yet, in that newly issued watch for parts of Illinois. So you can kind of see how that watch includes Chicago, stretches into central all the way down to Bloomington.
Wow. They went farther
and
south than I thought they would.
Urbana, yeah. Illinois there. And I think parts of Indiana as well. So, and the storms that are now in western Illinois are moving into the tornado watch zone. So be interesting to see what those storms do. I'm not sure if you're going to change where you're headed to Capucci. Are you going to stay in Illinois and see what these storms do? Or what is your thinking now?
Going to head a little farther west. It's going to be tricky to get too far north, especially because I have to target for tomorrow. So I'm going to head a little farther west to whatever the main north-south highway is that goes from Bloomington to Rockford. And that way, as these storms move east, I'll be able to kind of go north and south and maybe play several storms at once.
Where are you targeting tomorrow?
My guess, probably southernmost Illinois. But yeah, I might target like Carbondale, maybe down towards, well, I guess Evansville, Indiana might be a little farther east. Tomorrow's setup's tricky because so much of what happens is predicated on what happens today. I do think that our main storm system today is dragging a cold front east. That cold front's going to kind of park, even though our main storm system will move away. And a new surface low pressure will begin to form on that cold front somewhere likely in Missouri or southwest Illinois. And that will be a focal mechanism for new supercells to form a little farther south. So cities like, St. Louis, for example, even a little bit north of Memphis, Evansville, Indiana, west of Bowling Green, Kentucky, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. All those areas I think are going to be at the greatest risk. So I might just hop in the car tomorrow morning and drive as far south into Illinois as I possibly can without leaving Illinois. That might be my game plan tomorrow. And I think we'll start off with supercells tomorrow, rotating storms capable of producing hail, wind, and tornadoes. And then I think eventually we'll see storms do something called grow upscale, which means they'll sort of merge into lines and clusters and present more of a damaging straight line wind threat. I really am in the middle of farm country. It's beautiful out here, though. And it's funny to think that we're expecting severe storms and a tornado risk. It is absolutely stunning, bright blue, beautiful. And so often when you have severe weather days, especially days with a cap, it is beautiful ahead of time. The same cap that helps build up thunderstorm energy all day long, that lid of warm air, is also preventing much of the cloud cover. So you get nothing, you get sunshine, and then bam, that cap breaks and all the pent-up instability, the juice, the fuel, is released at once, oftentimes explosively. And that's why we had such an abrupt development of storms. And that's why in days like today, things can change in a hurry. So even though it doesn't look that bad in Illinois yet, we don't want folks to let their guard down at all.
Yeah, and this is really, you know, the time we anticipated for the storms to start to fire off. And we're definitely seeing that, especially in Western Illinois. So if you're anywhere in those areas, just something to watch out for you. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings and they're on our radar here. So just watch out if you live in those zones. So let's do a quick update on what's going on with our tornado warnings. You can kind of see them plotted here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings, and let's kind of go through each of them. So zoom into the one that I think is now moving kind of north easterly, if not easterly here. And we can toggle this on. So I have the Milwaukee. In Milwaukee, you're just going to get in on these storms here. There is a severe thunderstorm, a severe warned storm just outside of Milwaukee. And let's put on our velocity tracker here. So yeah, that thing is still spinning. The storm just outside of Columbus, north of Reesville, between road 151 and 16. This is a tornado warning that is, and let me read off some of the counties here. For this tornado warning. So this is, I think, one of the newer tornado warnings. And so it's getting to the point where it's like, oh, there's so many that they're warning. So this is just a radar indicator. It looks like they are warning it for large hail though as well. This is central Dodge County in southern Wisconsin, 7 miles east of Columbus. So nothing confirmed, but we can actually track hail with the MyRadar app. And yeah, so not only do you have the threat of tornadoes, but large damaging hail is also possible over this zone. So that is one of the more southern tornado warnings that we're tracking here in Wisconsin. And looks like, oh, interesting. So a tornado warning in North Carolina has been observed. Multiple. So yeah, there are activities ramping up over there. So we can actually check in on those areas as well. I'm kind of going through the National Weather Service warnings just because there's just so many, but let's go over here. Yeah, there's several tornado warnings in the Carolinas. Let us know if you're watching us from the Carolinas or anywhere near here. I know we're focusing in mostly on the upper Midwest, but there is that isolated tornado potential in the Carolinas. So there is an observed tornado warning. And this is, where did I see that? This is for Wilmington, North Carolina, Bethel, and Robertsonville. So that's about 40,000 people. That's kind of close to the coast. And I think I have it here on the MyRadar app. So yeah, you can see it here. So let's put on our velocity, our rotation tracker. And it looks like they did shrink that polygon just now. They might have just updated it. So it might have been a quick little spin up there.
Yeah, it was confirmed by the
in
public.
North Carolina. Yeah, so they might have And still see that it's observed from Stokes to Grimesland with about 10,000 people. But that's interesting. I wonder if there's going to be, if somebody is going to post that on X. I'll keep following that closely,
And
but that is an observed tornado in North
and
Carolina.
Erica, there are two cells just east of Interstate 81 in central Virginia near Harrisonburg in the direction of Standardsville, maybe even reaching towards Spotsylvania County in the next little while. These are both classic Virginia supercells that form in northwest flow environments when the winds are out of the northwest. Both have some decent rotation with them. We've seen rotating wall clouds per webcams in the area, and both have tornado possible tags. So central Virginia, we're actually waiting to see if any tornado warnings are issued. But there are at least 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one for Harrisonburg and Point Southeast, and the other near Elkton. And that storm is moving towards Standardsville. Both could produce a tornado. Neither has a tornado warning yet. Both have tornado possible tags. I would not be surprised to see $50 to maybe even ping pong ball sized hail with either of these storms too. These tend to be pretty good hail and wind producers anytime you have a northwest flow environment. It reminds me a little bit of, just a little bit, of July 29th, 2021. I remember I was on air that day. We had northwest flow environments, and those storms are spitting out 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts. So I wouldn't be surprised if those things overachieve a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there is severe weather pretty much in every corner of the country right now. So we'll keep an eye on it. And especially those storms in Virginia, like you were mentioning, Capucci, different areas, and especially in the Carolinas, where we're already seeing an observed tornado and several tornado warnings. So let me know where y'all watching from. We're coming close to the 5:40 p.m. Central Time hour here, where multiple tornado warnings are and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings are ongoing in the state of Wisconsin as we speak. So very already active afternoon. We're heading into the evening hours. Sunsets in about an hour, 2 hours, I would say. Probably 2 hours more so for parts of the Central Plains here, and activity is starting to go up. Now, we're watching the storms, especially in Illinois. And last time we checked, there were about 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Now they're starting to warn these pretty quickly. North of Peoria, Illinois, on the western side of the state, and Capucci is actually in Illinois. So tracking these storms, where a tornado watch has been issued through 10 o'clock this evening. That does include Chicago and Bloomington, Urbana, also Illinois. So most of the activity now is in Wisconsin, and we're going to keep tracking that. But we could see an uptick in activity, and we're already starting to see that for parts of Illinois. Tracking tornado warnings in North Carolina, severe thunderstorm warnings in Virginia. So multiple states will be under the threat of severe storms tonight. And not only just today, tomorrow is also another active day of severe weather, more so for southern Illinois, Indiana. We're talking about Kentucky and even parts of Missouri, St. Louis specifically, another big city that we're watching for tomorrow. So this is going to be several days of severe storm threats. If you have any questions or concerns, ask them in the chat. I want to know where you're all watching from. Make sure that if you're watching us on YouTube, like this video, share it. I'm starting to see some of y'all starting to come into this live. We want more of y'all here with us so we can track the storms that are affecting you tonight. And also tomorrow, we can give y'all a forecast of what's going to happen over the next several days. So maybe you're not in the threat zone today. You most likely will be throughout the next several days. Multiple states will see severe weather risks. So that's what we're going to be watching here over the next several days. If you're watching us on the MyRadar app and you want to ask a question, we are streaming on X, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Twitch is one where a lot of y'all have been asking your questions on. So if you're in the MyRadar app, you want to join the conversation, you have a question, or you're under the threat of severe weather now, and you're wondering what the storms are doing, come ask your question on any of our platforms. We are live all across our social media platforms, and we are happy to answer your questions. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is out in the field as well, chasing in Illinois, and we'll be here as long as there are tornado warnings. So, you know, we've been here since I think 2 p.m. Central. I'm in Central time zone right now. And so tracking these storms and, you know, there have been tornado warnings ever since the 2 o'clock hour. So it's been several hours of tornado warnings, and now focusing in on the Wisconsin, central Wisconsin, now coming into parts of eastern Wisconsin. So let me know where you're all watching from. And we would love to answer any questions that y'all have about what's going to happen here over the next several hours and the next several days. So let's do a little bit of we'll go down the line here with these severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings happening. So, and actually I just saw the latest Mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. So they're still keying in on those storms. So in like the central Wisconsin area that could still produce tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. So they're calling it an arcing band of supercells, supercells that are forming there. And yeah, that's what we're seeing here on our radar. Very, very active already evening. So we'll go down the line here and talk about each tornado warning. There's several of them, so bear with me as we track all of these down the line. And there, again, multiple ongoing tornado warnings. So let's see. Let's track these out. Kind of getting my bearings here. So they stretch all the way, and actually all of these tornado warnings are in the state of Wisconsin. So if you live in Wisconsin, especially central Wisconsin, you're most likely under some sort of alert. So let's go up here and let's talk about the Duluth storms. Do this velocity tracker here. See storms moving into parts of central Wisconsin, south of Duluth. Yeah, so let's go up here. Not a very tight indication of rotation, but we are seeing 2 tornado warnings between Cable, Wisconsin, and Giddon, Wisconsin here, just south of Sanborn. And then just to the south of this, Little Black, Wisconsin, Wausau, you could see it there. Those are 2 other tornado warnings. And I want to see, so the one that I was really tracking was the one just close to Stevens Point. And let's go to this warning here. So yeah, we'll have to wait. We'll see if the National Weather Service extends this warning here. It does look like it is moving a little bit more easterly, coming very close to Stevens Point. Yeah, so the storm is moving. It's still warned for at least another 14 minutes here. It is reporting 1-inch hail here. So that's what we're talking about too. Not only is the tornado threat within these storms, but the hail threat. And that's why we're seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings, especially on the southern side. Look at this, the hail core. This is a vertically integrated liquid product. It surveys moisture in the atmosphere. So you can kind of see where the hail core is in relation to our product, and you can see where those bright colors are. That's really where we're watching for the center of the storm that's producing hail. And you can see this is along I-39, and the movement of this, let's see. Yeah, a little bit more northern. And so that's why Stevens Point, even though you're not in that tornado warning, you could see the storm drop some massive hailstones over your area. So that is why you guys are in that severe thunderstorm warning. And that's really one of the storms that I'm watching for, that large damaging hail here over Stevens Point. And I see your questions now. So how's tonight looking for Milwaukee, Kenosha, Wisconsin? A lot of you all asking about Michigan, southeast Michigan. I think most of the threat for Michigan will be in western Michigan. And Some of y'all reporting ping pong size hail. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of y'all report hail from these storms. So I think one of the biggest threats with these storms will be hail, and that'll continue well into the evening hours as well, as these storms move northeasterly, close to Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh as well. These storms are coming very close to that area. In Milwaukee there. So this is a very, wow. I need to check in on that storm. So this is our rotation tracker. I'm noticing a very, this storm, very tight indication of rotation. This is just south of Dodge County Airport. Let's see if this is, nothing confirmed here, but there's also 2-inch hail. So not only is this tightening up in terms of rotation, the hail core with this storm, 2-inch hail is being reported with this storm. So Beaver Dam Lake, Dodge County Airport, in that tornado warning. Yeah, so we have several ongoing tornado warnings with these storms.
Erica, I guess if there's only one small piece of good news with regards to that storm we just mentioned, it's moving at 35 miles per hour, which, is bad in some senses because it will arrive quickly. The hail, the tornado threat will show up rather quick, but at least the hail shouldn't accumulate super deep. And I say that because a few times in the past week or two, I've been on storms where they've only been moving 10, 5 miles per hour, and they'll dump hail for 20, 30 minutes to the point where I had 6 inches of hail on the ground about a week and a half ago in Lovington, New Mexico. Obviously, we don't want that. And so it's good these storms are moving just a little bit. But I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. That thing is producing a lot of hail. Also, notwithstanding the fact that we have still 9 tornado warnings in a row, and they all, they're all so close to one another. So you're not really going to see that classic supercell structure today. People shouldn't wait for visual clues. I think so often we try to get confirmation via something we see, something we hear. On days like today, when you get the warning, you're not going to be able to see or hear anything. So it's imperative people take action right then and there. I'm also noticing a new area of rotation that doesn't have a tornado warning yet, but it very well could. Erica, on your radar, look a little bit southwest of Oshkosh. So you see those 2 southern tornado warnings, the Beaver Dam
Yes.
one and then the one near like Walpin, Markesan. Look
Yes.
near Marquette. Do you see that additional area of rotation northwest of the 2nd tornado warning?
I'm turning on velocity here.
I'm looking at the Green Bay radar.
Let's turn on the Green Bay radar. Oh yeah, I see that.
I don't see it as well from the Milwaukee radar, so I'm wondering if it's a spurious signature, but I mean, it makes sense. I would not be surprised if that part of the storm was spinning.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. You can see it very clearly on radar.
Yeah. I'm amazed too by how much the storms in Illinois are just struggling right now. Even visibly, they're having a tough time.
Yeah, I mean, several severe thunderstorm warnings though, but I think they're being mostly warned for wind.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the activities in Wisconsin. Mauricio, I don't know if we have any, do we have any chaser feed from Wisconsin? That would be great. I'm looking at the app as well to see if we have any chasers there. All the activities there. I can also pull up some traffic cams to see, but I am seeing a couple of chasers on those storms. Yeah, let's put up Jordan's live cam and see what he's up to. Oh yeah, I do see it. It looks like he's just coming in on a bunch of rain, and he's near Fox Lake, north of he is in a tornado warning. He's on that tornado warning that is coming for near Alto. He's near Alto, Wisconsin. And that is the storm that is, I think, and actually, talking about this earlier, it looks like Stevens Point is officially under a tornado warning for, I think there was somebody who was asking about Stevens Point earlier. So yeah, it's mostly on the northwestern side of Stevens Point along I-39. So that's where that tornado warning is being issued right now. That is a, I think, newly issued tornado warning. Jordan Hall is a little bit more to the south of that, just outside of Madison. So he is on this tornado warning that is, let's see, I think it's the one near, let me orient myself, near Fox Lake there. And I'm listening, Marisa, so you can keep talking. Yeah, you can pull them up on the iPad. I think, but Jordan Hall, I think, just has mostly rain. I don't think he really sees, you can't really see what's going on there, but he's on the northernmost. Actually, the one that we were talking about earlier, the Green Lake storm that is rotating, he's on that tornado warning that's just to the south of it. So I am seeing that tight area of rotation. Looks like as the newest radar scans come into Capucci, it's looking like it's weakening just a little bit.
Yeah, I almost wonder if the storms are encountering some convective inhibition. For the folks at home wondering what that means, a little bit of capping. I know that storms in Illinois are still struggling with capping. It remains to be seen if that is something that, winds down enough in the next hour or two to really let storms reach their full potential. We know there's plenty of fuel, but there's also a lid that's trying to hold back the storms. And so it's a matter of which will win out. Will all the juice, the pent-up instability, the fuel, pop the lid off and cause the storms to go gangbusters? We don't really know yet. It's always a very tenuous thing. I think by probably 7 o'clock local time, in like another hour, we'll have a pretty good idea as to which effect will win out. I'm heading north to DeKalb. I was trying to split the difference in case the southern cell did anything, but now, I know, Erica, you and I discussed earlier on how things were just looking better farther north in terms of the environment favorable for storms. And that's especially true in Illinois. So I'm heading a little farther north towards DeKalb.
Yeah, you can kind of see where those storms are. So are you DeKalb, Illinois? What big city is that near?
A little west of
Oh,
Aurora.
I see it. I see it
Yeah.
there. So you're kind of on the eastern side of those severe thunderstorm warned storms.
Yeah, I see that cell near Dixon is warned for hail to about 2 inches in diameter. So we'll see if we can intercept that one. I'm hoping it takes a little bit of a right turn. It's going to be tough because it's kind of moving away from me, but I may be able to intercept it about 30-ish minutes from now once I get to DeKalb. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what this storm does. So the storm that Koji was talking about are these severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of these will be warned for wind and hail. And this is the one that you said was producing, 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for Western Lee County, located near Deer Grove. And we can actually, there's a product in our app that you can track where the hail core is with these storms using our vertically integrated liquid product here. And you can kind of see where those bright colors are. That's where we're watching. That's where really the bullseye for the large hail is. So that's on the eastern side of Rock Falls, along Interstate 88. And Capucci is just right outside of these storms. So he's in DeKalb, and this is over here. We can zoom in along I-88 there. So we'll watch on these storms, but a lot of these storms, especially in Wisconsin, they are hail producers as well. So that's another risk that we're watching.
Yeah, I think at least for the cells in Illinois, hail may actually wind up being the primary threat for a while. The wind fields just aren't super favorable for tornadoes, at least in the time being. We're having surface winds out of the southwest, and the mid-level winds are out of the southwest, and there's just not really much of a change of wind speed and or direction with height. And so because of that, there's not really much of anything to twist the storms. You need the winds to change, and they're just not changing much. And that's why the storms thus far have been allowed to split, have been able to kind of interfere with one another. And so long as that happens, we'll have lesser of a tornado threat. I am, Erica, noticing a few more storms bubbling up near like Springfield in southwest and west central Illinois, which means maybe we're finally breaking some capping, but I can't be sure.
Yeah, I guess we'll know in the next hour or so if these storms can grow. But definitely watching all the activity in Wisconsin. So let me know if you're in Wisconsin, which storm do you want me to go over? There's so many storms, so many tornado warnings. And some of these are in some rural areas. So I'm wondering if any of y'all live within these zones. I know somebody was talking about Stevens Point earlier. You're still under a tornado warning. There's a tornado warning south of Stevens Point that includes areas along I-39, and I actually want to see if I can get any traffic cameras for these storms. And let's look at this. And I still have your Twitter pulled up too, Capucci. I'll keep it on there in case we want to reference it later. But let's go to Wisconsin and see if there's any traffic cams that we can get any visuals on what's going on. So Stevens Point here, let's see if and there's nothing observed on the ground here. Looks like most of it has moved to the north. Kind of see it here along I-39, US 51, those dark gray skies out in the distance. I'm not really sure what direction this is facing. Some of these traffic cams are good at telling us what direction they're facing, but I'm not really sure. I'm assuming hopefully it's facing north. Not too much rain there. I think most of the rain might be just to the east of Stevens Point. Let's zoom out. So that's one area. There's another area here. So stream not available. Just some rain I'm noticing with these storms. Yeah, so several tornado warnings, multiple ongoing. And looks like as we hit 6 o'clock Central Time, some of these have been allowed to expire. So we're talking about how many tornadoes? Let me count these. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings. And then now we have a huge severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Rockford. So it looks like those storms will be moving northeasterly there. So keeping an eye on what's going on in Wisconsin. Oh, somebody from Los Angeles. Definitely don't get in on severe weather during this time of year. It's the marine layer season. I used to live in California years ago, and I missed the changing weather in the plains. I'm definitely a Texan and now a Floridian. I've been in Florida for years now, so I think I prefer the East Coast and Central Plains weather. But it definitely is beautiful to visit. I visited last summer. and it
You
was
just
nice
want to be
weather there.
someplace where there's a Buc-ee's.
Yes, Buc-ee's and barbecue, good barbecue.
We got to go to barbecue next time. For those at home wondering, it was funny. So Erica's obviously from the Dallas area. I was in Dallas last week because there wasn't much to do storm chasing, and she introduced me to Buc-ee's for the first time. And I gotta say, worth the hype. It was pretty good. Except we didn't for barbecue yet. I need some barbecue.
We're kind of slowly introducing Capucci to Buc-ee's, so I think it's just because I want several chances to take you. So it's okay we didn't buy anything the first time, because the second time we can buy more things and then you'll just keep going. And there's one in Orlando. So we're actually based out of Orlando, Florida. If you've been here with us, some of y'all join our streams every time we go live. You guys know that we're based out of Orlando. So Capucci and I frequent Orlando. And so hopefully when you're there, when we're both there next time, we have several side quests that we need to do once we're in Orlando. So,
Entire life
and that
is
is
a side
including,
quest.
yeah, including
Right
a
now,
Buc-ee's.
I'm on a side quest through goodness knows where in rural northern Illinois. I love my side quests. Definitely a side quest,
Side quest chasing.
right? I'm trying to figure out what my main quest is in life.
Or maybe your main quest for these storms.
It's true. Honestly, if I knew what the weather was going to do all the time, that would take the fun out of it. But sometimes it'd be nice to have a little better of an idea before I drive 1,000 miles.
Yeah, the atmosphere, we could always predict the atmosphere, but sometimes Mother Nature does what she wants. And that might be the case in Illinois today.
Yep. Capping seems to be winning so far, which is weird because, if we take a look at Illinois, the cell near Peoria is dying. It looks like it just ran into the cap and just entirely died. But then you have new cells sprouting farther south near Springfield. And I just don't get that. Like, why are there new cells sprouting at a time when a neighboring cell is dying?
Yeah, I am watching the old radar scans, and it looked like it wanted to do something north of Peoria, and then it just fizzled.
Yeah. So I'm aiming for DeKalb. We'll see if I can intercept at least one of those storms, and we'll take it as it comes.
Somebody's asking about Appleton. Oh, sorry, Capucci, I interrupted you there. Let's see. And I see you're on cam. So you're still driving on the road, I see.
Road again.
Let's take a look at, so Appleton, you're kind of just on the northeast side of these storms. So the storms are coming into your area here. Probably in the next, I would say, you're probably going to get in on heavy rain within the next 30 minutes. Some of the stronger storms are a little bit further west, but you're kind of in between. So depending on what these storms do, if they move a little bit more northeasterly, I think Appleton, you may see a strong thunderstorm. Oshkosh, you are just right outside this strong thunderstorm that's just south of that region. This is being warned for, let's see, ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is one of the main risk factors with these severe thunderstorm warnings that I've been seeing a lot. And that's been the trend tonight, is the large hail risk. So Appleton, if these storms move a little bit more northeasterly, move more northeasterly. Oh, I don't know why that to myself. Then you will get in on this threat, but you can kind of see, and we can track this in MyRadar. There's so many features that we can use during severe weather events. We were talking about the satellite imagery earlier, and that's especially important in the early hours right before we get in on severe weather threat. But we were talking about that, and then now we're talking about our vertically integrated liquid product, and you can kind of see where the hail cores are in association with our severe thunderstorm warnings. It looks like there is this tornado warning for this storm that's just south of, let's see, that is along Road 16, south of Fond du Lac. I think I'm saying that right. And
Erica, I love you dearly. I don't know what the right way to say it is, but I know whatever that was the wrong way.
Yeah, probably. These Wisconsin names, I can never wrap myself around. I'm such a Southern girl that the Midwest to me is like, I don't know. I just can't ever wrap my head around the name pronunciations. And even looking at the map, um, my orientation gets a little bit
Okay,
different. It's just
here's a question for you. The name that is spelled Pamela, how do you pronounce that?
P. Can you spell that again? P.
Pamela.
Pamela.
Okay, so you said it correctly. Idiot me had never met someone named Pamela, so I always thought it was Pamela. So every day at the grocery store for like 7 years, when I was little, I'd be like, "Thank you, Pamela," at checkout because she had a little name tag on. And I went to the grocery store with my mother one day, and we had Pamela, and I said, "Thank you, Pamela." And my mother's like, "What is wrong with you?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like,
Pamela.
why did you say that? It's Pamela." I'm like, "Oh, I never heard the name before." I felt like an absolute dodo.
I kind of like the pronunciation Pamela. I feel like it makes the name seem not so common.
Yeah, it sounds like British and eloquent, like, "Hello, Pamela."
That's probably where you got it from.
I'd like to have an excuse, but I have no excuse. I'm just provincial.
See, Grizzman on YouTube says it's Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. So thank you for helping me pronounce that name.
Isn't that the kingdom in Shrek? Dulac is, Dulac is.
I haven't watched that movie in so
Dulac
long, so
is
I'm not really
the
sure.
perfect place. Oh, I mean, I haven't either, but maybe I should. Can you tell I've been on the road and been awake for like 30 hours?
Yeah, you've been on the road. You were
I'm at over
in,
1,100 miles since 3 p.m. yesterday.
well, in general, this whole week, you were in Texas. You were just in Dallas. Now you're way up in Illinois.
Yep.
That's at least, how long is that drive? Like 15, 16, 18 hours?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, it's probably even more. I split it up into like 3 5-hour days. Ooh, a train. Love trains.
Let me, and right now, at least with these tornado warnings, so it looks like they just updated one of them to an observed tornado warning. So that is for Byron, Teresa, Campbellsport, and Mayville, Wisconsin. That is an observed tornado with a 2-inch hail possible, with about 28,000 of y'all under this tornado warning. So let me zoom into that area. And I think it's this one right here. South of Fond du Lac. Thank you to Grizzly Man on YouTube for helping me pronounce that. Along Interstate 41. Yeah, so this is a confirmed tornado. And let's see what the text reads. I'm not sure. I want to pan out this radar. Let's see if our debris tracker is noticing anything. Not too much. I'm really noticing that very tight indication of rotation with our rotation tracker. So definitely seeing that. I think a little bit north of Teresa with that confirmed tornado warning, or observed, I should say. Confirmed,
Yeah, look at the
observed.
reflectivity too. Like you can actually see a really obvious swirl on reflectivity, which surprises me. It's very prominent.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
And Erica, one thing to note too is given the orientation of this storm and that weird like circulation that's ahead of the bulk of the storm, many folks will actually get the tornado or tornadic circulation first before they get any hail or even the heaviest rain. It's almost like a backward storm, a weird orientation. But for that reason, it's imperative people take action now because they may be caught off guard when the rotating part of the storm gets there first.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting storm for sure. But that is an observed tornado warning. Again, this is just north of Teresa, Campbellsport, Eden, Lamira along I-41. So moving northeasterly. And if it continues rotating, wouldn't be surprised down the line if, let's say, Greenbush Elkhart Lake down the line from the storm. Nothing yet, but just watch out if you're in any of those cities in Wisconsin. Wheeling, Illinois. Somebody's asking about Wheeling, Illinois. Not really sure what that is, but I can actually search this in the MyRadar app, which is a very useful feature, especially for days like today when there's just so much going on. So you're kind of close to just outside of Chicago on the north side. Storms are to the west of you in Wheeling, Dave, who is asking on YouTube. So we still have about another maybe hour or two. You can kind of see some rain, some storms starting to bubble up in close to you. So maybe you'll get in on some heavy rain, but most of the storm activity will be later on. So you have this first round of storms and then maybe this secondary wave that is tracking to the east. And it looks like from the radar, that's just a big line. It's trying to form a line just east of Rockford.
Yeah, Erica, one thing that I'm noticing too, just by looking around, and I'm sure you're kind of the same boat. When you're on enough storms, you don't even have to look at the radar to see what they're doing. You can just tell. And I'm just looking around right now, and I can tell based on Virga or like a hazy fuzziness at the mid levels that these storms are struggling against mid-level dry air. And the National Weather Service did note that that might be an issue today, where if you have too much dry air at the mid-levels, then you get entrainment or dry air that's kind of pulled into thunderstorm updrafts and tries to sort of erode those updrafts from the inside out. And I think that may be kind of what's going on right now. I'm just seeing so many storms try to go up. They sort of get shredded before they can do anything too potent. And, it just seems like we have multiple limiting factors working against higher end storms in Illinois, at least right now. Now, that may change the next hour or two, especially as surface temperatures cool a little closer towards the dew point and our relative humidity increases, and as the low level jet stream ramps up, as it always does this time of day, closer to sunset. So that may allow some improvement in the structure of these storms in the next 2 hours. So we don't want anyone to let their guard down yet. I mean, we've already seen strong tornadoes farther north in Wisconsin. We saw a spattering of tornadoes north and northwest of the Twin Cities early this afternoon, about 4 or 5 hours ago. And now we're seeing more cells develop in central Illinois between Peoria, Springfield. Actually, north of Springfield has a severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Yeah, that's what I have on the radar. I saw that.
Yeah, so things are perking up, most definitely.
Yeah, and I kind of want to show. So, Maurice, I don't know if we can show what I have on the browser and our radar, because I did see, and I'm not sure where the city is, but Little Chicago, Wisconsin. You kind of see, yeah, that video of a tornado. That happened like minutes ago. So that is what is going on in Wisconsin. I think it's one of the, and if they not, they will probably update one of these storms. If that's like one of the observations they just reported. But yeah, I mean, look at that footage.
Wow. Yeah, I'm seeing it on my end too, and pretty impressive stuff. And Erica, one thing to note, the condensation funnel doesn't reach all the way to the ground. I think so often when there are tornadoes, people expect a perfect cone reaching down to the ground. Oftentimes that's not the case. You get a little bit of water vapor or dust kicked up at the surface and then a pennant funnel aloft. But you don't have to have the cone visible all the way down to the ground, because tornadoes are just made of air. That's a definition. A rapidly or violently rotating column of air. Air is invisible, and you don't always get that condensation in order to see it. And so to that end, if you're in a tornado warning, don't wait to see or hear it. Some tornadoes are actually not visible in the conventional way we'd expect.
Yeah, that is some, and the end of that video too, it's just like he's looking directly up at the funnel. pretty crazy stuff happening in Wisconsin. We could put back the app now, Mauricio. Yeah, and so I was trying to find the city, Little Chicago. It might be so small that um it's not picking up. So here's where is that? Let's see if it maybe near Stevens Point. So I mean there is a lot of activity in there. Those were the observed tornadoes here earlier. But now we have kind of 3 tornado warnings on top of each other, maybe 4. And I could show this a little bit better if I kind of fill the shapes in. So you can kind of see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of all in a row and kind of on top of each other, just on the eastern side of Stevens Point. So that is where I think that confirmed tornado was observed. And this is still an ongoing situation there. So let's toggle on our velocity tracker here. I see dark skies in your camera, Capucci.
Yeah, I'm
But I
approaching
think,
DeKalb. I'm going to try to intercept the DeKalb storm or at least the tail end of it. I'm about 15 minutes after DeKalb.
and that is in Illinois. Yeah, just trying to see if we have any updates on these warnings. So we have tornado warning for Merrill, Wisconsin. So we can go north up here. And I think so we can see visually what's going on. I am going to fill the shapes here because it also helps me kind of orient myself with these tornado warnings, especially because they're kind of on top. There's a red box, and then especially using velocity kind of blends in. But so Merrill, Wisconsin is this tornado warning here, toggling on our velocity tracker. This is just a radar indicated tornado warning. It is still rotating. This is going to cross Highway 51 near Tomahawk there. And then just south of that region, just outside of Wausau, where there's also a tornado warning. And I'm watching, what I'm really looking for is if any of these have any observed tags. Most of these are radar indicated with, let's see. And I'm still seeing tornado warnings also in North Carolina. So the observed tornado warning was for the one near Teresa, and that's the one we were talking about earlier, also very large hail. So I think maybe that's where that video comes from. And it's this one down here. It's still rotating as well, just outside of Stevens Point. So very
Yay, the
interesting to
train.
see where these storms, as they head east, if they'll keep extending the storms out east. But yeah, most of the activities in Wisconsin, and it looks like we're getting really close to Milwaukee as well. Tornado warnings have been extended just south of Fond du Lac and north. So you're kind of in between storms right now. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning if you live in Fond du Lac, but that's kind of where it paints the picture of where those storms are. Somebody's saying these tops are about 60,000 feet. So yeah, not surprising that we're seeing some significant hail with some of these storms. And Mauricio, do we have Jordan Hall's stream at all? Yeah, I do see a stream in the background there. I know he's in Wisconsin, but I don't see that he's on a storm right now. Yeah, I did see him moving around though. I think it's because he's not driving. That's why. I think he's parked in that image. But he is in Wisconsin. So now we're starting to get so let's see. Wheeling, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning now for the person who was asking me about that. That's actually north of Chicago. So some of the Chicago suburbs are now getting in on a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is for Lake County and Cook County until 7 o'clock. So got a good ways to go with that severe thunderstorm warning. And that is a very populated area. So let's see, I can read some of the population here. And Milwaukee as well. I think you're seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. So some of these big cities. Yeah, so nearly 840,000 of y'all are in this severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Chicago. And that's a pretty significant storm. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and possible quarter-sized hail. So the latest radar scan, and there it is, really moving the storm along. So using our vertically integrated product here, yeah, we could see some large hail over that area. And really, I think the greatest threat for hail with the storm is the one that is very close to just south of Hartford Municipal Airport, coming along I-41, Highway 45, West Bend Municipal Airport as well. And looks like they did extend this tornado warning down to Plymouth. We're kind of getting too close to the Great Lake there, Lake Michigan. And then as they move over Lake Michigan, that's when Western Michigan, your threat goes up. So still tornadic activity in parts of Wisconsin. So we're coming in the 6 o'clock hour, 6:25. We've been here, I think, since 2, tracking these storms in parts of the upper Midwest. Meteorologist Matthew Capucci is in Illinois tracking the storms. Severe thunderstorms are continuing to pop up in parts of Illinois. Most of our tornadic activity is in the state of Wisconsin. We're streaming all across our platforms. What you're seeing on your screen is MyRadar. If you're watching us on YouTube, make sure to give us a huge thumbs up on this YouTube. It really helps us reach more people. Also, leave a comment. Where are you watching from? We've been here for a while. Has anybody been here since the beginning? Let me know if you live in the upper Midwest. I know some of y'all were in parts of the Central Plains anticipating the severe threat for tomorrow. We're also watching storms, and I haven't checked in on these in quite a bit of time, but storms in the Mid-Atlantic. And looks like Capucci, actually, that storm in Virginia is now tornado warned. So we can talk about that a little bit here. And let's put that on just right outside of Charlottesville. So even if you're not in the upper Midwest, there are tornado warnings that are still ongoing in North Carolina and in Virginia right now. And I know you were waiting for that tornado warned storm.
Yeah, it's the Central Virginia Classic. We always seem to get one this time of year with northwest flow environments. If we put on reflectivity, we see the classic hook echo, and we can also see a little donut hole in the middle. We call that a bounded weak echo region, where basically there is so much upward motion in the middle of the storm that is preventing rain from falling. And so whenever you have that, that's a sign that there may be a strong updraft associated with a tornado, especially because that updraft is co-located with the rotation. And so to that end, folks in that area should be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building they're in, and avoiding windows. The good news, it is east of 81, it is east of Harrisonburg, and it's slow moving too. That said, you still want to take it seriously. It's a rather rural area in Albemarle and Rockingham counties. So Whitehall is the only real densely populated community, if you could say that, that's in the warning zone, but still definitely worth sheltering from. Down the road, Charlottesville may get involved too. So it's not, in Charlottesville yet, but if this thing continues over the next hour, which it very well may, Charlottesville could start to see some impacts too. Already they're on the fringe of the storm, likely getting some rain. I wouldn't be surprised if closer to the circulation there's some hail to about $half size, maybe even ping pong ball size. These northwest flow storms are very efficient hail producers, and actually just got a new scan. Yeah, I'd say there may even be a few golf balls mixing in there, just given the magnitude of the storm. And it's up to about 50,000 feet, so it's pretty tall storm too. And anytime I see something to 50,000 feet, it makes me think that there's a decent shot of some hail in there.
Yeah, I am seeing that with our vertically integrated product.
And for the folks at home wondering, vertically integrated liquid shows us bottom to top, yeah, moisture is there. How much liquid is there per every square meter, per unit area, how much moisture is there. The tricky thing is we don't always know if it's coming down, if that given amount of moisture is coming down as a bunch of rain, a spattering of little hailstones, one large hailstone per unit area. That's one of the mysteries of meteorology, and that's why it's so important to use multiple different radar products to diagnose hail size. And actually, there's a research group out that is beginning their field work this week. They're called Ice Chip, and they will have an entire array of mobile Doppler radars and all sorts of stuff on the Great Plains, trying to go inside storms and figure out what makes them tick and what makes them hailers.
And I know you're an expert on a hail. You have seen your fair share of huge hailstones. And that storm actually in particular in Virginia is being warned for ping pong ball size hail.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. We tend to get baseballs like once or twice a year somewhere in Virginia, not necessarily from setups like this, but I've definitely seen during my coverage in Virginia a couple times when baseballs were falling. One of them, namely on July 29th, 2021, which was also kind of a northwest flow environment that day too. So anytime there's northwest flow over the Appalachians and Alleghenies, the Virginia area storm chasers love it. And it always seems to produce the same results, a supercellar too in a rather rural area. It's great for chasers, and hopefully it's not really impacting anyone tonight, other than obviously those folks in Albemarle and Rockingham counties and the folks near the town of Whitehall as well. Now, I'm in the town of DeKalb right now. I'm nearing a severe thunderstorm warning. All I can see is a bunch of dust being kicked up. I don't really see any dramatic spin on radar. I mean, I see dust. The hail size has definitely come down. So again, for reasons we just don't really necessarily know, a lot of these storms are struggling right now. It's 6:30 p.m. local time. We're kind of running out the clock for what's going on.
Yeah, Mauricio, if we can put the radar full screen so we can get a better picture, that'd be great.
Yeah, and I mean, Erica, this is great news for the folks who live here, where things are staying well behaved right now. I still want to caution it's not over until the fat lady sings, and the fat lady's not even to the parking lot yet. I worry that as these storms approach Chicago, they'll encounter a better profile of wind that could help them spin. Even if they're struggling right now, once they approach Chicago, they could spin a little bit more. So that's kind of what I'm wondering about at this point. The storms are still 40 to 45,000 feet high. I don't trust them. And I won't trust them until they're done for the day. And realistically, some of these may merge into a squall line that pushes into Ohio overnight, with an attendant risk for damaging straight line gusts and maybe an isolated tornado or two. From my vantage point, I'm looking west in DeKalb, and you'll be able to see shortly once I can find a good clearing, but I'm seeing a lot of dust that's being kicked up storms. Where is it clearing to the west? It's difficult to find any real clearing given I'm in a downtown area, but very shortly we'll be able to see a little better to the west, and that tells me there's some dry air that's descending from these storms, but also they're producing some strong winds. So, Erica, even if we don't have any tornadic circulations in the state of Illinois yet, these things are definitely some wind producers, and I'd say probably producing gusts 60 plus miles per hour in a couple spots.
Yeah, and I have the radar here pulled up, but I just see several just severe thunderstorm warnings from Springfield, Peoria, and you're still in DeKalb, right? I think
Yep,
that's what you said.
still in DeKalb.
Yeah.
And also, I'll be right back. I'm just going to step inside the store for just a moment, but I'll be with you in about 5 minutes or less. I'll keep.
Yeah, so let's give you all an update on what's going on, because there is a lot of activity across central Illinois. Let me know what y'all are more concerned about. Which storms do you want me to track here? Which storms do you want to see? Which storms do you want us to analyze? Where are you watching from? Any questions about what products we have on the screen here? I'm happy to answer any of your questions. Quite a bit of y'all joined us here over the last several minutes, so make sure, especially on YouTube, like our channel, subscribe. We do these updates pretty frequently, especially on important severe weather days. And it looks like over the next several days, especially tomorrow, a big severe weather threat across parts of Kentucky and southern Illinois, Indiana, and parts of even St. Louis. St. Louis, you're in the threat zone for tomorrow. So ask your questions. What do you all want to know about the severe threat in the next several days? And what's happening now? So quite a bit of tornado warnings are ongoing across parts of Wisconsin here. And so I kind of want to highlight these tornado warnings and kind of go over. So I'm mostly looking for some of these storms that may be confirmed. Most of these, I think right now are radar indicated, and they're actually coming very close to Lake Michigan. So they might be over water over the next hour or so. Some of the more severe storms. Now, the Chicago area, north of that area, we are watching severe thunderstorms that are starting to come into that zone. There is a tornado watch that's been issued, and our meteorologist Matthew Capucci is there. But most of these, and what the trend that I'm noticing with the severe storms is the hail potential. Yes, we are tracking the potential of tornadoes, but also very large hail. And I was seeing several reports of that, especially across Wisconsin and Illinois. We're also watching severe storms across the mid-Atlantic, although that's the threat level for that is lower. The potential of seeing rotating thunderstorms is also there. So Springfield, Illinois, and let's get an update on these storms, because I don't think I've really focused in on central Illinois, but this is where we're seeing the severe storms right now. And they're producing large hail. That was what some of these were warned for here earlier. And I kind of want to get to that here. So severe thunderstorm warning here and 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We were talking about this earlier, but we can track hailstones with our vertically integrated liquid product. It gives us an idea of where maybe the hail core of these storms. Of course, with each radar scan, we get a better idea, but looks like maybe the larger hail might be just north of Springfield along I-55. And so we'll keep an eye on that, but definitely if you're north of Springfield, just be prepared for very large hail, possibly damaging hail. And that's one of those other risks that we were tracking for today. Let's go up into Wisconsin, and we're still tracking these ongoing tornado warnings right now, at least. None of these are confirmed. These are all radar indicated tornado warnings in Wisconsin. Now, earlier I did show a video of a tornado that formed in parts of Wisconsin, but at least most of the activity now just to the less of to the east of Wausau, just to the east of Stevens Point. Looks like some of these tornado warnings were allowed to expire. What I'm noticing, and let's put on our high def radar, because I think it paints a better picture of what's happening with these storms. You can see that kind of line of storms moving into parts of Wisconsin here. Now, we are not seeing any warnings in northern Minnesota anymore. So it looks like it's just mostly a line of storms that is beginning to weaken over there in parts of northern Minnesota. But now most of the tornado warnings are now coming into really close to Lake Michigan. So we're talking about Green Bay. Storms are knocking on your doorstep there. Milwaukee, north and south. Milwaukee, you're kind of in between storms there, but you are seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is mostly for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So the threat continues. And Flippy is saying that it's asking, is this 2-inch hail going to hit Milwaukee? So definitely a concern. Now, the storms, and let's actually plot this. Let's put on our Milwaukee radar here for person asking about the hail. Now, one of the strongest storm for hail is in Wisconsin and right now, but depending on the movement of these storms, so we could go back to our latest radar scans. This kind of helps us pinpoint where these storms could be moving. Milwaukee, you can definitely, I think you definitely could see some large hail. And actually the severe thunderstorm south of you, golf ball sized hail was in the warning. That's 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So I think you should anticipate this within maybe the next 15 to 30 minutes. And depending where you live in Milwaukee. So if you're more on the southern end of Milwaukee, a little bit sooner if you're on the northern side, and that storm actually is possibly producing some large hail as well. I do think that is a possibility with these severe thunderstorm warnings in Milwaukee. So just something to keep in mind. You still have a little bit of time, but if you can, just put your car in maybe over cover or somewhere safe where it won't get hail on it. So that is that storm that we're tracking just south of Wisconsin there. And then some severe storms just north of Chicago. But what I'm seeing now, we're not seeing too much in terms of tornado warnings. These are mostly just hail producers. It's been quite a bit of time since we've had an observed tornado warning with these storms. So tornado and quarter-sized hail with this tornado warning just outside of Stevens Point. You can kind of see that area of rotation. Wausau.
Hey, Erica.
Yes.
I don't know
hear
if
you,
you can
Kabuchi.
see. And take my shot real quick, but this is weird. So we're in the south side of one of these storms, and the entire sky has just turned brown from blowing dust. I know it's been dry here over parts of the Corn Belt and Midwest lately, but blowing
Mauricio,
dust.
we can put a Capucci's cam full, please.
Let me just make sure we are transmitting. Let's see. Oh, wait. It stopped transmitting. Hang on one sec.
Yeah, and let's put the radar full screen. I'm seeing I'm flashing on screen, Mauricio. I'm flashing green. So let's put the MyRadar app full, and until we can get Capucci's stream back up, then we can put them in full. We'll continue to track, and then Capucci, you can chime in whenever you can, but yeah, so most of these storms, what is interesting is they're right on the edge of Lake Michigan here. A lot of y'all asking what's going to happen in Michigan in the next several hours. So these storms are still well away. You're probably about 3 hours out from these storms, depending on the movement. But they still have to cross Lake Michigan. And Michigan, the western end, you are in the enhanced risk. I think this is mostly for the evening. There is no tornado watch in your area yet, but that could come down the line depending on how these storms perform here over the next several hours. But Indiana, still anticipating that storm threat later on today. And Mauricio, I'm seeing maybe having some audio issues with me back there, so let me know. Rob, you're near Rockford. Yeah, you're actually close to where Capucci is.
Yeah, my stream, by the way, is back, and it's weird. It's tough to tell on stream, but we just had some winds, probably gusting 40+ miles per hour, and everything turned brown briefly for about 5 minutes. We had some dust blow through. We're in the south side of storms, so winds are westerly, pulling in a dry wind direction, and I guess we just lofted some dust. And I mean, I know it's been dry lately over parts of the Midwest and the Corn Belt, and this goes to show you that when the topsoil is dry, it can just be easily lofted.
Yeah, and Mauricio, I don't know if we can put Capucci's stream full screen there. We'll just keep the radar up. I'm not sure what's going on back there, but let me know, Mauricio, whenever you have time.
It's amazing how much even the storm that I was on near DeKalb has fallen apart. It just, I don't know what the limiting factor is. I think it's dry air at the mid-levels that's really just kind of, I don't want to say killing storms, but really working to inhibit them.
Yeah, I mean, that could be some good news for Chicago. You know, the storms are really close to the Chicago area, so and even on radar, the storms east of Rockford.
Yeah, and it's weird because we have additional storms forming farther south, and yet they're also not really able to intensify, and they're forming and quickly weakening. And that's because we have the juice to sprout the storms, but then as soon as the storms get tall enough, they start ingesting dry air at the mid-levels, and they start to falter. So it's like this catch-22. We can form the storm, but we just can't really maintain and sustain it. And that's been sort of the big, I don't want to say the issue because it's a good thing, but that's been the main limiting factor in Illinois thus far, cutting back on storm intensity.
Yeah, very, very interesting. So for the person asking about hard rain in Belvedere, Illinois, and near Rockford. Yeah, I think most of that activity will not push to the east. Most of it is now just on the border of Lake Michigan and Wisconsin, just to the north of your area. But there are some storms bubbling in central Illinois. I'm curious to see what they do once they go a little bit further east, Capucci, especially as they head into Indiana.
I'll be intrigued too because, you know, the environment, especially near the lakeshore, is good. Like it's kind of weird to think that things are happening opposite to how you normally expect. Cooler lake waters this time of year would ordinarily knock the heels out or kick the knees out from underneath the storm, and it would collapse on approach. And we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing storms weakening over land and strengthening over the water. And I think that goes to show you that moisture is a limiting factor. So once the storms reach the water, they find more moisture. But at the same time, there's a subtle lake breeze. And that introduction of a southeasterly component to those surface winds helps the storm spin a little bit more and get organized. And I mean, we're definitely seeing that.
Yeah, we'll watch the storms over the next several hours. Obviously, Capucci is in Illinois, chasing these storms. Let me get a quick update on what's going on up here in Wisconsin. So we still have about 3 tornado warnings. And yeah, so I like to fill the shapes just to kind of get an idea of where all the storms are. And they are highlighted on the screen here. So I'll actually toggle off our outlook so you can kind of see where our enhanced risk, that's a level 3 out of 5, is highlighted. Still have a ways to go, especially if you're in Michigan and Indiana. This is looking more like a evening, possibly into overnight. And then I think somebody was asking me about Eastern Michigan. You're in that slight risk zone, especially Ohio too. So the severe threat will continue. I think this is mostly, especially in Detroit, overnight into tomorrow morning. And I am seeing that looks like they did expire that tornado warning near Charlottesville, but there is a tornado warning in continues in North Carolina, just south east of Washington, north of New Bern. New Bern is a popular or has quite a bit of people that live there. So gonna watch that one closely. But that's really the only tornado warning in the Mid-Atlantic. There was a risk of severe weather there today, so with isolated tornado potential. Now, what's interesting is earlier there was a severe thunderstorm warning in Little Rock, but radar just, there's really not storms down there. So there was one earlier, but most of it is in Illinois, really confined in Wisconsin. And these 3 tornado warnings, I kind of want to check in on these. I don't think any of these have been confirmed. And actually, most of these might expire within the next 15 minutes. So unless the National Weather Service finds another area of rotation, or maybe we can check on here on even our app, we might not have tornado warnings. So very interesting storms there in Wisconsin. So let's toggle this on. Let me clean up this a little bit and kind of show y'all where the areas of rotation are. So Mauricio, if you can just keep the MyRadar app on, please, and we'll just track the storms that way. And then once, I don't know why my camera is glitching green, but once you fix that, Mauricio, then you can put it back on. But let's just focus on these tornado warnings. And let's see what we're tracking here. So yeah, so interesting. So I'm seeing this area of rotation just right outside of where our tornado warning is. So they might just have extended this warning with a severe thunderstorm warning. That's really, so this is for Fond du Lac County and east central Wisconsin. So at about 7 o'clock. So there's still 10 minutes left on the storm. It's right on the edge of that Lake Michigan area, just on the eastern side of Wisconsin. And then just to the north, Stevens Point. I am seeing a broad area of rotation. There might actually be, yeah, it might be 2, but I think it's this one to the north of Rossholt. Very weak area of rotation. So where the greens and reds come together, when towards the radar, when away from the radar, and the radar that we're talking about is the Green Bay radar, it helps us define where we could see an area of rotation. Very broad. So I'm going to wait to see if the National Weather Service extends this. It is weakening as it heads east. And then in Wausau, just to the east, there is that tornado warning for the town of Easton, town of Ringgold, Hartley. Yeah, so a very broad area of rotation. So there may be a point where we don't have any tornado warnings. And really, we're just tracking the large hail potential, which has really been the main risk that I've seen with most of these storms tonight. So that's why I think even if you're not under a tornado warning, the severe thunderstorm warning, especially in Wisconsin, you really need to take seriously. That is because the large hail potential is still there. So Aiden is in North Carolina. We can check in on that here since you're asking about it and track that storm. Let's go to North Carolina here. So look at all that activity. There are storms bubbling off just right off the coast there. Still tracking that tornado warning storm just south of Washington, North Carolina, north of New Bern. Still has a very tight indication of rotation there. Golf ball sized hail as well. So hail is within this tornado polygon. Yeah. So tornado potential, the hail potential for Aiden, who's asking in North Carolina, definitely need to be seeking shelter from the storm. Now, I think it is going to be moving over water here in the next several minutes. It's right on the edge there of North Carolina. It may come into close to, let's see, Lake Hatteras or Cape Hatteras there. So this has been warned for quite a bit of time in North Carolina. I'll keep an eye on it. But so far, yeah, that is 3 tornado warnings, golf ball sized hail reported with this storm. And they actually, so you can kind of see where that tornado polygon is and that severe thunderstorm warning is. They're kind of on top of each other. So that's why the severe thunderstorm warning is for the golf ball size hail. And of course, the storm continues to rotate. So I'll keep an eye on that. That's really our lone tornado warning in the state of North Carolina. And then you can kind of see some other bubbling storms. So, and we were tracking a tornado warning earlier in Virginia that has been allowed to expire, but it is producing large hail near Charlottesville. And still tracking these severe thunderstorm warnings as well in central Illinois. So quite a bit of activity. Keep asking your questions. I am trying to keep track of whatever new questions. That's where you're watching from, but make sure to share our stream. It just helps us get more eyes. And being able to, inform more communities on what's going on. There is quite a couple of regions. We were tracking the storm threat in Minnesota earlier. Now in Wisconsin, and really we're just kind of waiting to see what the storms do in Illinois. That was kind of like the last corridor where we were watching for the potential of storms. And of course, we still have that overnight threat into parts of Michigan, Indiana, possibly into Ohio. So Ohio into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and Erica, you know what I'm noticing? Even the cells in southern and central Illinois right now appear to be kind of linearizing. They're getting into a squall line, which cuts back on the tornado potential. It might increase the gusty to locally damaging wind potential, but it definitely cuts back on tornado potential. So, as far as things could be going in Illinois, the trend is our friend. It looks like the storms are struggling with mid-level dry air. I'm not even on a severe thunderstorm right now. The one approaching Algonquin is collapsing. The ones from Milwaukee to Kenosha to Waukegan are pushing over the lake, and no one really lives in the lake. And so I think we're about to see an inflection point where things start to simmer down. Unless something changes dramatically in the state of Illinois, I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, that's definitely some good news. And I know Chicago is one of the cities that we were keeping an eye on. So I'm glad to see the trend where hopefully we don't see that tornado potential in full, can't say that word. Fruition? Yes. I had to think about it a little bit, but I'm really happy that that could possibly be the case. But of course, they're still producing, some of these storms have produced large hail already. So that may just be the main risk in Illinois here for the rest of the evening.
The only thing that makes me a little bit nervous, Erica, I'm sure you've noticed how the storms in southern Wisconsin and extreme northeast Illinois seem to be getting a little bit stronger right when they approach the lake.
Yeah. I do see that.
I think that's because over the water, winds are more out of the southeast compared to due south or southwest. And that easterly component to those surface winds bolsters low-level helicity or spin a little bit and can help intensify the storms. Plus, it adds a little bit of moisture. And so I'm wondering if the cells approaching Chicago from the west will kind of have a last-minute hiccup of strengthening right as they're over, like, eastern Chicago. It's the only reason why I'm not writing off the severe threat in Chicago yet, because that is one more wild card. The atmosphere does wonky things, and oftentimes we have bodies of water that jut up against land. The interface can do wonky things.
Yeah, definitely good to note there. Let me know, is anybody in Chicago watching us? I do see a lot of y'all are in Wisconsin, but I haven't seen a single person ask about Chicago, so I'm curious. And if you're watching us in the MyRadar app, let me know. And Capucci, I really haven't pushed our live stream yet. I just think there really hasn't been any, dangerous tornadoes on the ground yet today. There were some observed, and it seemed like very weak tornadoes.
Yeah.
I didn't really see that today.
I agree with your call. I think, we had all the ingredients, but they didn't overlap geographically in the same spot. We had the most spin farther north into Minnesota, and, tons of spin up there, but the storms fired all at once and they quickly merged, cutting back the tornado threat. In Wisconsin, we had spin, we had fuel, but again, storm mode kind of made things a little bit messy. Farther south, we do have we have the most fuel in Illinois, but we also have the most mid-level dry air. So the storms go up and they get shredded. Plus, we have less spin. In Ohio overnight, we have the ingredients, but we also have capping, cutting back on how quickly updrafts can rise. So, scattered about, all the pieces are there, but the atmosphere couldn't really put them together today because the pieces were once again scattered, which is good. And sometimes that happens, but I'd rather an event not come together than us overlook an event that does sort of overachieve.
Yeah, and looks like at least for tomorrow, the conditions are a little bit more favorable for strong tornadoes. It's a completely different region though from what we're tracking today. And I was thinking this, like last time I did a live stream, it was for this upper Midwest area, and the storms also struggled that time as well. That was, I think, 2 weeks ago. So this has been 1-2 for the upper Midwest.
It's a tough region to forecast for. It really is. And I don't know if it's a lake influence. I don't know if it's tough to really stretch heat and instability all the way north. I'm not really sure what it is. I feel like when you have cyclones this time of year that are passing this far north, when we say cyclones, folks at home, we're talking low pressure systems. I feel like when you have them this far north, the warm sector, the filament of warm humid air that they stretch north gets thinner and thinner and thinner because that warm air just has to go farther. And I wonder if that's why today's geographically, today's area that had the warm humid air was just kind of smaller. And so we didn't get as much room to gallop with severe weather. What are your thoughts, Erica?
Okay. Thank you, Jack. Sorry, I was actually reading, somebody in the chat was saying they wish they could add a photo. So I was trying to figure out how to do that in the MyRadar app. It's very easy. If you have the MyRadar app, no, we will not be elaborating on that. Flippy's Rook on YouTube. If you download the MyRadar app, let me know if you have it. But once you download it, there is actually a little picture icon at the bottom right, and you can upload MyRadar photos. And so if you want us to see it, you can upload your picture there. You just have to register and upload your picture on the MyRadar app. Or if you have Facebook, X, and tag us on X, we can see your picture on there. So first thing you can do is register in the MyRadar app or tag us on social media with your photo. And we can show it, because Flippy, I think, here in Milwaukee is reporting 2-inch hail. So, and yeah, I'm definitely seeing that radar signature there in Milwaukee. And thank you, Jack, for fixing the camera there. So Mauricio, whenever you want, you can put me back on cam. And let's look at the storm here in Milwaukee. So let's do this. So it looks like if you're reporting the hail, yeah. So we were talking about that earlier. So it looks like the storms did just come from the north. So this is kind of the last couple of radar scans with our vertically integrated liquid product. You can see how the storms kind of move to the northeast right over Milwaukee. I'm curious, are you on the southern side or northern side of Milwaukee? And we're actually, Anthony, we are actually streaming on Twitch. I'm I'm not really sure what else Twitch can be used for, because you're asking why don't we use Twitch, but we are on Twitch. We are live. A lot of our questions actually have been coming in from our users on Twitch. So yeah, we're on there. So if that's your platform, definitely let me know if there's anybody still watching on Twitch. So Dead Weather says yay Twitch. Says yeah, still see we are getting people comment from Twitch, and they're still here with us tracking these storms. But their latest radar scan now suggests that maybe the large hail is now moving offshore, I think, of it's going on to Lake Michigan. And it looks like pretty much that line of storms is moving into Lake Michigan. So I'm actually wondering, now that we hit the 7 o'clock hour, looks like we don't have any tornado warnings now. They're just all severe thunderstorm warnings and all on a line. So that is some good news with these storms right now. Maybe we'll wait a little to see what these storms do as they near Chicago, but it doesn't look like Capucci. These storms kind of, there's a storm that is just to the west of Chicago that I'm seeing there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one that I'm kind of positioning in front of. It doesn't look like it's doing much, and even visibly, I can tell you the cloud bases are very high, so it looks like it's still struggling with some relatively dry air, and it's also being shredded at the mid levels. And so, for folks in the Chicagoland metro, that's about as good a news as you can possibly get. We'd love to see it. Hopefully that continues. But I agree, Eric. I think we should kind of wait until it gets close enough that we can make that call and determine whether or not Chicago has sort of, used up its severe threat.
Yeah, so we can stay on the chat here, on the stream here, and I'm now seeing a couple of y'all joining us. So maybe within the next hour or so, if we don't get any more tornado warnings, we will end the stream, but you have a chance to ask your question. Capucci's here tracking the storms with me. So let me know, what areas are you more concerned about? What do you want to see? Do you want to see the forecast for tomorrow? We can also show that here. And really, I think tomorrow, you guys, Capucci and meteorologist Mike Linden, will be streaming tomorrow evening on that moderate risk of severe weather. So Audie Man on Twitch is saying tornado damage in Dodge County, Wisconsin. Yeah, we did see tornadoes in Wisconsin earlier today. So yeah, I mean, there were still several observed tornado warnings, but we didn't see, and we didn't see any of those rare tornado warnings issued over Wisconsin, but we did get quite a few tornadoes in Wisconsin today. So Rita asking about Memphis, Tennessee. And I think you're mostly asking for tomorrow's threat. So we can show you that here. And Tennessee, actually, you are in that slight risk of severe weather. So Memphis, you're kind of on the edge of that slight. And I'm thinking in English and Spanish right now, that slight, and I'm now forgetting what this green
Enhanced.
zone.
Sorry, marginal.
Marginal, yes.
Wait, I'm curious, how do you say it in Spanish?
It's mínimo. So I was thinking of the Spanish word, and I couldn't think of it's been my struggle when I talk about these risk areas, because the orange zone is Spanish is actually moderate. It translates. So it's every time I do the orange zone, I make sure that I think about that it's an enhanced risk, because moderate is what's going to happen tomorrow in parts of Tennessee. Memphis is in that slight risk today. You're kind of on the edge of that marginal and slight risk, but Capucci, we can talk a little bit about tomorrow, because I don't think we've touched on that. And really, I think we have time to go over what's going to happen tomorrow. So I do have this moderate risk, and I think they upgraded it today on the 2 o'clock update. So this is just, maybe you haven't been paying attention to what's going on, but this is the newest update from the Storm Prediction Center for tomorrow, Friday, moderate risk of severe weather. Now, Memphis, you're not in the moderate, you're not in the enhanced, you're in the slight risk of severe weather, but the isolated tornadoes are more possible for your area. Really what we're watching for is that risk area in Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, and Kentucky. And somebody asking about West Michigan here. Yeah, so I think the storms in West Michigan, so it's 7, maybe after 8 or 9. Since you're depending, I think Michigan is Eastern time. Yeah, I would watch out for the storms within the next 2 hours in Western Michigan. So we can go here. See if we get any updated radar scans here. Let me go to the Great Lakes region. So we are hitting the 7 o'clock hour here. Yeah, so I think in West Michigan, it could get them as early as 9:10. And I'm an hour behind, so it could be closer to 10. You can kind of see those storms moving into parts of West Michigan, continuing into Eastern Michigan. So Detroit after midnight. And then really, it goes over the Great Lakes after that. And then we're tracking some possible severe storms over Arkansas early tomorrow morning. And so even this Capucci, the HER, I think is now updating. So we could get some strong storms in Chicago here in the next hour, but I'm not really seeing that kind of isolated storm potential that we were watching for earlier. I need to zoom into that future radar.
Yeah, I think there's some sort of fundamental issue with the HER this time. I don't know if it's mixed out the lower level moisture. I don't know if it has too much lower level moisture. I'm not sure what the deal is, but the HER has really been struggling today.
Yeah, and so I'm kind of zoomed in now on Illinois, and it doesn't really look like it's even hinting in on some strong storm, at least supercells over this area. So, I mean, Chicago, you might be out of the woods. I still think you will get some strong storms, maybe some hail producers, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll really know that, I think, within the next hour or so. So that's really interesting. I haven't looked at the HER until now. So that's one of our forecast models that we use to forecast this. There are several, some of us meteorologists, and I don't know which one your favorite model is, Capucci, but that's the one I like to look at the most. But there's several others.
To wrap, Rufus has his moments. For the folks at home, we're talking about the RRFS model, which we call Rufus. It's a new model. It tries to simulate thunderstorms 4+ days in advance, which is, it's testing the limits of science. And it's very good at what we call warm air advection environments, where it will pop thunderstorms in environments where you have a lot of warm air rushing into a region at once. Other models struggle with that. That said, Rufus also just prints out supercells when there aren't going to be any, and it's too liberal in handing out thunderstorms. Every meteorologist come to know the biases of various models, and every model has its inherent biases. Rufus, the HER, all of them.
Yeah, and even during, I think the most interesting time to see that is obviously severe storm season, and also hurricane season.
Yeah. And it's interesting. Now we have so many AI models, which are great for the placement of hurricanes, but apparently really bad at intensity because the models were trained on a smooth data set, like a reanalysis data set. And anytime you smooth the data set, so like for folks at home wondering, the models were trained with like, smooth fixed data going in. It tends to smooth out extreme events. So the AI models are good at placement of events, but really bad at like the intensity of a hurricane, its minimum pressure, or simulating high-end events or extremes, just because it has a bias towards pulling things away from being extreme. So yeah, it's kind of cool. Different models, different model biases. So much of meteorology is pattern recognition. I mean, I know there are a million times when I'll look at a forecast and be like, oh, this data reminds me a little bit of this particular date. Like even a few weeks ago on April 24th, I was in Matador, Texas, and I thought, wow, this reminds me of May 2nd, 2024, near Anson, Texas, North
And you're
Abilene.
so good
I
at dates too. Like, I don't think I could remember the event, but I can't remember the specific date. And Mauricio, also, can we put the browser on full screen? My app has frozen on me, so I need to fix that. But we can put the browser so we can kind of show the forecast here. And there's a lot of people asking about different cities, so we'll kind of go over that here in a bit. So Mauricio, if you can put that, the browser in there for me, please.
See, I can't remember dates of important things like, birthdays, anniversaries, but I can remember that it hailed on August 16th, 2008 at my house.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that the other day, about how you're so good at remembering dates and I can't, but I'm good at remembering other things, just not specific. I mean, obviously, I know the big tornado dates in history, some of the more significant storms or the significant hurricanes, but like little events like that, where you get a specific storm, I cannot. I also, for whoever's in the studio PC, I don't have my mouse because I saw y'all trying to move that. So y'all can do whatever y'all need to do with that. Now I am seeing, I think that is Jordan Hall. He might be out where there's some damage. I see a lot of emergency vehicles there in his stream. I can let me check where he is in the MyRadar app. Guys, I don't know if y'all can pull that up. If you're troubleshooting things, let me know. But Jordan Hall's stream is very interesting. I'm not sure where he is, but I do see a lot of emergency vehicles where he is. Mayville, Wisconsin. So yeah, I think that's where we had tornado warnings earlier. Yeah, I don't see if there's any damage with that yet, but any damage on his live cam. Actually, there is a new tornado warning just north of Wausau, Wisconsin. So we can pull that up. I don't know if y'all guys could get my app to come back live here.
The good news, it looks like it's for a relatively rural area west of Antigo, south of Elko. So again, a pretty rural area. Hale, not really concerned with this, but this is east central Lincoln County, northwestern Langlade County. That's in north central Wisconsin. Goes the next roughly 30 minutes until 7:45 p.m. It's a slow mover, moving northeast about 25 miles per hour. And it doesn't look terribly impressive on radar in terms of rotation, but knowing where this thing is in relation to the parent low pressure system, it will be a very efficient stretcher of vorticity or spin. And so I could see it going tornadic. Again, doesn't look crazy right now, but out of an abundance of caution, you want to seek shelter now, putting as many layers between yourself and the outside world as you can. You know the drill. Mobile home, vehicle, outdoors. You'd like to get to a site-built location and protect yourself from flying debris. Again, it's only for the next 30 minutes. I know sometimes sheltering is annoying. It's inconvenient, but it's better than the alternative. And just hunker down. It's an excuse to not go anywhere, an excuse to not do much. It's only 30 minutes. And then you can come up out of your hiding hole. So you should be good. But
yeah, about 1,200. Yeah, about 1,200 people live there. So hopefully it doesn't affect them. It is a very rural area. And I do have the velocity up here. It's not confirmed, but it is a tornado warning. So like Fucci mentioned, lowest portion of your home, most interior portion away from exterior walls and windows. So Audie on Twitch says you're the Peyton Manning of meteorology.
Which I think is player, right?
Yes.
Oh wait, Peyton and Eli are the brothers, but they play for different teams, correct?
No, I don't think so. Actually,
Jack, Mauricio, can someone help me here?
See, this is where if you've been watching our live streams and you're used to Mike being on the stream, he's really good at sports. I like sports.
Okay, see,
Yeah, we're
but I was
just not.
right. They're brothers who played for different teams.
I think you're thinking of the Kelseys. Yeah, I think you're thinking of the Kelseys, Capucci.
Okay, I see. For those wondering at home, Jack, our editor, is a wicked Swiftie. He actually bought all the tickets for the final month of the Era tour.
He- I-
Front row seats. You're gonna be doing a bake sale or something.
yeah, Jack, I think, is actually going to message you a mean message for saying that about him.
Jack messages me mean messages anyway. You should see our Slack discussions. This is true. I'll give you a kickback. Can the stream hear you, or can only I hear you? Oh, so it sounds like I'm talking to myself.
We think there's no way Jack does not want to be on our stream. Yeah, a little bit, Capucci.
Why? Jack,
I don't think we
you
Jack
could
on the
make your
stream.
debut in front of in excess of 20 people. Yeah.
This
In
is
any
why
case,
Jack's not on our stream. We will not repeat what
yeah,
he said.
there will be days when Eric and I want to take a vacation, but we know we can't leave Jack to do the forecasts.
See,
Can you
Audio Man
imagine?
on Twitch knows sports because he's saying Peyton can remember every single play he has ever run. They ask a date, time in the game, and he knows it. So that's, yeah, that's literally Capucci. And Jack said, Audie, that's why his forehead is so big. I forgot what he looks like. Well,
I was gonna say,
not
the reason
Capucci's
my
forehead,
forehead's big
Peyton's.
is because my hairline's receding. I went from a 4-head to a 5-head. I poke fun at myself. The hair pills seem to be working. Then again, I noticed like 3 gray hairs the other day, and I can't tell if it's just because storm chase season's been busy or because I'm aging. I'm 27 now. Transmitting at 10,662 kilobytes per second.
So somebody's asking about the severe storm potential tomorrow in Chicago. So I think Chicago, you will be fine for tomorrow between 6 and 9. So Von Wolf, I don't know how to say your first name on YouTube, but you'll be fine for Chicago tomorrow. Now, Tane is asking about the storm that's coming close to Chicago here. So we can go to our radar here. And these storms do not look, I kind of want to go back and see what this radar is doing. So yeah, you kind of see a boundary there. And then I think in Chicago, so none of these storms are warned. If they can intensify, you may get in on, let's see, and let's go through some of our products because some of these could produce hail. But right now, they're fairly weak storms. That's why they're not warned yet. But we're kind of waiting and seeing what these storms will do in Chicago. And then I think if we really don't see a need for these storms, and none of them right now are tornadic, we may call the end of the stream. Now, we do have one tornado warning just north of Washoe, but most of the activity is in Illinois. I'm seeing several severe thunderstorm warnings for central Illinois, and they're all kind of merging into a line of storms. They're still all kind of individual, but as they head more east as well, they may congeal.
I'm getting raindrops for the first time today. I drove over 1,200 miles. First time I've gotten rain. That's how you know the episode, I don't want to say underachieved, but did not produce the results I was anticipating.
Yeah, and Abby is scared in Chicago. I think you'll be fine in Chicago. Which is
Chicago's
good.
pretty much as good as you can get right now.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine, Abby, in Chicago. Cess sent a message in German. I don't know what that means. Maybe I'll translate that.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois for baseball-sized hail in the town of Fairbury, heading towards Kankakee, south of Joliet.
Yeah, I think that's really the biggest threat that I'm concerned with these storms is the threat of hail. And we already saw large hail earlier, especially in Wisconsin too. But for Chicago so far, I mean, yeah, mostly fairly weak storms to the west. And then that one tornado warning that's just north in just north of Wausau.
Yeah, the baseball-sized hailer is a classic left split. I know earlier on we were talking about how sometimes supercells will split into a left split that spins clockwise and a right split that spins counterclockwise. And the left split usually takes a left turn and produces big hail. It's exactly what's happening right now. This thing's moving kind of northeast. It's split away from the bunch, it's spinning clockwise, and it's producing some large damaging hail. I'm not sold on there being baseballs, but I do think it's definitely producing at least golf balls. And so that's enough to cause some damage to vehicles. And of course, if you're in that area, you want to seek shelter away from windows too. That
And that's
severe
the storm
thunderstorm
east
warning.
of Bloomington, right? Over Lexington.
Yeah, it's over the town of Normal, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. It's a destructive storm for Livingston County, south central Livingston County. And I can see that storm actually from here. It's beautiful to look at.
Yeah, let's pull let's pull your stream next to me if we can, guys, and then we can put the radar on top of me. Oh yeah, I can see that. That's cool. I see
Yeah,
you
so on the
moving.
right, you'll be able to see like all that orangeness. That's the 50,000 foot tall storm. It's tough just because I'm heading southbound right now, and you have trees and trucks and whatnot in the way. But yeah, if you look way south, that's the top of that storm nearing Fairbury. The core is going to pass east of Pontiac, but I think the biggest hail is heading for the town of Saunamin. So Saunamin and Cullom, you could see some pretty big hail up to the size of, well, honestly, yeah, up to the size of baseballs in there. And baseballs will do a lot of damage. The thing people always forget when it comes to hailstorms is that it's not just structural damage. The vegetation gets wrecked. I can't tell you how many times I've been in big hailstorms that will just shred trees or shred. I mean, your garden will get wrecked. What's really sad is sometimes I'll chase a giant storm and I'll see, dead birds in the ground afterwards.
Oh, that is sad. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really our strongest storm right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only one today that really seems to have taken advantage of the environment in terms of producing hail. And that hail core is actually getting a little bit bigger. The National Weather Service now will issue emergency alerts for what they deem to be, quote, destructive storms. So in the past, you only got that wireless emergency alert, that buzz on your phone for tornado and flash flood warnings. Now they also do it for hailstorms that produce hail or that are forecast to produce hail the size of baseballs or larger, or storms that produce 80-mile-per-hour winds or greater. And so even a few weeks ago, I was in a storm that was producing hail to the size of softballs or DVDs. I got a special buzz on my phone, and that just wasn't a thing years ago. So it's great progress that the National Weather Service is making in terms of how they issue and disseminate warnings.
Yeah, so it looks like, and I will address this because this is a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. We do have a new tornado watch, and a lot of y'all were asking about Michigan. So it does include now Western Michigan until 3 a.m. So I want to show that here, and I'll toggle on the fill shape here. So you can kind of see where that new tornado watch has been issued. It does include Lansing, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids until 3 a.m. So you can see the line of storms already starting to push into parts of Lake Michigan. There's about 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, and I think that's why they've issue that tornado watch until 3 a.m. So I think the storms will arrive within the next hour or two over parts of Michigan. So Michigan, for all of y'all that were asking me about Michigan, now you're now officially in a tornado watch. So it just means atmospheric conditions are favorable for the potential of tornadoes, but I think they're also, and let me get the update on the latest text here. Also for the hail potential. And they are saying 2-inch hail possible and wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, so
So
Eric,
that is a new update.
It seems like storm mode is changing. We're not really expecting much in the way of supercell activity overnight, at least in Michigan and parts of northern Indiana, maybe even far northwest Ohio. We're expecting storms to merge into a line, and the line will produce damaging winds, like you said, up to 80 miles per hour. But those embedded quick-hitting tornadoes, we call them QLCS, or quasi-linear convective system tornadoes. Sounds like a bunch of mumbo-jumbo. Just means you have a squall line and embedded kinks of spin. And any one of those embedded circulations is very fleeting. It's ephemeral. It doesn't last super long. And so those tornadoes can hit very quickly and erratically and come with little warning. And so that's why it's kind of a different breed of tornado, if you will, and presents its own challenges in terms of hazards.
Yeah. So, and I'm still watching the radar in Chicago. I mean, still weak storms that are now starting to move into the metro area.
Yeah, I'm looking around right now, and honestly, it just looks like a nice evening with 1 or 2 showers, maybe a downpour. These things are so high based that they're just really struggling to do anything down to the surface. They're honestly just pretty to look at, and the sunset colors are exquisite. Farther south, if I were in Kankakee right now, if anyone's in Kankakee, I'd move your stuff into the garage real quick, or your cars into the garage.
Yeah, so that's some good news for whoever's scared in Chicago. You have nothing to worry about. And the storm threat will shift to the east here in the next hour or so. So really, I mean, the only tornado warning we have is the one in Wisconsin. And I think this one still has a couple more minutes on it until 7:45. So about 15 more minutes. And let me check in on this. It's been quite a bit of time since I've looked at this tornado warning. I'm not really noticing anything too significant with this warning. It's still rotating over a very rural area in Wisconsin. So that is really our lone tornado warning. And so I'm not really seeing too many questions now in the chat. I think I might wrap this up. If you question, stay on a couple more minutes, and maybe we'll track out the storm that is producing large hail in the meantime. So let's look at our vertically integrated product here. And this severe thunderstorm warning, this is the one that had the baseball size hail tag and 70-mile-per-hour wind. So this is for Livingston County in Illinois. This goes through until 8:30. So about an hour with the storm. They're anticipating it to arrive. So if you're concerned about the large hail risk, could be over Coulorn, Forest, Piper City. I think Piper City, and we can go back to the old radar scans. It'll be a little bit north of your area, but now if the southernmost part of the storm can intensify, you could see some large hail there too. But that's what we're watching for, is that baseball-sized hail potential. And I'm curious to see, and Capucci, let me know if you see anything on social media, reports of that hail. There has to be some eyes on the storm. There has to be some images on social media there.
I'm really worried it's going to hold together into the city of Kankakee. I've stayed in Kankakee before. It's a nice place. But, in places like Dallas, places like San Angelo, all the
cars are under carports or even at parking garages. They're beneath little rooftops, even at car dealerships. In a place like Kankakee, certainly not the case. Like I said, I've been there before, and so I'm definitely worried this could be an expensive issue for Kankakee. So if anyone is there, or you have friends, family, loved ones, enemies, whoever there, give them a call real quick. Tell them to pull their cars into the garage, and if they have any fragile or delicate property outdoors, move it indoors if at all possible, because this storm, at the very least, is producing hail to about golf ball size, and at most, probably some baseballs mixing in, just given the dynamic of the environment. Anytime we see a storm break off from another storm and take a left turn and spin clockwise, we call that a left split. And left splits are notorious for being big and sneaky hail producers. And so I'm sure there are some baseballs in there, and it could be a mean one.
Yeah, and I am seeing several reports of tornado damage here for parts of Wisconsin. I'm trying to kind of, so Genu, Mayville, that's where I'm seeing the cities that have reported storm damage. One tornado warning, and that is in central Wisconsin here. And it looks like actually they did expire that tornado warning and went ahead and extended it into a severe thunderstorm warning.
Nice. We also now have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of the Chicago metro area.
Oh, I see that now.
I just passed a storm. It doesn't look terribly impressive. Doesn't even look very impressive on radar, but nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, we just want to make sure folks take that one seriously. It could produce some gusty winds and small hail. It is moving out over the lake very soon, but it's a little bit east-northeast of Naperville, right over Elmhurst, Norwich, and Evanston, right over you folks. And we're going to see some training for repeating of the storms passing over the same areas. There's a little bit of gusty wind and maybe some very weak spin on the southwest side, a little bit north of Downers Groves, west of Westchester and Brookfield. Worth watching. Again, I'm not super concerned at this juncture, but nonetheless, some wind, some hail possible in the northwest Chicago metro. So just in case, watch out for that.
Yeah, and it looks like it is over the airport too. So I'm sure making way for some delays. And if you're wondering why, it's because of the severe thunderstorm warned, a severe storm warned storm.
Yeah, I like weather on the ground. I do not like weather up in the air.
I think we're losing you, but
Oh,
down. We lost you there for a second, but I don't know if you can hear us. Maybe we're coming in broken too.
yes,
But okay, now I can
I'm
hear
back.
you, Capucci.
Yeah, my apologies. The signal was rather spotty. You know, Matt, interestingly enough, I'm drinking coffee right now because, I've been up since yesterday morning, and I just realized, this might be a dumb question. Is it possible to burn coffee?
You can burn coffee beans.
See, I'm wondering that. That's from a gas station, and it tastes burnt, but I didn't realize you could burn a liquid.
Oh, like it came out. I think it depends type of coffee that you're drinking, like the taste or the really burn.
Yeah, good point.
And I'm
I've
surprised you're
never had
drinking
anyone
coffee.
burn it. I need to after, I think I've gotten a total of almost an hour worth of sleep since 7 a.m. yesterday.
So it looks like Capucci, they did warn a storm, tornado warning for just north of Decatur, Illinois.
Oh.
And I just saw that come in. So,
Yeah,
ooh.
I mean, it looks good on radar. And I wouldn't be surprised if they warned the one to the north too, near the town of Maroa. So for folks in Harristown, Forsyth, Oriana, and Argenta,
You want to be in shelter now, lowest floor of whatever building you're in. That's for northern Macon County in central Illinois, goes till 8 o'clock, so for another 23 minutes. But then there's another cell to the north with the circulation over Maroa. And this is kind of what Eric and I were talking about earlier on. It is an embedded supercell, but in a broader line. And I think that over the next few hours, we're going to be likely to see a larger line take shape with embedded kinks of spin within it. So that's going to be key as to how the forecast evolves. Big line, damaging straight line winds, a few kinks of spin.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like it's hooking on radar.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the newest scan. So it looked a little bit better in the previous scan, but yeah, definitely keeping an eye. This is not, let me make sure. Yeah, this is not an observed tornado warning, but quarter-sized hail is also possible with this. This is first Harristown, Forsyth, Argenta along I-72 north of Decatur, Illinois. And so that is our latest tornado warning here. And yeah, most of the activity in Wisconsin is now offshore. I don't know if it's offshore is the right. Yes, offshore.
Yeah.
Like Michigan. And then the storm in Chicago. Let's go here and take a look at what's going on. So yeah, it's moving to the north of Chicago still, but not noticing anything crazy with the storm yet. And it is warned for, let's see, hail. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So you can kind of see where the hail could potentially be falling. And it looks like it is starting to weaken a little bit as it moves to the east in Chicago. So just north of Chicago. In Chicago, if you're in Chicago, if you're looking northeast, you're probably seeing the storm.
Yeah, new scan, it looks pretty good. And a little bit of spin too.
Now let's see that. Are you talking about the Chicago storm?
Yeah, sorry.
Not really seeing that area of spin.
Let me check and see if it's divergence. Oh, it's lightning in front of me too.
It does look good on reflectivity though. Although the hail core doesn't look like it weakened as it headed east.
Yeah.
I'm sure people are having such a great time in the Chicago airport.
Oh, sorry, my camera shut off. It keeps doing that if I don't jiggle it. It'll come back in a sec. But I'm also going to get to my hotel shortly. All righty, it's transmitting again.
Muncie, Indiana for Corey on Facebook. I think this will be, I don't know, is that, let's see, I can search it here. I'm not really seeing that. Where is it? Let's see. Oh, so Muncie, you're kind of outside of Indianapolis, I see. Yeah, you're just right outside the enhanced you're in the enhanced risk, but close to that slight risk. I think I would expect the storms definitely late tonight. I keep thinking it's later than it is. It's 7 p.m. Almost 8 o'clock Central Time here. And I could always look at our future radar here, see. So I think your storm potential will really be about after 10 to 11 in parts of Indiana. If we can get some of those stronger storms, but really, I think most Indiana, we'll see if those storms come stronger. But yeah, it'll be a late evening threat. You're in Muncie, Indiana here. Yeah, so far we just have that tornado warning north of Decatur. Let's check in because we probably have some new radar scans, and I want to show this. Let's do, and I need to put on the radar that's closer. Yeah, so this thing is still spinning. It's not a confirmed tornado just yet. But again, if you are under a tornado warning, and this goes until 8 o'clock, so it still has about 18 minutes on this warning. Population of 25,000 of y'all live within this tornado warning. Quarter-size hail is possible. So yeah, watching that closely. And actually, the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting that zone in central and even eastern Indiana. So severe wind and hail risk continues with increasing tornado potential with any sustained supercell. We're still thinking that we could still see, and that's what you were saying earlier with those storms in central Illinois. So mostly a wind and hail risk. But again, there is a potential of tornadoes if we can get those supercells there.
And yeah, Erica, to your point earlier, I know you brought up the mesoscale discussion
So
that
I
the Storm
want
Prediction
to
Center.
toggle on. Yes. Sorry, I don't know. I think you cut off there for a bit, Capucci.
Oh, I was going to say
no
to your
longer
point,
hear.
test 1 2 test.
I hear
1 2
you
3,
now.
test 1 2 3. Great. Yeah, I was going to say, so you mentioned the mesoscale discussion earlier on. Their phrasing is always very key to what they're thinking, and they're saying embedded tornadoes overnight. So I think that's kind of a key word that tells us, yeah, like you said, places like Indiana and Ohio might get a line of storms, but that supercell threat, it's kind of waning. It looks like everything will be kind of these squall lines with embedded quick hitting kinks of spin. But I think we dodged the bullet from what could have been a much more impactful higher end event. I'm not aware of any significant, so EF2 plus equivalent tornadoes that happened today. Of course, we have to wait for the National Weather Service to go out and do damage surveys, but I think we wound up pretty lucky escaping a bigger impact.
Yeah, that's always some good news with these kind of events. So, and that's kind of what happened last time we were tracking storms in the upper Midwest region. Now I'm seeing, and I did plot here on the radar that severe storm just north of Chicago. So Chicago, you may get in on just the tail end of the rain here. This is now moving offshore. So it's moving along I-94. So Rat from YouTube is saying, how's Evanston, north of Chicago area looking? It's pouring and wind in all directions. Yeah, I think you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. And Evanston.
And he might actually get a little bit of flash flooding just because those storms will likely train or pass repeatedly over the same areas, especially on the south side of Evanston. They could get a quick inch, maybe even inch and a quarter worth of rain.
Yeah, and I see Evanston here. Yeah, you're right on the edge there of the storm, right on Lake Michigan. Yeah, heavy rain. Hopefully that answers your question, Rat, on YouTube. And of course, you can find, we're on the MyRadar stream, but you can find my social media platforms and Matthew Capucci's social media platforms. We're on pretty much everything. Blue Sky, X, Instagram, Facebook, and Capucci, your Facebook has been doing very well over the last several weeks. So Capucci does very good in-depth analysis of what's going to happen with each threat. So if you're more of a reader and not of a visual person, you can find Capucci on Facebook. I'm also on Facebook as Erica López, Matthew Capucci on Facebook. I'm also on X, Instagram. I use Instagram the most, I think, out of all my social media platforms. We are on Blue Sky as well. We have a huge following on Blue Sky.
I'm
And
on Hinge.
yeah, I'm sure you are. So maybe if you are on that app as well, you'll see Capucci in that app.
Yeah, it's just me giving forecasts. Nothing's really different.
And you probably post your severe weather photos on there too.
Always.
See, I'm not on any of those platforms, so Capucci's everywhere. He literally is everywhere.
I need a clone. Imagine how much more productive I could be if I had a clone.
You're already super productive, so you would take over the world if you had a clone.
I know,
And
that's the goal.
Yeah, it's a little scary to think about that. 2 Capuccis. I don't know if the world can handle that.
I don't think the world can handle one.
I don't think Tess could handle that.
No. Can you imagine? She'd get twice the number of deranged phone calls.
Yeah, she's far too busy.
Indeed. With that, I'm actually about 3 minutes out from my hotel, so I'm glad the severe weather has sort of temporarily plateaued.
Yeah, and I think we're probably going to end the stream on our end here. Most of the storms are I was kind of waiting for the Chicago threat, but I think it's mostly just a wind and hail threat now. And they're kind of moving. But Chicago, I think you'll get in on the heavy rain. So, of course, if there are any more warnings later today and even overnight, we'll be posting them on all our social media platforms. So you can follow us on any of them for regular updates. We do a very good job of regularly updating our social platforms, our individual platforms, my social media accounts that you can also follow me on. I'm always happy to answer your questions. You can message me on Facebook. You can message me on Instagram. Matthew Capucci as well is really good at answering questions in the comments. So if you have any more concerns later on today, we're happy to answer your questions. And we also publish our videos in the MyRadar app. So you can get full forecasts, and I can show you that here. If you click that little play button right now, it's blinking red because we are live, but you can see all of our severe storm videos that we publish every morning for the areas that are under any sort of threat. So you can click on any of these videos and see what the forecast is for the rest of the evening. We also have a video that we published, that Capucci published, about what the storm threat was going to be over the next several days. And we can also we also have updates on our social media on what's going to happen tomorrow. So tomorrow is a very significant day for parts of the South and the Midwest. And we can show you that here before we go, just so you guys are aware. So tomorrow is, the atmospheric aggregates are a little bit more favorable. We could see, and here we can have the tornado parameter, 10% hatch. So we could get strong tornadoes between St. Louis, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Paducah is also included, Evansville, Louisville. And then the wind risk, that's also another a 40% chance. So that's a purple zone or pink zone. So we can get significant winds in excess of 80 miles per hour within the zone, and very large hail that also extends down to Texas. That hatch zone includes North Texas for tomorrow. So we'll be tracking that. I'm actually in Dallas. So we'll see if I see any storms tomorrow in Dallas. But follow us on there. I think we're going to hop off now. I'm not really seeing anything confirmed, and our tornado warning in Illinois, I think, is going to expire here. So I think we're going to go ahead and end the stream on our end. Of course, you can follow us on all our social media platforms, and we'll be constantly updating for any new tornado warnings. But we'll leave it at that. And Capucci, I don't know if you're still on here, but always appreciate your analysis on the storms, and we're looking forward to your video tomorrow morning.
Erica, always a pleasure and privilege.
Good night, y'all.
We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado!
In the tornado right here.
We deploy
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up!
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Iowa, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.